Autodrome for the 2020 British 24 Hour. Apologies for the technical issues. We're back here with 14 hours and 18 minutes on the clock. Your leaders at the moment, MSJSR, the 111, 30 seconds out ahead of MS SoCo Select, who are a further 16 seconds up the road from the third place 130 Red Racing. Keeping an eye, as we say. I'm not going to give the Nick Tandy story again, because every time I say it, things go wrong. With the number 42 of MS Lucas, with Josh Falkers currently at the wheel, some very, very good times coming in at the moment. And 20 minutes into his stint, I think this could be a crucial, crucial hour coming up for the MS Lucas number 42.
Yeah, it's looking like the only person quicker at the moment is Connor Lucas in the leading 111 MSJSR car. Just flashing across in front of the commentary box goes Andrew Delahunty in the 43. So he's now dropped back from 23 seconds back to 31 seconds. So a loss of 8 seconds over the last 20 or so minutes, with Red Racing now 15 seconds back of that, and about 0.6 of a second a lap slower than Connor Lucas in the MSJSI. It's Adam Nichols who's out there for the 13 at the moment.
Hello to Neil Aitken, who's asking about what's going on in Hire. Hire currently looks like this: 22nd place overall. Kart Events Belgium are your leaders and have 2 laps over the 987 of Eco Racing, who are doing a fantastic job running the 987 on behalf of Team Bonato, who unfortunately couldn't be here this year because of financial issues. That's the team backed by Bentley Motors, all Bentley Motors employees. Unfortunately not able to compete this year. The automotive industry under severe stress financially at the moment. So they're in second. Great battle, I have to say, going on between the 987 and Team ETL.
Exceeding track
limits. 5 seconds is currently the gap between the 987 and the number 41 for second and third in Hire. Euro Bandits Motorsport always there or thereabouts. They're 4th place at the moment. Corblimey Racing are in 5th. But yeah, you're absolutely right, Butters, pointing that out. Lockwell Hill Karting have taken a bit of a tumble down the order.
I'm reliably informed by Mr. Sullivan that it's an engine change.
Right. So Lockwell Hill, who were right at the pointy end of Hire, have suffered that problem. They're not the first ones to have it. We saw Team Tate have a similar issue earlier, which saw them tumble out of the top ranks in Hire. That's what you've got going on at the moment, and it really is properly dark now. Sunset has officially come and gone. Andrew Mather and Tom Butterworth with you on commentary duties here at Teesside. Keep your comments coming in on the YouTube stream. Remember, you can tweet us on the Twitter sphere at @MM into the pits. Clubman leader.
SMJC 595 into the pits, 1 hour 18 minute stint. That's quite short for this time of night. You would think they would be extending a little bit if they could. But yes, they are in the pits now, so we'll wait to see where that shakes out with 303 Racing, who've currently done a 1 hour 15 minute stint.
Hello again to Deborah Bomberg, who's just given @MM a follow on Twitter. Thank you very much. Massively helps us out. David Sullivan is going to be back shortly, I believe.
Yes, around 15 minutes or so. We shall welcome Mr. Sullivan back into the box. He's been doing his beavering away down at the what did you call it? The Abyss.
I call it at the Abyss, and for those who aren't aware or not au fait with Teesside, when you have a problem, obviously you come in, you make a pit stop, you fill her up with fuel, because why not? But instead of doing the hairpin and then round into the driver change area, you kind of wiggle straight in and drop down. And this is why I call it the Abyss, because it's quite a steep
big
ramp.
Sparks just coming off South Bank there. Sorry to interrupt you there,
It's that time of
Andrew, but there was somebody clearly got right off the concrete curb and ground the bottom of the chassis out. Not the best of ideas. Sorry.
But no, you drop down the hill and then into the area where they've got the 3 ramps for tending to ailing hire carts. So I like to call that the abyss.
And rightly so. It is dropping off the face of the earth as well. When you go down there, it's a pretty steep hill.
Which, if you've lost your engine, is actually quite helpful.
Oh, it's a godsend. But,
Mr. Newton and his gravity comes in use from time to time.
It certainly does. But the good thing as well is that by the time it comes out of the workshop, you've only got to go back hill, and by that point, back uphill, but by that point your engines are working fine, so it's not a problem.
Absolutely.
But yes, it's. I think the abyss is a good term for it. I like that.
Couple of carts in the pits. The 888 Blue Dog in Clubman are in.
That's got to be unscheduled.
Not scheduled. 37 minutes was the last time they were in the pits and were not under full course yellow. So that is a problem, surely, for the 888. And is going to lose them that position to TT Sport, and if it's particularly long, may even see them starting to lose overall positions to hire carts. The Frosterley Inn is also in. That does look like a scheduled pit stop because it was 1 hour. It's been 1 hour 17 since we last saw them on the scales and in the fuel bay.
Monitoring the gap between the front 3, which of course is still only 49 seconds overall.
Oh, big off!
Wow.
Big off. This is on the exit of Rib Bend. I think it was at the 17.
It looked like the 17, which is, as I scroll down,
they've kept it going.
A straight through crew who went straight through the motocross course, or as David and I have nicknamed it, the motocross section of the track, because it's. There's 3 very large bumps there off the circuit, and you're going to get very airborne. So we were lucky to pick that up, or rather unlucky from their perspective that we got that on camera. But yeah, that was the straight through crew going straight through the dirt. Dakar style, throwing the dirt up in the air. Yes, so for 51 seconds now separating the front 3. That's what I was alluding to before. 51 seconds after 9 hours and 49 minutes coming up on of racing. That is just incredible. I'm going to have a little look down the order, the live timing order, and just see what our closest gaps are on circuit at the moment. It looks like the gap between 2nd and 3rd in hires, oof, indeed. Eco Racing, the 987, have just put in their personal best lap of the race, a 1:19.3. So they're coming on song as the darkness falls. That's interesting that in the dark they've done their fastest lap of the race. And it is fully dark now, I can assure you. And you can see in certain parts of the track, it is very dark. It looks like the exit of Ribs Bend is certainly very dark. But yeah, that I'll put my teeth in a moment, Andrew. 10.9 seconds is the gap between 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah.
I would expect that to go out a little bit between the exceeding track limits of 987 of Eco Racing. But they look to be closing back in on Kart Events Belgium, who they are 2 laps in front of Eco Racing, but they won't be for long if they keep taking half a second a lap. Could this, I mean, I'm only reading 1 lap into it, Andrew, but are we expecting to see the 2-man team of Kart Events Belgium flag a little bit?
I really don't know. I mean, I've seen 2-man teams take on this race before. There's been some great charity efforts. But if there's one team out there for me who could do that kind of effort, knowing just the sheer determination that they have to keep that pace up, it is Kart Events Belgium. The the miracles that obviously, you know, they've been able to do before with, you know, drivers that aren't fully able-bodied and all sorts of great courageous things that they've done in the past. The win at Le Mans last year in particular was a great example of that. It's going to be a huge challenge for them, obviously. 2 guys, 12 hours each, through the middle of the night, keeping everything together. But heck, if there's a team that's going to be out there that's going to give it the best of shots, it is Kart Events Belgium. And right now, they are doing everything they can. I mean, their pace is still good. They've got a 2-lap gap, and that will help them, of course. You know, having that 2-lap gap, you know, they don't need necessarily at this stage of the race to be pushing like mad and giving it everything, because they've got that buffer. They can take care of the kart. They can take care of their bodies more than anything. And they're just looking, yeah, they're in the 120s, which is okay, not the fastest of the high karts at the moment, but it's not bad. It's not bad at all. Century Sim Racing in the pits, meanwhile, in 33rd position overall.
Would you like to know another fun fact, Andrew?
Yes, I would.
SMJC in Clubman, 303 Racing in Clubman, Rye House Bandits in Clubman, all on the same lap, I believe. Perhaps 1 lap between them now.
Or a leader.
Oh, in fact, no, here we go. Now they've tripped over the line because all 3 have stopped in the last 5 minutes. And all 3 of those are now separated by 15.7 seconds. And I include that, the 303 Racing are now only 0.2 of a second in front of the Rye House Bandits.
It's a proper race, isn't it? This is a proper race.
It's a proper race in Elite and Clubman. And in fact, I'm even going to throw in Pro, because we've got both the MS Kart, the 11 of MS Karts in our Pro leader, and the 39 of PGS Racing, second place in Pro, only separated by 40 seconds as well. It's incredible. Our top 3 in Elite separated by 54 seconds. Our top 3 overall. Our top 2 in Pro are separated by 40.7 seconds, and our top 3 in Clubman are separated by, I'll wait until they trip over the line, 14.6 seconds now.
Yep.
So 303 Racing making a charge at...
Both leaders in Pro are also in.
Yep.
PGS have just come out.
Yep.
Looked like a pretty good stop as well. 1 minute 28 through a pit-affected first sector. Very quick. MS Karts are in as well. Scheduled pit stop, 1 hour 16 since they were last in pit lane. So this is going to be intriguing, actually. Let's see what these pit stop times are like between the 2 front runners in Pro. 1 lap between them in terms of the race.
At the moment, but I think that's going to shake out. They were 40 seconds. They were separated by 40 seconds just coming into the pits. So let's have a look at where MS Karts come out. 1 minute 33 for the pit-affected first sector, Andrew. So 5 seconds slower. There was 40 seconds between them. So once MS Kart trips the timing beam over the line, we'll give you an updated gap. But SMJC come over the line. Our leader in Clubman. Directly behind them is going to be the 303, followed by Rye House Bandits, still behind, 0.380, but I can tell you on circuit that is nose to tail. And then, yes, it's only a 14-second gap as well. So Clubman heating up as we go into 14 hours left of the, or come up on 14 hours left of the race. Just trying to see. Oh, we have a flashing light on one of the karts that was just coming down the hill there.
I hope he's not pretending to be a police car.
Oh, we've got a curb warning as well for MSJSR. Our leader has received a curb warning, which is unusual.
For an owner kart, especially. Surely, because at their own risk do they run on curbs. Maybe it's potentially not trying to, obviously, but damaging track furniture.
Yes.
I don't know if that's a term that's used here. It's a term that started to be used in Club 100 this year, with the move to being a fully motorsport UK sanctioned club. The cones and the barriers.
So there is actual furniture.
Actually called in the regs the track furniture.
Yeah.
Quite a lot.
So 55 seconds the gap now. MSJSR, MS Soco Select and Red Racing. 36 seconds back is MS Soco Select, 55 seconds for Red Racing. In Pro, they have tripped across the line, and PGS Racing now 35.9 seconds back, so they gained 40 seconds. Sorry, they gained 5 seconds because the gap was 40. So just under 5 seconds gained in the pit stops there for PGS. So we will monitor that closely. Rye House Bandits are still directly behind 303 Racing. In fact, that gap's gone out to 0.6 of a second. But both of them honing in at a rate of knots onto our leader, SMJC Racing. That is only 11 seconds, the gap now. And in fact, I think it's going to come down again. In fact, it comes down another second, 10.7 seconds from SMJC to 303 Racing, and Rye House Bandits, although they are dropping back slightly as a 1.3 second gap opens up, but being brought along, they were still a quarter of a second quicker than SMJC. So the Clubman battle is where it's at right now, followed shortly by Pro, and then Elite, which is the battle for the top 3 overall, is separated by 55 seconds, and actually looks rather sedate. That looks quite spread out at the moment, which is unbelievable to say. Good. Blue Dog are running again. I just saw a couple of comments. What's happened to the 888? We've not had it confirmed to us in comms what the cause of the slow pit stop was, but they are running again now, and they've kept themselves ahead of the highest. So they're only a couple of laps behind TT Sport, but I presume it was for some... oh, look what I've spotted. What have you spotted?
Noodle Man's back.
Oh, no way. We need to get him a cape, and then he would be Super Noodle, wouldn't he?
We need to find out. I need to find out this team. But this is the best way. Now this is going to be very interesting. We had some mixed results earlier, didn't we, Butters, with the pool noodle on being able to call a driver in. First lap, not good enough.
No.
Have to be very, very exuberant in waving that noodle to get the driver to pay attention. But of course, that was before sundown. It's now dark. How is the noodle going to perform now?
Well,
it's being waved.
He's wafting it in the air.
No, that was a not recognised by the driver.
I think he got it out a bit late.
Excuse me. 14 hours to go.
I think the driver was pretty much past him by the time. By the time he wafted the noodle.
Oh, sorry. The 888's back in the pits again. I think Blue Dog are back in. So clearly there are some big problems for that team.
Unfortunately so. Yes, it certainly seems they are undergoing some issues. How far behind are Kart Events? So they've still got 10 laps over Kart Events Belgium.
Yeah. So
there's a 10-lap gap where they can still fix something and not be overtaken by the higher karts. Oh! I wondered who was out there with the... in fact, you're just going to see it come through on camera. The blue necklace of LEDs. It's Slavek Piskorj. Alpha Live cameraman, a veteran.
Christmas Corner.
Christmas Corner is his home. Yes, it's Slavek out in the 303. So, so they will be easy to spot when they close in on SMJC, which they are still currently doing. In fact, the Rye House Bandits have done a sneaky and got through on 303.
There's something that I need to say about that, and this is what I'm going to sign off with. It's very nice. It almost looks like a set of gems around Slavek's neck there. And there's one team in particular that will like that. The Shirley Bassey team, because diamonds are forever.
Oh, I'm glad you went there and not where we've ventured twice so far during the stint. I thought we were going for something completely different.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm very glad we went with Shirley Bassey.
Mr. Sullivan is stretching.
Limbering
up for another 4-hour stint.
That's not a metaphor either. He genuinely is stretching in the commentary box.
But I'm going to sign off for now. Thank you very much, everybody. It's been a good one, this. It's flown by, and we'll be back in 4 hours' time to do it all again. I will leave you in the capable hands of Tom Butterworth and David Sullivan. Catch you in a bit.
Well, David, it's a pleasure to have you back in the box, and welcome to what is quickly hotting up to be a fantastic battle between our front three in Elite and the top 3 overall, our front 2 in Pro, and our front 3 in Clubman. So they are currently separated by 11.1 seconds in Clubman. The PGS Racing are 37 seconds behind MS Karts for 5th place overall and the lead of the Pro class. And we have Red Racing in 3rd, 58 seconds back of MSJSR, who are leading the 43 kart of MS Soco Select by 37 seconds. I hope you followed all that. I know it's getting late in the evening, but I don't tend to do them in order. I tend to do first, a third is chasing first, who is leading second. So I hope you got that. Basically, there's 58 seconds between first and third. In the middle of that, 37 seconds back is second place. But yes, the battle hotting up. Welcome fully into the commentary box now that the headset is on to Mr. David Sullivan.
Well done, Tom. Salvaged that.
Yeah, it's been a long day.
Yeah, there's been interesting developments in the 4 hours that I've been off. I've replaced the T-shirt with a hoodie.
How was the dinner?
Reasonable, very good. Actually,
yes,
yeah.
I described it. You had exactly the same as me, and I described it as it was all right.
Did what it was required to do at the time that I required it to do it.
Absolutely.
So
I am just going to, using the Alpha Timing app, I am going to mark up the first place in Clubman with a blue dot, and the second place in Clubman with a red dot, like that, which is one of the fantastic features of the Alpha Timing program. If you log onto it on a laptop, of course you can do it through your phone at live.alphatiming.co.uk/24hour. That's live.alphatiming.co.uk/24hour. If you log into it on your phone, unfortunately you won't get the track display that we can see here. If you do it on your laptop, what you can actually do is, as well as the front 3 highlighted gold, silver and bronze as they move around the circuit with their predicted GPS position, you can actually click in the far left column any kart that you like, any kart that you are fanboying or fangirling, anyone that you're following at all, and you can click them and highlight them, and you can see exactly where they are on the circuit. And so that's exactly what I've done with SMJC and the Rye House Bandits, currently first and second in Clubman. They are currently, the front 3 in Clubman are now 10.8 seconds apart.
Wow. How many colours does that do you? Just out of interest. I've never filtered through them. Do we get to the more exotic ones after red and blue?
Unfortunately, it's just red and blue, I believe. We'll click one again, but I think it goes off. You know what, just for you. Yep, it's red. It's blue and red.
Didn't know whether we could mark it up with an array of colours, but even on the laptop version, you do get to see all of the karts going round. On the, you can just see there, if you are watching, just how busy the track is, and still is after we are now 8 or 9 hours in.
I can tell you what the exact gap is between SMJC and Rye House Bandits. It's the length of South Bank.
That does also show you how long you are turning right round South Bank.
Exactly. 7 and a bit seconds, or 5.9 seconds is the gap now. But yes, it was the length. So 5.9 seconds is the length that you are turning right through South Bank, and that is followed immediately by the right-hand hairpin of turn 3 that we don't even count as part of the turning right section of South Bank.
No, you do go full lock round hairpin 3 as you try to get that cart stopped, and
pretty much it's quite progressive actually, because it's downhill as well, or slightly downhill into hairpin 3. So it's quite progressive, the braking, and we see the super quick drivers. Yeah, I pointed that out a little while ago, but as David points at the screen and says about the 42 car, which is our 4th place runner overall with a wonky nose. But yes, the progressive braking into hairpin 3, Connor Lucas and their ilk, much more talented than I am, will have the kart fully sideways. I find it's quite nice just to progressively brake into there, and it grips up quite nicely. I enjoy that corner.
Yeah, you certainly can't throw the higher cart around quite as much as you would one of the owner ones, but interesting development earlier on, Tom, and I'm not sure quite how much you've spoken about it as I've been off down the paddock getting the inside scoop, but the 43 MS SoCo Select changed tyres incredibly early. Like,
yes,
normally it's dark and they do it under darkness, and as Red Racing have done the same, it looks like SoCo have been into the pit lane for a stop. And they are now, they've dropped a place down to 3rd. Yeah, but both those and Red Racing have both changed tyres in daylight hours.
Unusual. Have Red have changed as well?
Red have changed as well.
Oh, so they've gone with them.
Well, they went about an hour later. At the last stop, I think Adam Willis came out, and certainly Adam Nichols went in last time. But
yes,
the switch in between, I think, with Martin Black coming out and Adam Willis going in. Between those two drivers exchanging the seat, I believe Red Racing changed tyres as well. I'm not entirely sure that MSJSR have changed their tyres yet. And obviously when they come in, that stop will be slightly longer.
I am keeping my eye still on this battle between, for the front of Clubman class. So Rye House Bandits, having dispatched 303 Racing, are now only 2.7 seconds behind SMJC now, and closing in a quite phenomenal 1.2 seconds per lap as it stands at the moment. We look at the 42 with the wonky nose coming through. Is that still Josh Falkus?
Josh Falkus back at the wheel of that one. Started the race with him, didn't he? And now doing an evening stint. And
well, I'm just seeing at the bottom of the order on your left-hand side of the screen, we've got the TT Sport car of 34 is in, and that seems like well, they've been out for an hour and 10 minutes, so I'm not sure whether that is scheduled or not, but we will keep our eye on how long those guys are going to be in the pits for. Blue Dogs still in the pits and are now only 2 laps in front of Kart Events Belgium, so unless they get a wriggle on, I think they may be overtaken by the higher karts. In other news, going back to Clubman, 1.3 seconds is the gap. Andrew Mather reporting to us that the 198 of DW Racing is in for a lengthy stop, up on the stands, rear bumpers and axle being dismantled and replaced, and they're back out. Okay, so well done. It seems like a... What?
Yeah, they're in 18th for 24 laps down from the leader.
So 1.3 seconds was the gap at the front of Clubman, but again honing in at 1.4 seconds a lap. So I am going to have a look out the window and see
as the commentary box rises out of our
as
comfy
one,
chairs.
we stand and have a look at where are they? They are coming through hairpin 3. So let's have a look as they come out of hairpin 4 and past the commentary box. And they've done it. Rye House Bandits have taken the lead of Clubman class. SMJC 595 have now dropped back behind and possibly into the clutches of the 303 being driven by Slavik Piskorj at the moment, but he's 0.6 of a second quicker per lap. He's only 10.7 seconds behind. Rye House Bandits on a flyer at the moment. They're only 6/10 off what the leader's doing.
Well, they qualified 5th, didn't they? Chris Bell, I think, qualified that one and qualified that car up in 5th place. Obviously running now in 10th, but it wouldn't surprise me with the pace they're carrying if Chris is back in that car. It's a phenomenal lap to qualify a Clubman car up in 5th place.
Currently on that lap was a 1:14.3. Our fastest lap last time around was a 1:13.5 by the 43 car of MS Soco Select. So fresh driver in there, just 3 minutes out on circuit and pumping in the quickest laps of anybody out there. So they're hunting down Red Racing once again as the flip-flop between MSJSR, Red Racing and Soco Select fleshes itself out through the race. We have MSJSR have been out for an hour and 12 minutes. That's Connor Lucas has been out for an hour and 12 minutes now. So we would expect them in about 10 minutes or so with the stints that they've been currently running or running throughout the race. We'd expect them in the next 10 minutes. So we will see them drop down to 2nd, possibly 3rd, and Red Racing retake the lead.
Just politely raised my hand as we have an important update from race control. First one being that CTR have had a penalty applied for a weight infringement over the weighbridge.
I believe that's our first one of the race.
Yep, higher cart for CTR in currently number 22 in hires, down in 65th place. Have had a penalty applied for a weight infringement. So higher cart class is the weight limit is 235 kilos. For every kilo you come in underweight, no matter what class you're in, you will have 1 lap added to your race, and that has cost at least 2 places for CTR. They dropped down to 67th. Further updates as well as we near the service window. 11 o'clock, the service window for our hire kart teams will open. So all of our hire kart teams are required to come in for a service stop, and we have been notified that that stop will last a minimum of 4 minutes. So no matter how much that car needs work on or does not need work on, it will have the front tyres changed, and they will have a 4-minute mandatory pit stop, and they will be called in a random order drawn from a circuit position earlier in the race, and they will be notified to them via the digital flag, which is just to the right of the picture you see on your screen at the moment. And each team will have a certain number of laps to come in, and when they do come in, they will be expected to go over the weigh scales. They will not be allowed to have any fuel added to the car, nor will they be allowed to change their driver. They will drive directly down to the mechanics bay, and once the stop is done, they will drive directly back out onto the circuit. So very even and fair, but all of our teams will be expected to come in to the pit lane. At the front though of that higher class, looks like Kart Events Belgium still doing very well at the front. The 84, actually, the Lockwell Hill team had some problems. Their kart was running really well actually, and the engines were still running, but the part of the side of the engine, the bit that has the pull start on it, broke away. So as soon as they turned their engines off for the fuel stop, the engine wouldn't start again. So they had to come in, and I think they lost around about 10 minutes.
Yes, they are currently 11th in class. Kart Events Belgium have just done a stop, I think.
Well, Lockwell were running second behind them, weren't they? And they were a lap down, but they had done one more pit stop. And similarly at the moment, Kart Events Belgium are only on 6 stops. Everybody else on 7 at the least in the top 4 in that class. And they are expected into the pits in the next 15 minutes as they move up to 21st, with Blue Dog still off the track with some problems.
Actually, I think Blue Dog might be circulating again. They are, in fact. Blue Dog are back out, so I expect that to that gap to be caught up and closed imminently. 17 seconds is the gap from Blue Dog to Kart Events Belgium. So we'll expect Blue Dog to retake their position and back at the tail of the Clubman field.
Yeah, sorry Tom, I was just having a look there as to who to expect in to the pits at some point. The Offline Motorsport, we had a lovely catch-up with Mr. Hodgson earlier
in fact, as you called it. They have just entered the pits.
In at 1 minute and 30. That Kart, we had a lovely catch up with him earlier. Had a quick chat about their fuel saving escapades.
The Rye House Bandits have managed to gap SMJC now. So they caught them by 10 and a bit seconds and have now pulled another 6.3. So they are absolutely flying in Clubman class at the moment. I want to say by far the quickest in class, but actually the 24 have modernised, and DW Racing in 198 are lapping in and around the same pace as them, but certainly a lot quicker than SMJC. And Slavek Piskor's is just at a 1:15.3, so he's brought that gap to SMJC down to 6.9 seconds. So he's still closing in on SMJC. So I've used the Alpha timing app to highlight all 3 carts on the circuit tracker. So
it's on there, auditioning for Radio 4.
Yes, indeed. It's beautiful out here today, and I'm very much looking forward to a great race. Spiffing, call it spiffing. Oh dear, it's been a long day, people. It's been a long day. Some of us have been up since 4:30.
You were excited.
That was
4:04. Well, I don't know what to do. I don't know if to be excited or nervous or whatever, but I'm awake.
Things were that desperate, I put NASCAR on to fall asleep, and it still didn't work.
That noise.
Exactly, yeah. And when they go, see, people mock me for this, but the great thing about NASCAR is, for a petrol head, it genuinely is like waves lapping on a shore. When they do an onboard and they go to the adverts in America, because when you watch the YouTube streams, they don't show the adverts. It's waves lapping on a shore. It's the engine rises and falls, and it's just so soothing. And I'm out in about 5 minutes.
They go with the outside cam, the one that they put on the on the wall on the outside. If the cars come past, it's just like
yes, yeah.
That one's great, isn't it?
That's not the one that sends me to sleep. What sends me to sleep is the onboard. It's it is music to my ears, and yeah, it has me out like a light very, very quickly. But even that didn't work this morning. I was far too excited about coming here and talking to you guys. Please keep us informed through the comments section as well. Andrew and the Double Dash Motorsport Media department of the commentary foursome,
the technical department,
has taken the Double Dash Instagram with him. So if you are getting in touch through Double Dash Instagram, he will update, or either he or Howard will update you when they get back, and give you your shout outs there.
YouTube and Facebook though.
Absolutely.
Still with us.
Yep.
Team Backmarker have been in the pits. They've had a driver change, so we'll just have a quick look to see who is in their chariot. still running in 9th place, trying to make their way through the pro class, although they did make their way back on a recovery drive through the Clubmans fairly quickly, would have been fairly static in 9th overall. And,
yeah, I
think Sam Cobb might be out in that one.
I'm still looking at the gap closing up between 303 and SMJC. So I'm not sure who's in SMJC at the moment, but they are, for some reason or another, losing around three-quarters of a second per lap to the Rye House Bandits, and 303 Racing in turn are gaining around a second lap. So that gap is down to 4 seconds now. So SMJC could go from the lead of Clubman into 3rd place in the space of around 20 minutes.
Yeah, wonderful drone footage there, just catching the actual. You can see how much those karts rise up through the middle part of the chicane section and just drop away. They just rise up right there over the crest and just drop back down the other side, and it's like a roller coaster. It just shoots you out the other side and sends you on your way down onto what we call the West Circuit, which makes up the full international loop here at Teesside, as one of the drivers goes straight across the escape road and back out onto the track. Not as many karts this year, Tom, with the lights on.
No, there's a few out there. I believe the ones that I bought specially for the event, we might have to turn off.
Too bright?
I'm told. No, because they're red.
Oh.
And apparently, red lights spell danger. To quote the old song. Red lights on our 227 car, and apparently we might have to take them off, even though they are quite small and possibly orange. Maybe we could get away with saying they're orange.
Salmon.
Yes,
Tom's salmon lights.
Pink. Coming up with the racing driver excuses already.
Yeah, I'd love to see you play that one.
And also, just to give an update on my guys in 227, we've just broke back into the top 50 again, passing the straight-through crew on circuit as well, and doing a 121.4 out there. How does that relate to kart events? Belgium have done a 120.3 just now. So there or thereabouts on pace. We'll take that at the moment, I think. So
what's the Clubman gap like, Tom?
Clubman is 10.7 seconds Rye House Bandits to SMJC, 11.6 in fact now, and 303 Racing honing in on them at 3.6 seconds back. Slavek just matching the SMJC driver there. We need to figure out who that SMJC one is, really, don't we?
Yeah, so they're going into mountain section now and down the back straight. So they should come into view of the commentary box, and they'll appear stage left on the drone cam in a few moments, heading into the chicane section.
You have your notes, don't you, David? Could
I
you
do.
pull up the 595?
If only I can match some colours. Then
we
I'm
might be able to find out who was in it.
The driver, actually, in the 303's got the lights on him rather than the kart. I think
Yes, that's Slavek. He's
yeah.
got the necklace, it looks like. He's got an LED necklace, I think. I'm just going to try and get you a description of 595 as they come through hairpin 3 and hairpin 4 as they flash in front of the commentary box. Might just get a quick look at them.
Spot your driver.
Oh, it's Pete O'Connor.
No notes required. Tom's...
Well, that's unusual to see Pete slightly off the pace. Perhaps they are carrying an issue, because Pete is absolutely rapid, is probably the best way to describe Pete's pace. He's a very, very accomplished driver, veteran of many 24-hour events, but at the moment unable to match the Rye House Bandits drivers and the 303 Racing guys as well, who are still closing in. 3.2 seconds now. Slabek taking another 0.4 seconds out of Key. I wonder whether they are carrying a slight issue.
Maybe so. Alessia are in from 19th place. A routine pit stop for them by the look of it. Jordan Beamish heading back into the seat of that number 61. They did have some problems earlier, and when I was on commentary between 2 and 6, their rear bumper made an appearance in conjunction with its left rear tyre, which caused some problems.
I was just pointing at the screen and getting myself all excited there because I knew that I looked at Rye House Bandits had done the exact same time as MSJSR in the lead, and then I realised that they both actually had slow laps. So it's
yeah, well, a 1:15 in comparison to the time that
PGS
MS SoCo Select have done a 14:07 last time, and MS Karts have done a 13:09. So as the temperatures start to cool, the engines do get a little bit more powerful at this time of night. As the engines cool, more air getting into the engines, allowing for a little bit more top-end speed.
Waft.
Waft, as it's known, the Waft factory.
The technical term for power around the Teesside Autodrome.
Wonderful stream of hire carts going into the first hairpin as the drone spins itself round and gives us some mountain section action. See the camping area behind, used for the first time this year. Kindly provide us to open up some more space to allow social distancing to take place and allow this event to go on. I'm going to commend everybody here at the circuit because when I was walking around, everybody's got a mask on, everybody's keeping apart, and it's wonderful that we can still go racing in the height of a fairly grim time. And hopefully, if you're watching at home, this is putting a smile on your face. There, is Middlesbrough a town or a city?
I think it's a city. I think it's a city.
Geography level 1 in the commentary box.
Absolutely, not our strongest suit. However, we look across what will be the bedlam of Middlesbrough on a Saturday night. We had
the lovely sights of the Riverside a few weeks ago, didn't we? On the Sprint Series.
I think it will be just about where the 24-hour karting series logo is on your screen at the moment. Will be the Riverside Stadium, but we look at the guys coming through the west course, and you can even see some of the lights on the karts from this height as well, which is great to see.
It's good. This shows as well the line what we were talking about earlier and in our track walk, where you don't really want to go beyond half width distance going up that hill. You don't want to be too wide because you've got to hook yourself back for that off camber right-hander. And I think you'll see a few more of the owner karts as they come through, taking. See there, that was an owner kart that came through the shot and dived to the inside just with the additional power they've got getting up the hill. I think in an ideal circumstance, they'd be a lot further left, just as that kart was as it went up the hill there.
Yeah, and also where that floodlight is also where the camber changes completely to being from being uphill to being very much downhill and off camber. And you get up there, and if you move out to the right, as we see a couple of the higher karts doing there, you tend to have the back end tries to overtake the front as you crest the top of the hill there. And that's why you can see a lot of people sacrificing the right-hander and then taking the tighter line through the left to get that power up the hill. Prime example of 4 karts doing it there. Keeping left to get the drive through the right-hander over the top of the hill and get that better power down the hill, all the way down this straight. It's almost the Bathurst Conrod straight, isn't it? It's immensely long, and of course it goes then straight into the Wiggles section, which is completely flat out as well, and then the big stop of hairpin 1.
The John Witham's been on.
Oh yes,
John Witham of Blue Speed Racing.
Yes, actually sent me a message. He did. I haven't got round to mentioning him yet, so I'm glad you have.
So Blue Speed Racing, normally with us here for the 24-hour, and common feature in the BPEC paddock, the British Endurance Pro Kart Championship. But based north of the border, the wrong side of Hadrian's Wall. Although
Yes.
you live there as well, so I'll not go too deep, for I have to dig myself out of a hole. But
Probably for the best.
yeah, so for a number of reasons, Blue Speed can't be with us for the British 24-hour, but
We are missing them.
I'm sure as they're watching, I'm sure they do wish they were here. Can you imagine that from the 90s, an episode of Wish You Were Here from the British 24-hour race?
I would base myself in the team back marker awning and have it plonked right next to the Blue Speed guys, and then there would be mass confusion because there would be Glaswegian accents and Aberdeenshire accents and Edinburgh and all over Scotland, and it would be completely ill-fitting of the location and confusing.
We had a
all the
wonderful
viewers.
interview with them earlier with Team Backmarker.
We played out.
I walked in, I says, can we have an interview? They said, do we have a choice? I says, no, not really. And then they got the chairs out and we all had a nice sit down.
So I'm just keeping an eye. 303 Racing have now dropped back a little bit of... Oh, in fact, no, they haven't. I'm looking at the wrong time. It's SMJC have dropped back to 16.5 seconds back of Rye House Bandits now, who are still flying and pumping in very, very quick lap times, considering they are working their way through traffic. 303 Racing 3.7 seconds back. Oh, what have we got there? We had somebody walk in front of the camera. One of the
We've got a
marshals.
full course yellow.
We
Tom,
have.
and
We've got 3 carts off at hairpin 1.
A couple of hires off as everybody facing the right way, but we have a full course yellow, and the recovery quad is on its way.
And it's typical because
Sure.
I just unhighlighted those
I'm not
guys.
sure where it's on its way to, but it's off on recovery duty.
Red Racing in the pits,
So
using the full course
yeah,
yellow.
an hour and 10 they've been out, so
to make a
just
pit stop.
about at fuel window time, and
So
they
why
are
not?
in the pits for some.
They will
fuel.
definitely save themselves some time here. 10 to 15 seconds, probably.
Yeah, if they come in early enough as well, there won't be a queue. I think one of the hires has just moved out of the way. Kart Events Belgium are in as well, leaders in the higher class.
The 111 of MSJSR, our leader, came in 13 minutes ago, and the 43 of MS Soco Select in third place came in 23 minutes ago. So we're not expecting them to pit under caution. The 42 of MS Lucas has pitted. I've just seen them come in.
Yep, Josh Volkers at the wheel of that one.
So they've done an hour and 7 minutes, so they're in the fuel window as well.
And Red Racing have gone down into the paddock.
Oh.
They've not gone into the pit lane, they've gone down to the paddock. Charlie Bingham had his helmet on, so it looks like he could be going out in due course. But Red Racing...
Dear.
Now, I know earlier there was a lot of discussion about them changing their tyres. And maybe...
Didn't you say that they've done it?
Maybe they played a red herring.
Ah.
And didn't. I know there was a lot of shout for tyres, and maybe they didn't. And now maybe they've gone down to put on their new boots.
Under full course yellow.
Which makes sense. It's about the right time. There is the recovery quad.
Here we go.
Let's play Spot the Culprit. As, that will come round and then peel off back into the paddock. Let's see if we could... don't think we're going to be able to pick up who's on the back of that one. Whether they managed to cut that through and we could go racing again sooner rather than later, or whether that's going to have to do at least half a lap and then come back in the pits, because it's going to have to go to the weighbridge, Tom, no matter whether it comes back on the back of a quad or not.
Absolutely.
It goes over the weighbridge.
So Soco Select have now taken second overall.
With Red Racing in the pit lane.
Yeah, and I'm also seeing on our live circuit tracker there are 4 distinct snakes of carts out there. One of those snakes is rather big. It contains Rye House Bandits, SMJC 595, 303 Racing, and Is that Red racing out again? Yes, it is. 2 minutes 38 first sector, so about a minute longer than a regular pit stop.
Oh, we've got a problem under full course yellow. The 34 spacing the wrong way. That's TT Sport. And that now zero panel is...
Ben.
I was going to go with Squiffy, but that'll do. Certainly off to one side.
Wobbly.
They've had a problem. So maybe they had a problem with the hire cart, and the hire cart required recovery, and TT Sport can get back under their own steam. We'll see whether they pop into the pits or whether that cart is able to carry on. But the yellow, full course yellow, is still out.
So, as I said, 2 minutes 38 stop for Red racing. So that's a minute longer than a normal stop.
Green, green, green. We are racing again here in the British 24-hour race, and there you see that long train of carts that Tom was talking about making their way down the back straight, and Slavek Pistorch there in the 303.
There's about 3 or 4 carts between him and the 595 of Pete O'Connor for second place in Clubman. But actually that's brought Pete O'Connor only 4.3 seconds behind as they came over the line under full course yellow. So that'll be 4 or 5 carts between the front 3 now in Clubman.
Yeah, once again the pack closing up under full course yellow, and we're going to have a few laps of effective sprint racing as they all come through and over the line.
Gemma Moore in TMS Trico out for them.
Looks like Jack Grinsel's out as well, potentially in the 111. Certainly him and Jake Brooker have got a similar suit, but they are in different carts.
Okay.
In the 11.
So now that we're back up to full racing speed, there's 3.8 seconds between Pete O'Connor and the Rye House Bandits, so SMJC 595 and the Rye House Bandits, and then Slavek is another 0.8 of a second behind. So we've got 5.6 seconds, if my maths is correct, between the front 3 and Clubman. And it looks
not
like...
bad after 8.5 hours, is it?
No, not bad at all. Sorry, you mean 10.5
10.5. All over the shop.
But Charlie Bingham is out, as we saw, just coming down the hill for Red Racing. They are now in 3rd overall. And it looks like they've actually got him out into a bit of a gap for these first couple of laps, as he's going to catch now this big train of hire carts very shortly. Working their way through quite nicely is the Rye House Bandits. 4.2 seconds now to SMJC, and again 0.6 of a second back for 303 Racing. So it's whether Slavek can now make a move on Pete, make it stick and pull away, but all 3 of those doing 1/16s through the traffic, so that's not helping them.
There on the screen, that's the traffic that they've come through. And wow, as they
3 wide through that right,
thread their way through.
Not going to work. That's Slavek on screen, and you can see he's right behind Pete O'Connor. This is for 2nd place overall in Clubman class.
Just look at all them carts now. Well, they've all come together, obviously, under that full course yellow. And we're all gaggled together, going through the hairpin section in the middle of the circuit. A few more following them as well. So there must be 40 carts in there, all in a train, and most of them are the hire carts, as the see the 43. Looks like, is that Dave Robinson back out in the 43? He's done some stints, hasn't he?
And I've just seen Slavek and Pete O'Connor come through, and they are nose to tail. Nothing between them. 0.095 as they came across the line, which means Slavek is right on Pete's rear bumper. The gap in Pro has come down by 20 seconds as well. So MS Kart's still leading that class by 21 seconds from PGS Racing to 39. And of course at the front we've still got 30 seconds between MS Soco Select and MS JSR. JSR currently leading. We will wait for Charlie in the red racing to trip over the line, and I'll give you the updated gap between Red and Soco Select. We should be over the line any moment now.
Saw the yellow light flashing in the background there, and just wondering whether it was a local yellow or a full course. Turned out it was just local.
303 have now got past SMJC. Somewhere on that lap, Piscorge has passed O'Connor. As they come, as we look at, you can see Slavek on screen there with that bright blue bottom rim to his helmet. Looks like a blue necklace of LEDs. He's now got past O'Connor for second in class, and actually closed quite significantly on the Rye House Bandits on that lap. Just going to flick those colours around now that they've changed positions on my timing lap predictor, so I can see them on circuit. The Rye House Bandits, in fact, are being pulled along a little bit by our lead kart, the 111 of MSJSR. They've just been put a lap down, but managing to hang on quite well and probably getting a useful tow around the circuit.
Yeah, so incredibly tight at the top of Clubman. And, still at Rye House leading the way. 501 laps for them. So much happened in that middle part there, didn't it? We didn't even clock that the leader had gone through 500 laps. Now at 514, but we are at 500 for Clubman.
Do you know what else we didn't do, David?
Was it the bottom of the hour?
It was the bottom of the hour rundown. Shall we do a quick one?
Let's
Shall we do the top 5 in class?
In each class, yep, why not? Let's get them rattled out.
Of which there's only 4 in pro, so that'll be a quick one. Okay, so the top 5 in each class at the moment, because we missed the full rundown, unfortunately, with all the action going on. So the 111 of MSJSR is leading, followed by the 43 of MS Soco Select, 31 seconds down. 13 car of Red Racing is third in Elite, third on the road. Fourth is the 42 car of MS Lucas. They are fourth in class and fourth on the road. Fifth in Elite, but actually ninth on the road, is Team Backmarker. So that's the top 5 in class. In between Team Backmarker and MS Lucas come the 4 Pro class karts. They are the 11 of MS karts, followed by the 39 of PGS Racing, the 115 of Team Keen, and the 77 of Offline Motorsport. 24 seconds separates the front 2 in Pro class. Then you have your Clubman class. So these are 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th and 14th on the road. We have the Rye House Bandits leading by 3.3 seconds from 303 Racing, 1.4 seconds ahead of 595 SMJC. Fourth place in Clubman class is TMS Trico, 3 laps behind. That's currently got Gemma Moore on board. And in 14th place overall, 5th in class is MS Belgium. They are only 5 seconds behind as well, so that's a good little battle there for 4th place in Clubman. Your leader in hires, as has been for the last few hours at least, is kartevents.be. They are now actually in front of Blue Dog in Clubman. Blue Dog having another couple of issues that have dropped them back behind again, but kartevents.be lead your hire class, followed by the 987 of Eco Racing. Team Exceeding Track Limits, Team ETL, they are third in 24th place overall, but third in hire class. Fourth is the 113 of Core Blimey Racing, and fifth is Euro Bandits number 169. And that's your top 5 in each class.
Wonderful, thanks Tom. I think we'll head over to the socials. We'll start with YouTube, and then I'll throw it back as I pull up Facebook. We've got some international viewers.
Ooh,
Stratos1758 joins us from Costa Rica.
I was going to say that almost sounds Greek, Stratos.
Joins us from Costa Rica.
But unfortunately not.
I
was wrong.
Tom Reeve.
But Costa Rica's far enough away, isn't it?
Not going to get much further, are we?
We had New Zealand last year, but that was as far as...
Well, they'll be just about tuned. They'll be waking up now. They'll be able to tune in.
Yes, if you're watching from anywhere else other than the UK, please get in touch. Tell us where you're watching from. Let's see where we are reaching, what parts of the world we are reaching. So Costa Rica,
yeah,
fantastic.
So if there's somebody else in Costa Rica, you don't need to message in. We've already pinned that one to the board. So anywhere else you're watching from, get yourself in. The Cluttered Desk 2 wants to know, why does it sound like Chris Stark is one of the commentators? Is that you or me?
I don't know.
I was asked earlier if I was from Stoke. Is Chris Stark from Stoke?
No, he's from Watford.
Mate, the socials are going nuts. We've got Cyprus, we've got Florida.
I say Watford.
We've
It's
got
from Pinner.
Boston in the USA.
Oh.
Indonesia.
Indonesia.
Yes.
Wow. So we are fully global.
Global.
Wow.
Global audience here for the 2000.
London, Paris, New York, Teesside.
Butters Independent Traders.
That's the one.
Bits.
Bits. Yeah, that's a good company name for me. Bits.
Yeah, Tom Reeve's been on, one of our two-stroke drivers from the Sprint Series. Would like an update on the team that is named, made up of their drivers, Team Two Stroke.
Having a nightmare is the best way to describe their race.
They had a tough first hour, didn't they?
And then second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth and seventh hour, I think.
They were in good spirits for their interview, though.
Yeah, currently 74th out of 77.
Good pace, though, actually.
Yes, when they actually do get going, the car is fast.
They've done a 19.8, which is any sub-20 times good, isn't it, really, in highs?
The fastest lap overall is in class is an 18.8. We've got an 18.9. Oh, sorry, an 18.7 is the fastest lap overall in class. So they're only a second off that, which is not to be sniffed at, really. So there's pace in the car. They've just got to keep it running.
Little David Mack's been on. His dad's out on at the bottom of the hill at Rib Bend on marshal duty.
Okay.
So he races here in the Sprint Series in the cadet class. His dad's on marshal duty tonight down there with Mark Young of Riley Buckton Young's dad.
Okay.
So we've got pretty much every parent from the Teesside Sprint Series has been commandeered for work duty.
Good.
Which is
giving
good.
back.
Yeah.
Giving back, which is great to see.
Apart from those
Well
parents
done
that
to
are
those.
racing, we saw a few of them earlier.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, Lee Menti got air in his stint.
Okay.
He was the 430. That
Oh,
went
he's in the 430, is he? Oh, dear.
That came around Rib Bend and took off.
Did the Dakar around the outside of Ribs Bend.
So, thank you much, everybody, for getting in touch and letting us know. Nottinghamshire's well represented, my homeland. My dad's watching from Retford. Gary Blythe's watching from Mansfield. So Nottinghamshire is well represented on the viewing figures. Thank you very much for joining us. Full Noon Racing's in from Newcastle. He could probably just open his window and
smell the four-stroke. Why has that made you giggle?
I just like the smell of engine. It's great, isn't it? Just racetrack.
There's nothing quite like it.
No.
Two-stroke oil and four-stroke oil. It's one of those things that they've got their own unique smells, and it's just one of the great things about being at a circuit. not just the sights and the sounds that you get on TV, it's the smells and the, I couldn't say tastes and the touches, because that doesn't sound right, does it? But definitely the touch of actually being in a car and
I'm going to mute
it.
you in a minute.
Yeah.
Just as you go off on a tangent. I'll just
a long
invite you
day.
back when you finish.
It's been a long day. I would like to give a quick shout out
Can I just note that
another full course yellow.
You can shout out who you want, because we are going to have some downtime.
Okay.
Full course yellow.
Still not sure why. Oh,
I'll raise up.
somebody off at Ribs Bend.
No, I think that's just being told to slow down. There's a stationary cart on the inside of hairpin 4.
Does Mr. Mack wear glasses by any chance?
No, that's Mr. Young.
Oh, well, Mr. Young, I hope you're having a nice sandwich.
Mr. Young has done some great pushing earlier. He had to push 595 out of that gravel twice, didn't he?
Oh, I don't know.
he put a good shift in. 2 different drivers in that cart as they went off.
There's been plenty in that gravel as well, and we've got a bit of tape, it looks like, going down the... There it goes, down the back straight. I think that's just a bit of...
are they going to get it? They're going to get
gaffer tape.
Oh, it cut away before we got to see whether they were going to get it. There's the cart that's stationary, being loaded onto the quad. We'll try and assess a number.
So I was going to give a shout out to my guys in the 227 Piston Broke Racing. They are, or we were, down as low as 56th and have climbed their way back up to 46th and have come in the pits to under this full course yellow. We were about 5 minutes off our fuel window, and have taken the gamble to come in now and not lose as much time, but have climbed right back up to 46th.
Great effort.
So well done to those guys. I'm looking forward to getting back in that car at 9 o'clock-ish tomorrow morning.
So Adrenco Racing, Tom, are the team that that have been the cause of the full course yellow.
57th place overall, the 36 of Adrenico Racing.
So they are in, and we are just awaiting now for confirmation that the circuit is clear. Green. We're racing again.
Green on the digiboard.
We are only 6.5 minutes away from our mechanical window for our hire kart teams, and they will be called in a random number order.
MSJSR in the pits. Our leader is in the pits after only 32 minutes stint.
So
what has happened to
there?
MSJSR?
So, or mate, do you think they just took the opportunity to come in under full course yellow? But 30 minutes.
Well, yeah.
Seems
Why would
soon,
you under
after
32 minutes?
Are you going to request a dispatch? Get somebody to figure that one out. They.
Oh, hang on. We've had an update from Kat. I'll let you fill for a moment while I try and.
Well, why not?
Digest the essay that Kat has sent to the messenger group.
Josh Yanakowskis has been on. His brother Stevens in the number 24 modernised racing kart. And they are where are the 24? They're in 16th. Doing well up to. In fact, and their sister kart is back up into 13th, having been as far down as 20th early on. So. Whilst they are 4 laps off a podium, they're still not completely out of the mix there. Sam Med has asked for a quick summary of the race so far, where we've had 3 different outright leaders from the start. MS SoCo Select, Red Racing and MS JSR have all had a stint at the prolonged stints, actually, at the top of the timesheets. And it's been a relatively trouble-free run for most of our owner-driver cars. You see the top 9 all inside 10 laps of each other, and one of those, Team Backmarker, had an engine change in the first half an hour. Another car there, MS.BE, had a brake issue in the first 5-6 minutes. And amazingly, 303 Racing, who missed the fuel window in qualifying and weren't able to fill up with fuel, and had to come in for a pit stop in the first 5 minutes of the race have clawed their way back into contention at the head of the Clubman class down the left side in blue. And in second place is a Kart exit stage left at the chicane onto the grass. They've managed to keep it running and are going to rejoin the circuit.
One more thing that's come about because of the full course yellow that we had. 303 Racing are now right on the tail of Rye House Bandits for the overall lead in Clubman. 0.258 of a second, which again, I must stress, is nose to tail. So they enter South Bank. Just going to have a quick look out the window as Slavek is putting in a monster stint for 303 Racing, has clawed his way up from third to second and is chasing down the Rye House Bandits. In fact, the gap's gone out a little bit on that lap due to traffic. However, I think Slavek will pass a couple of hires down into Ribs Bend, and there will be a clean lap for both karts here. So let's see their pace relative to each other on this lap. Let's see whether that gap's going to get bigger or, fingers crossed for our entertainment, smaller.
Oh, Australia's been represented.
Oh,
Ripperton, good day from Sydney, Australia.
Hello, Sydney, Australia.
And,
I've been. Have you ever been?
negative.
I was going to say something I'll probably not be allowed back in the country. I loved Australia. Sydney didn't blow me away, but I loved Australia. Sunshine Coast, Gold Coast, definitely one of the best places I've visited, and I've been to many in the world, but the Gold Coast and the Sunshine Coast definitely in my favourites.
Well travelled, aren't you, Tom?
I am, but Sydney didn't blow me away, I'm not going to lie. The Opera House and the Harbour Bridge, absolutely stunning. Once you get 100 yards inside there, skyscrapers everywhere, and it's kind of almost like being here. The temperature's not much different. They all drive on the same side of the road and they all drive the same cars. That's what I mean by didn't blow me away.
Not much cultural difference.
Not really, no. It's kind of Birmingham.
I've not known you for an overly long time, but I've never had you down as being a man who's actively sought culture.
I see culture everywhere. It just might not be art and theatre, but definitely culture.
One of my former teammates has been on from my endurance karting days.
Oh, go on.
From my 3 British 24 hours, 2 in hires and 1 in owners. A very fast driver, actually. A guy called Chris Nichol.
Okay.
Very quick driver.
You tell us all about Chris while I follow the battle for Clubman lead, which is just about to come past us.
Well, we had my first owner kart was a joint venture with Chris Nichol. We shared that. Hired a van, drove down to Essex to pick it up, drove it back, brought it here for a British 24-hour race. Didn't quite go to plan, but we still enjoyed ourselves.
I said that I would give an update on pace relative to each other with Rye House Bandits and 303 Racing when they got a couple of clean laps in. They've got a couple of clean laps in, and the gap has come down from 0.6 of a second to 0.278. They're probably going to get about another half a lap before they start getting into a long train of hire karts. I think Slavek has certainly got the same pace as the Rye House Bandits. It's whether he's got the racecraft through the traffic as to whether he's going to make a move on the inside. Can we have a look at so the Rye House Bandits have got black suit, white helmet, David. Have we got anything on them?
Not as much info as I would like, but given the pace, as mentioned earlier, it would not surprise me if that wasn't Chris Bell who qualified it on pole, then we've got an interview now from one of our one of our higher kart classes. It's the 430 of NRG Global Power, and I was lucky enough to catch up with Ross O'Meara earlier, just as he got in the kart, and he will be out on track right now.
So we've mixed it up now. We've got a driver who's about to get into a kart, Ross O'Meara, about to get in the 430 NRG Global Power machine. Ross, looking forward to another stint?
Yeah, can't wait to get back out. It's a tough first one. Heat's cooled off now though, so should be a little bit better this second one.
Looking forward to going in the hours of darkness?
Yeah, coming through that back section in the dark it's an experience. You need to get down here.
Wonderful. Ross, all the best. Go get yourself ready.
Ross O'Meara there in the 430 NRG Global Power Kart, currently running in 33rd overall, 12th in class. They were running well up the field earlier on. They've got a supremely quick driver in that one, in Jack Morris. Currently leads the junior pro kart class here at Teesside in the sprint series. Ross O'Meara, a front runner in the higher kart series, the NRG sprint series that we hold here at Teesside, normally the day before the owner sprint round. And Ross, an incredibly quick driver in the higher karts. Saw another one of their drivers earlier, Mark Mitchell, really getting into the mix of things as well, battling it out with the Lockwell Hill kart for much of his stint. Tom's back after a little chat with our director, and it must have gone well because he's dancing in the commentary box.
I'm just trying to keep myself awake, David. The battles are raging throughout the field. 303 Racing still right on the back of Rye House Bandits. It's not through boredom. I can assure you that I'm falling asleep. It is. No, I'm not actually falling asleep, but I am getting very tired now. 4:30 this morning, wide awake. I know I keep going on about it, but it's been a long day. So Slavek slicing through the higher kart field. Oh, we've had a Lewis cannon.
My friend Lewis.
Be nice, Lewis. Be nice. Otherwise, we won't mention your name again.
Well, I will, because it's my local track. It's where I take my boy. There's two off in the gravel, apparently, down at Rib. The yellow light flashing down there to notify the drivers, and I saw both of the marshals go running.
Can't actually
to
see.
Retrieve. So if we see a car slowly moving away,
Right.
there's
Hidden.
one of them.
Oh, yeah.
That's moving slowly. Let's see. It's on the racing line. Let's see if we can pick a number out, can we?
10?
That's 3 blind mice. See how they run into the gravel.
See how they run is 54th overall.
So they're off. The yellow remains out, though, so there's another cart there stationary.
Fantastic.
The drone's been dispatched. Go fetch. Go fetch me a cart. We're running again, though. The light will go off in a few seconds. And there it is.
That's the renowned Vankels, who've been off and spitting gravel straight into the face of somebody behind.
Yeah, full Mario Kart mode there, dispatching gravel into the faces of some other drivers. Back to the Lewis Cannon will be watching the Lockwell Hill team. Lockwell Hill kart circuit, my local circuit, where we take my boy on a regular basis as he gets up to speed in cadets. And he'll be out here in the sprint round in 2 weeks' time, Sunday the 23rd of August, live and exclusive on Alpha Live and Teesside Karting. From using the national circuit here at Teesside, so the other end of the circuit than what you can see at the moment.
I'm hoping to be here for that, but I haven't heard anything as yet, so we shall see.
Have you not checked your inbox?
No.
No email from Luke?
No, and Kat has not slid into my DMs either just yet, but you know.
Luke's just done the the cutthroat signal, which basically means you've been furloughed.
Okay, I'm all right with that. 80%. Sitting on my bum. So yeah, just having a quick look how the Lockwell Hill guys are going now that they have done their engine change. So they've climbed 2 places back up. It looks like they've overtaken G3 Pro and Century Sim Racing. A66, I'd like to point out, David, 29th overall. Of course, they were leading the higher class early in the race for about the first 40 minutes, and are now, get my fingers out, 9th.
Recovery drive for them. I think they had some problems trying to head back through the field.
9th in class at the moment, so very good drive from them. Slavek has run on at hairpin 1 apparently, so that will drop him back. And what a shame for SMJC, because they've had to pit after 1 hour 12 minutes, so possibly an unscheduled pit stop, possibly not, could be on schedule for fuel, although you would think with the full course yellow they could drag it out a little bit further, but they are going to be unable to capitalise on that because they are in the pits. So the gap was 0.1. It is now 20.7. So he was right on the tail with Slavek of the Right House Bandits. And he's now 20.7 seconds behind. So that's a shame, and has rather scuttled that battle for now, at least. Still, the battle for Pro rages on. 17.5 seconds separates MS Karts and PGS Racing. The overall lead of the race is MS Soco Select, but they have done 2 pit stops less than MSJSR. We still haven't got to the bottom of what happened with JSR and to why they dropped from 1st down to 3rd.
Rye House are in from the lead of the Clubman class, so they have pitted.
And only done 1 hour and 9 minutes as well. What's going on, David? Why are they doing shorter stints now?
It's not, the thing is the temperature's down, isn't it? So it's not even as if... but
we're so used to seeing 1 hour 30-minute stints, and now most teams are doing, unless you're offline, 1 hour and 20 minutes maximum. I can't quite get my head around this.
No, I mean, I was speaking with Adam Nichols earlier of Red Racing. He was saying, obviously, the fuel tank is potentially slightly smaller, I think, on that car, on the Haas, than what it is on the MS, although still most of them run a 7.5 litre tank, which is the maximum fuel tank size in the class. But he said with everybody doing the same sort of stints and times, he thinks that that it is something to do with the fuel. He thinks that everybody's just using a little bit more. So maybe it's just a different type of fuels. We see Charlie Bingham threading it past one of the hires. The service window is open, Tom. We are 10 minutes into that, so the service window is open.
I haven't seen anybody be called in yet. That doesn't mean there hasn't been anybody called in, but I haven't seen the digiboard flashing the meatball, as we call it, the black flag with the red dot in the middle.
Well, 06 have been called in, which is Kart Events Belgium. And 987 Eco Racing.
So it's almost going in race order at the moment. So we've got 1st and 2nd in hires currently in the pits for their scheduled service stop. So we would expect exceeding track limits to be in fairly shortly, followed by possibly Lockwell Hill.
Maybe so. I think they
depends
did,
when.
I think they did it on track position earlier, didn't they? That's
yes.
What we were told.
So that's what I'm expecting Lockwell Hill to be in fairly soon after. So it looks like they're doing them 2 at a time at the moment. Oh, Lewis, that does you no favours.
No,
Stop sending indecent images to David as well.
it's wrong.
Especially when we're not allowed to drink at the moment.
Oh.
Anyways.
That dark fruit's sexier than him.
Anyways, back on to topic. So with Rye House Bandits now pitting, that's elevated Slavek up into the lead of Clubman and the 303 Racing guys. I'm just going to unhighlight these on the timing screen. So, yes, let's see where the Rye House Bandits come out and how long their stop is. It looks extended, shall we say. Perhaps they're doing their tyre change.
Possibly
non-mandatory tyre change, I might add. But
advised.
Yeah, certainly advised.
But
and again, it's still early. I would...
Full course yellow. We were
full course yellow.
We were under a local yellow actually, just at the first corner, but now we are full course. That we try to
so this
find out what's wrong. I think it'd be something down on the west track, Tom. 'Cause we were working under a local yellow on the inside of the D section there. The flag was out, but now we are slowed the pace to a full course.
So this could well work for 4 minutes for the Rye House Bandits. That's a 4-minute first sector, but that obviously includes the pit stop as well. It's not a 4-minute pit stop.
Quite a long stop, so I'm guessing that was their tyre change, and that's out of the way.
303 is now in.
This is about the time we would normally expect to see tyre changes. The front runners obviously made that call early, didn't they?
Yes,
yeah.
and
Do you think we're going to see PGS or MS Karts in from the lead of Pro, hour and 10?
I think they'll be in fairly shortly. So 303 is now in as well, so I'm wondering whether they're doing their service stop now.
Under full course yellow would be good as well, because they've done an hour and 15, which is about fuel window time, isn't it, for them?
Absolutely.
So if the
Can you see them in the on our secret squirrel pit lane camera,
well,
David?
I can see that we've gone green again out on circuit, so we are full racing again. Just having a quick look. Slavek is out of the kart, but he's still in pit lane. So, and that kart is being wheeled round.
And we
have
so
a
no
new
service
stop for them. We've got a new driver in, the 303. We have a black suit and a multicoloured helmet, so I believe Sebastian Borek is taking over the wheel of the 303, class leading.
So we're going to be slightly off schedule now with Rye House Bandits, because although they're going to be a couple of laps down, in fact they're 2 laps behind, sorry, they're 10.9 seconds behind SMJC, who are a lap behind 303. But 303 haven't changed tyres or done a service stop. Rye House Bandit, we think, have. It certainly took a longer stop, a 4-minute stop.
Wouldn't surprise me either if SMJC have been in as well, Tom.
I agree. I think they might have done their stop.
PGS have been in under the full course yellow, or under the back end of the full course yellow, actually for a stop, and they've had a driver change, so that's why you can see a difference of a lap between those two karts, the 11 in 5th place, the MS karts, and the 390 PGS, although we do expect the 11 in the pits very shortly. And it looks very much like, from our secret camera, that Steve Thompson is about to become the new pilot of that kart.
Tell us about Steve Thompson, David.
Very quick driver, Steve. He was phenomenal here in the wet last season for the 24-hour race. It rained for around about half an hour. Well, not even that, actually. In the very early morning, around 4:30. We had 2 drivers that on track that day that were 4 seconds faster than anybody else. Adam Willis, Q Red Racing, and Steve Thompson, who I think last year could have been in the 42, but now this season running in the 11. Very quick driver, Steve. Runner-up in 2017, Jack Grinsell in the PFI Pro Kart Championship, and that would have been a lot closer had he not got into trouble in the final in one meeting. Went for a move on Grinsell rather than settling for second. Dive to the inside. Both of them went across the grass. I think Grinsell finished 8th and Thompson finished with a black flag, unfortunately.
Oh. Grinsell is which kart is Grinsell in here this evening?
He is in the 1-1-1 in 3rd place. Jack Grinsell.
Okay.
Sharing that one with Connor Lucas, Mick McDonald, Luke Archer, and Sam Tugwell.
Another phenomenally quick driver, Jack Grinsell, as well. He's I've only raced against him in a couple of BPEC races, but yeah, certainly comes absolutely flying past. So we have got the MS karts number 11 in the pits now.
Yeah, ETL and Euro Bandits have both been called in, so your 2 leaders in the higher kart class have been called in for their service stop.
ETL are in.
And given that they require a minimum of 4 minutes, that's going to lose them 3 laps. If they're doing 120s, that's going to be 3 laps, and that should, in due course, return kartevents.be back to the front of that class. But look at how many karts are on. 488 laps. Granted, some of them behind the SKA Racing and Lockwell Hill. I don't think they've been in for their service stops yet, and I know Lockwell had some problems. They were flying earlier. I think they had Kieran Lambert in the seat, and he was putting some good laps in. Followed Owen Spears into that seat, and the 4 of them in there, sharing it with Aaron Alexander and Sam Barrett, we're putting in some good times. We're running 2nd in class at one point, and we're on the lead lap as well in that class at one point. But once the engine stopped, it wouldn't start again, and they spent 10 minutes down in pit lane sorting out their problems. But looking at it, they could still be in the mix for a podium in that class should they run the rest of the race without any problems.
So with the service stops taking place through higher, you can expect the order to go up and down like a fruit machine, or one of those what are they called at the airport? The departure boards at the airport, where they or the train station, where they flick and move up and down the order. So expect that with these 4-minute pit stops. It's going to make quite a difference to some of these gaps that are on circuit at the moment. Lockwell Hill are in now, so as expected, they did come in fairly early. So I'm assuming that is for their service stop.
Yeah, they're due for some fuel as well at some point, aren't they? All of the teams that are being called in for service stops shortly have got 114. We've got another full course yellow. And it looks like, well, 2 marshals down the rib are not retrieving anybody. The quad, however, is, and it's heading up towards the mountain section. Is it? Or is it going to come round the rest of the track? It's coming down our way, Tom, down to National.
Yes, it is.
And we have a kart
it's
stationary.
over here. Hairpin 2.
Our view is obscured by a big flag.
And we can see on screen the driver stood at the side of the circuit.
And that kart, Tom, doesn't have a wraparound on it.
No, I was just thinking the same thing.
And looking from where we are, it also looks like it doesn't have a front left wheel.
I think it's either the 61.
What I do know, Tom, is it's missing a front left because he's just picked it up.
Okay.
And he's walking back to
you can see it on our drone
thing. So
camera.
If you are watching us down in the paddock, we'll hopefully help you out of a number. But
in fact, if we give a wave out of the commentary box, I'm not sure whether it'll be picked up on the drone, but We're going to give a wave out of the commentary
there we
box.
are, on the right-hand side.
Just on the banking with all the...
That's the commentary box.
People wearing face masks directly behind us on the banking. Socially distanced and wearing their masks, as they should be.
Limited as well to 2 team members per team on the bank. Strictly enforced. That's the full course yellow. And
we've got a couple of marshals.
That's one way of slowing them down, isn't it?
Absolutely. Stand right in the middle of the circuit.
Yep. Does the job.
So I'm going to have a look at our circuit tracker and see how this is going to shake things out.
Yep, the quad's doing a full lap. He's going right the way around South Bank. You can see it there on the screen. That's the right the way around the outside. That's the drift line going round.
I thought that gap was going to be a bit closer than it was. I thought PGS might have closed right up to MS Kart. It looks like they're in slightly different trains.
No,
here.
CMC, again, they've had a tough race. And
oh, they're right down.
They're coming in with 3 wheels on the wagon. Somebody could bring them a front left.
Well, I actually tipped them for coming back through the field, as well as Why So Serious, who are now only 39 laps behind Kart Force, but were well into the 60s at one point, and we green, 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 go, go, go once again. We check these gaps now that the green flag has been waved. I will leave the higher kart gaps alone for now, because as I say, with the service stops coming in, certainly for the top few teams until they cycle through, let's kind of leave that class alone for a little while. But 303 Racing lead Clubman. They lead by a lap and about 10 seconds from the SMJC 595, with Rye House Bandits a further 11.9 seconds behind that. But we believe Rye House Bandits and SMJC, well, we know that they've just done a pit stop. We know that both of those pit stops were elongated pit stops, and we know that the 303 Racing wasn't. So we're wondering whether SMJC and Rye House Bandits have changed tyres and done their maintenance stop. But we don't know. So if somebody could let us know in the YouTube comments from either SMJC or Rye House Bandits, we would appreciate that. The MS Karts to PGS Racing gap from, which is the Pro class first and second, that's down to 15 seconds from 27. So they've gained 12 seconds through the full course yellow. And the gap between Red Racing and MS Soco Select is 1 minute and 2, with a further lap back to MXJSR.
Yeah, I think Soco Select will probably be due in pits in the next 10 minutes or so, unless they try and push out the fuel window a little further.
Have we had any confirmation as to what the problem for MSJSR was yet?
We haven't, so we still endeavour to find out what the problem was with that.
Perhaps it
dropped them out of the lead.
Perhaps it was their maintenance.
Yeah, they could have done the tyre change, couldn't they? And actually, I don't think they were going to change it earlier, because Connor Lucas was flying at the wheel of that kart, so and he was obviously happy with it, so no need to cause a problem. Tom, we've got another kart off. We've got a kart, and it's on the inside of the tyres. They've had that kart's either gone off and had a massive spin, because it's on the inside of hairpin number 1. So we still
that's one of those
under local yellow,
where you do have to question how have they ended up there.
Yeah, we didn't quite catch how they ended up.
I've never seen a car
came on, but
end up there. Unless
he's driven it there under his own power, but that kart is not moving. He's currently having a chat with the marshal. Neil Ferry has been on. He was in the number 20 Ryan Racing Kart earlier, and they had a massive problem with the steering. The bolt at the top of the steering column sheared through.
Oh.
So they basically had a DAS system.
Oh.
The top of the steering wheel was just going up and down and up and down. So that came back in to be dealt with.
Getting back going again, although not really
pointing to the left.
sure
I don't think that engine's
going on.
I don't think they think that engine's doing what they think it should, but we continue under a local yellow for the moment. That kart not requiring recovery.
So who is dropping down the order in the higher kart class?
Well, while you have a look, I'm just going to have a quick look on the comments on Facebook. Mick Sweeney asked, what's the average weight of the karts without a driver? Well, the higher karts weigh 152 kilos, and the owner karts weigh, depending on chassis, because they are different, some of them, be it a 7 kart, an MS, a Wright, or a Haas, or whatever anybody's using, they weigh between 95 and 100 kilos, and mainly that's due to the wraparound and the additional plastics. The local yellow has been replaced by a full course one, and that quad's not getting a break, is it, at the moment, Tom?
No, it's not. I'm trying to keep an eye out for, here we have coming towards us now, the 43 of MS Soco Select, and as expected, diving into the pits.
Yeah, Dave Robinson uses the full course yellow to box.
Expecting them in the next 5 to 6 minutes, and yes, they're taking full advantage of the yellow flag situation. So while we are under full course yellow and the kart is being recovered onto the trailer, we will throw to an interview earlier on that was done with Eco Racing. 987 currently third in hires.
So we're down in the paddock with a driver who's just done a stint and looks as fresh as a daisy. It's the driver from the 987 Eco Racing Kart. How did that stint go for you?
Not too bad. Stint went okay. Found some pace throughout it.
Oh, seem to have cut off there.
Sure, we'll bring him back. We are going to bring him back.
So we're down in the paddock with a driver who's just done a stint and looks as fresh as a daisy. It's the driver from the 987 Eco Racing Kart. How did that stint go for you?
Not too bad. Stint went okay. Found some pace throughout it. Got quicker throughout it. Yeah, just managing traffic and trying to get home safely.
Yeah, it's all about managing it and keeping it on the black stuff, really, isn't it? Any trouble in that one?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, so I lost a little bit of time spinning at the top of the hill. Apart from that, it was all right, actually. Everyone's been pretty sensible, pretty well behaved.
P4 in class at the moment, so looking possible for a podium if you keep it heading in the right direction.
We're in the right direction. Long way to go yet. Long way to go yet. Not even halfway yet. So see where we are in the morning.
Thank you very much.
And it looks like we're not going to be far away from going green. The quad is currently taking the shortcut across hairpin 3. And is about to come straight in front of our commentary box, so
Grab a look.
Have a quick look at the gaps as well once they shake out. So MS Soco Select pitted a 1 minute 28 first sector and pit stop is not bad going at all, and they have held on to the lead through that, we think. Yes, in fact they cross the line and are still in the lead. The gap, MSJSR are almost exactly a lap behind Red Racing. They are actually in front of them on the circuit, but if Red Racing can get past, that will put them make it a lap gap between them. However, Red Racing are now only 16.5 seconds off the lead.
Yeah, and they've had a driver change in the MS Soco Select.
And we are green again.
So that gives Paul Wilkins at the wheel now of the 43 the opportunity to go down. Smoke, Tom, from Team Backmarker as they came over the line. And that looks more like, Tom, that the bumper is rubbing against the rear wheel rather than a problem. But they've got a full lap now for Sam Cobb to bring that kart round. And
it's like something out of a James Bond film.
Yeah, that tyre's not. There's going to be nothing left of that if that is a bumper on tyre. As they come round, we'll wait to see if they appear. The mechanical flag's out for them, but I promise you, I think he probably knows about that already.
And the tyre's gone. The tyre's gone because it's not smoking anymore.
Yeah, so Team Backmarker.
In fact,
number 27 on a recovery drive have got a problem. And Sam Cobb at the wheel of the number 21 is now going to have to get that kart, and that kart is on the rim. There is probably that tyre is your grandma's Yorkshire pudding flat, and he's going to drag that number 21 round.
Quite literally drag it as well because the back end is on the floor.
Yeah, I don't think
you're just going to see it coming through South Bank on your screen now, and that is sparking away.
Marshall at the start line has put the mechanical flag away because it's going to be useless because they know in the 21 that they have got a problem, and the recovery drive back up into 9th place has come to a grinding halt. And yeah, that rear bumper on the back left corner is massively nudged in. That's going to require some remedial work and a new tyre, so we'll have to see. And if they haven't done their tyre change, Tom, it's going to happen now as one of them is barely hanging onto the rim. Well, that's a good point, actually. Because black flag, though, for Team Keane, who are third in that in-class in Pro.
What is that for? If any of the race directors are tuned in, could we have an update, please, for what happened with Team Keane? That's an odd one.
Yeah, I wonder what happened with that. I'll fire a question off and see whether I get an answer back, as the leaders during that full course yellow earlier on cleared 550 laps. And we're not even at half race distance yet, half an hour just under away, so well on target again, Tom, for clearing the 1,000 laps.
You know what else we've forgotten to do, David?
No, it's the bottom of the hour, isn't it, again,
It's the
Tom?
bottom of the hour rundown.
Go on, you get started.
I tell you what, let's do, let's start from the beginning. So Team Backmarker are currently in the pits in 9th place overall. But before I do the rundown, what I was going to mention about that is if they have changed tyres. Oh, thank you. Oh, where have these come from? What team? Sorry? Right.
Rind Racing have turned up. Not the
Lark Hall crew.
Yes, the heroes that we didn't even know we wanted.
Have brought us sweeties, much appreciated sweeties, and so they will now get lots of mention and probably some airtime as well. We will we'll endeavour to get over and interview you guys later as well. So thank you very much for those. Thank you.
Just for clarity, neither Tom or I have signed the bribery agreement act, so we do accept. Well, in a couple of hours, I'll accept a bacon sandwich from anybody that's rustling one up down.
Yep, we take
in the paddock.
Coffees, bottles of water, sweeties, cash, as I've said before. Cash donations.
This is escalating quickly.
Yeah. So anyway, right. So, back to my Team Backmarker thing before we do the full rundown. What I was going to say is, I'm wondering whether they've changed tyres already. Because if they had, the tyre that they're going to have to throw back on is an old tyre.
Yes, our owner kart teams.
And this is why I always think it's better to change later rather than earlier.
Go long.
Go long. Go to 2, 3 in the morning and then change.
So, just to add to that, our owner teams are given 2 sets of new Bridgestone YDS tyres, in which they start qualifying on which was this morning at 9:15 for their half-an-hour qualifying session, and then they would start the race on the same tyre, and then swap to the new ones, as we mentioned. Early change certainly for the current race leader, MS SoCo Select. Team back marker now requiring a change as well. And, are they back out, Tom? Are they circulating as a Red Racing with the fastest first sector of the race?
Personal best lap of the race. A 1:11.9. Only a tenth off, only 3/10 off the fastest lap overall, but still by far their quickest lap of the race. A 1:11.973. So something has come on song with Charlie Bingham and the Red Racing crew. We just saw him come through, and here he comes on screen. Whoa, that's not going to work. He gets pushed off by the 32, sets his personal best lap of the race, immediately gets pushed off by a higher, not even halfway through the next lap. The 32.
Shirley Bassey being rude.
Shirley Bassey, who are 69th overall and really getting into a fight that they had kind of nothing to do with, really. I'll say it quietly. But yeah, I think Charlie might have been a little bit ambitious by going round the outside, because most of the higher teams are sticking to the right-hand side and white lining it essentially down either the middle of the course or certainly the white line down the right-hand side, the left as we look at it. But yeah, that was a bit of a strange one. And yeah, 8.6 seconds behind now, and catching rather rapidly.
TBM are back running, Tom. Team back marker.
Yes.
They're back out on track.
So there is the 43 car all lit up of MS SoCo Select, and only 8.6 seconds behind is Charlie Bingham in the 13 of Red Racing. Still, I might point out as well, or I should point out, that they might be getting a tow from the 111 MSJSR, because they are behind them on track. And as I said, if they can get past, that's going to put them a lap down. So what you will see on the timing is the MSJSR, as it comes across the line at any moment now, you will see that will flick up, change into a 1 minute plus however many seconds gap. And then immediately Red Racing come over the line and instigate that lap down. But they're not actually a lap down, if that makes any sense at all. They've got to actually be in front to put them a lap behind. So any second now, you will see that on your timing column on the left-hand side.
Yeah, they're due round any moment, aren't they, at some point? I think well, they're in the mountain section.
Oh, they're here.
Are they? Yeah.
Yes, I don't know. Oh, well, it didn't work that time. But you get the idea. So 1:13.5 for Red Racing that time around, a 1:13.6 for MSJSR, and a 1:13.8 for MS SoCo Select. So that gap coming down to 8.3 seconds. As our timing system has a bit of a stutter.
Well, while that figures itself out, I've done some investigating.
Ooh.
And I can exclusively reveal why Team King got a black flag.
Okay, Poirot, enlighten me.
Well, it came just after a full course yellow.
Uh-huh.
And they were deemed to have been persistently gaining an advantage under the full course yellow.
Oh dear.
So the virtual safety car as such is slowing all the carts down, and they obviously went a little bit too quickly and were invited to have a chat with our race director, which I can guarantee cost them more time than what they made up under the full course yellow.
And then some.
Oh, it's getting exciting down the back straight. They're going to have to sort themselves out before the chicane section.
Will they?
Just about, and Bing.
Oh,
No, that's a
they
big
did
accident. 111's involved, and they've gone straight over the top of 37. Why so serious? But luckily, the 111 is still running. They were a metre off the floor, Tom, at the highest point. In the mix there as well was the 13 that managed to thread its way through before that incident. But Why So Serious got driven right over the top of by the 111 MSJSR kart.
I can guarantee, or almost guarantee, that that MSJSR is going to be in the pits. If not this lap, the next one with some damage.
So,
because that was a heavy hit.
Jack Grinsell is in that, and he's still going, Tom, and he's flying still right round, not literally, I mean like he was 2 minutes ago, but right round the outside of the higher karts through there. So if he's pushed that one off. Why So Serious? Where are they? Are they going to come into the pits, or is their driver going to continue? But their driver is going to know about that one in the morning when the adrenaline wears off.
Yes, indeed,
for the driver of the number 37. But that car got hit with a fair rate of knots. The 21 team back marker is back out. Change of driver after their problems. Rob Newman now at the wheel of that kart, and exciting times for us in the combox, Tom, with that happening. Not quite so much on the track for a couple of our drivers. Difficult times, certainly for Why So Serious. And are they the final car, Tom? I know they had some real problems earlier, Tom. Are they the final car on the timing at the moment?
Yes, they are. They were 31 laps down, so they'd halved the gap to AMF, who are second last at the moment. Ain't Gonna Win are in the pits at the moment as well, further down the order. CTR, BUKC Reject, so we've got a fair few in further down the timing screen. So, MSJSR, that lost them that lap that we were talking about. That so Red Racing moved in front of them, and essentially claimed that lap that they were fighting each other over. So they're now a lap in front of MSJSR, but only 9.3 seconds off the lead of MS Soco Select. I really, really hope that the 111 doesn't have any damage. I'll be incredibly surprised if it doesn't, and they don't have to make a pit stop. We're going to see Jack Grinsell come over the line in a second. There goes Charlie Bingham in Red Racing, and there goes Grinsell.
He's
not holding
back,
chicane.
Is he, at all there? You saw him dive to the inside of the 270. Down the inside. We've just going to have a quick look at the socials again, and
DEER kart.
Ben Stewart has been on, and Ben Stewart is our cover star on the YouTube channel for the 7 o'clock to 6 in the morning stint in the 555 renowned Vankels kart from last year. So he is thrilled that he gets to cover star for us for the 11-hour middle stint.
He is famous.
And Alex Berry's been on, confirming that the Rye House Bandits did indeed stop for tyres.
Aha!
And that's why they are now down into P3 in the Clubman class.
Rye House Bandits for giving us the update there. So they're third, but they are right on the tail of 595, in fact, for second place now. It's still a lap gap between them and 303. So 303 have yet to stop for tyres, we think. That 111, just on a 114.2, matched Red Racing, what, 3 laps after being over the back of somebody else?
Yeah.
And a hard hit.
Oh, yeah, I mean, the back end, the front end of that, the highest point was a metre off the floor. And that's going to come down with a hell of a hit. And I would be surprised if something wasn't bent, but if there is, Jack Grinsell is currently driving the wheels off that thing to drive round at the problem.
7.7 seconds, the gap to Red Racing from MS Soko Select. We've also got Rye House Bandits right on the tail of SMJC for the second place in Clubman battle. MS Kart and PGS Racing in Pro, the 11 and the 39, 16.5 seconds. No, this is crazy. This is like...
Oh, sub-7 now. Red Racing have just come over the line. There's Charlie Bingham flashing into shot and will disappear just as quickly off down towards Rib. 7 seconds was sub-7 now. Just want to clarify something as well. The comments on YouTube are currently discussing what the penalty for a black flag is. It's not a disqualification outright here in the 24-hour race, but it is slightly more severe than the black and white, the half flag, which is the warning flag. Drivers getting a black flag are invited without choice to go and have a chat with our race director and be corrected of their indiscretions as Rye House Bandits overtake SMJC 595 for second place in the Clubman class, and 303 Racing in front of those. We're not sure they've pitted for tyres yet, Tom.
I don't think they have.
But Rye House did take quite a long time with theirs, didn't they? 4 minutes for their tyre stop.
Yes.
So be interesting to see.
That's lengthy as well for just
the tyres. So I don't know whether whether they changed something else in the kart as well. But be interesting now to see whether the 303, next time they come into the pits, they have only been out for half an hour, so see whether they have been for their tyre change or not.
Last time Red Racing came over the line, we said it was sub 7 seconds. I'd like to point out that it's now sub 6 seconds in a lap. So Bingham is going a second a lap quicker at the moment than Wilkins in 43.
Yeah, so an hour and 4 Charlie Bingham's been in that, and the Weetabix is kicking in, and he is flying at the wheel of the first team,
having a look at
Red Racing.
There, and that was getting a little bit hasty through there. So 5.9 seconds. Let's get the new gap over the line. 4.6. So another second taken out by Bingham.
But having said that, we just saw that big gaggle of traffic to go through, which the leader has already made its way through, and now Charlie Bingham will have to negotiate that traffic. There he is.
I have a feeling he's going to get most of them down the back straight,
making his way through, and I think you're right, Tom. I think he's going to get quite lucky, which you do obviously make your own luck in this game, but he's going to get lucky because he's going to get at least half of those down the back straight. Yeah. There he goes. He pulls out, heads down towards the chicane, and there are only 3 or 4 higher carts now in the middle.
Make that 3.
Dispatched one of them.
Make
2 more
2,
into the next
1.
corner. It's a Carter corner, and Charlie Bingham is going to go down the back straight. There he is on the right of your screen, just about to flash through in the white and red Racing liveried cart. So whilst we thought that gap might extend back out somewhere towards 7 seconds, looks like he has at the very least been fortuitous with traffic.
1:14 for MS Soko Select, a 1:15 dead for Red Racing, a 1:13.7 for MSJSR. 5.6 seconds. So through all that traffic, Bingham managed to only lose 0.6 of a second.
So gained 2, didn't he?
Overall, in clean air.
Yeah, gained 2 seconds as both of them made their way through the traffic. I think we're going to expect. Are we expecting the 42 in soon, Tom? They've just gone over an hour, and I can see their driver is helmet on, waiting to go, and it looks like Josh Thompson is due to take the wheel of the 42. Josh, the professional sim racer, and you can see You'll see him out in a few moments. If we can get a close-up of his overalls, it's very similar to the Williams F1.
Jazzy then.
Yes, very much so. They're black and blue, and they've got Williams Esport on as he's affiliated to them. Josh over from the Isle of Man, slightly smaller Isle of Man contingent this season than what we're normally used to here at Teesside.
Yep, missing Mr. Crossley, the Boogie Bunch, and various others, aren't we?
We are. That's PGS Racing going down the back straight. They're running up there. They're on the lead lap of the class. Team Keen were in the mix as well, but were penalised with a black flag, and are now 2 laps off the lead.
3/10 again class. For Bingham there, as they came across the line. But Grinsell, the fastest out of all 3, 2/10 faster than Bingham again. So a 1:13.2 versus a 1:13.6 for the 7 for the leader. Sorry.
Yeah, so close battle at the front. Just over 5 seconds between the 2 leading carts as we approach half race distance. We are almost 12 hours in to the 2020 British 24-hour here from Teesside Karting in Middlesbrough in the northeast of England, here on Alpha Live on the YouTube channel and on Facebook as well, on the Teesside Karting and at 24 Karting pages. If you haven't already, give us a like. We do like a like. Certainly on Facebook. If you're on YouTube, give us a like as well. And if you're feeling a little bit mental at this late hour, go with a subscribe as well.
Ooh.
We do like to increase the subscribers. There's plenty of karting action brought to you by Alpha Live from throughout the country. But on this occasion, don't go anywhere for the next 12 hours.
Director Luke has just shouted something about the British champs. When's the British champs? Next weekend? Next weekend, where from? From Rowra. So British champs on Alpha Live next weekend. So British 24-hour to British Championships.
Yeah, and the
Kart Masters last weekend. So the GP plates were assigned last year. The 24-hour winners decided this weekend, and then the National Championship next weekend.
Yeah, and the good thing as well for this race, the British 24-hour, is that we finish at midday, which is before the Formula 1 starts. So you've got no excuse not for watching.
3 seconds the gap now between the leaders. 1.8 seconds Bingham took out of Wilkins on that last lap.
Do you think he's going to catch him before he has to pit, Tom? Because he's due in soon. We're about an hour and 10. Don't know if they're...
I don't think he will, no. Not with the...
could be there or thereabouts.
The gaggle of carts that he's got to get through. I think he's going to get most of them down this back straight again. It's going to be... I'm just looking at this circuit tracker so I can monitor the front 3. But yeah, got to get through a huge amount again as they come through hairpin 1.
Could be quite psychological though, couldn't it, if he can just get past for a lap at the end of his stint before he's due into the pits.
Say, you know who I am. Yeah, I think he could be right, you know. It could be a...
I mean, even if he just shows him the nose to let him know he's there.
We are here and we are trying to beat you again.
I mean, there's nobody from Red Racing down in the pit lane waiting just yet, so we're not expecting them in that much, although the 42 looks to be due in soon. They've got a contingent down there waiting. As we mentioned, Josh Thompson is getting ready to take the wheel of the 42.
Wilkins pumped in a 1:13.9 on that lap with relatively clear air. So
Charlie Bingham there's having a quick look down at the tank, as is Jack Grinsell in the 111.
Grinsell's only done 53 minutes, but I think just taking the lead more than anything from Charlie Bingham in that respect. Saw Bingham look down and have a look and thought, well, I might as well have a look myself.
Yeah, and certainly he would have probably saved a bit of fuel as well while he was in the air, having
Yes, having his flying lesson.
gone over the top of Why So Serious.
But Grinsell was 0.9 of a second faster, or the best part of a second faster than Red Racing in that last one. Last lap, excuse me. So there we go, across the line. MS Oko Select now only 2.5 seconds in front of Red Racing. MSJSR right on the tail of Red as well. So the front three nose to tail, albeit a lap between the front two and third place.
It's getting tight at the front, isn't it, Tom?
Look at them coming into the wiggles. So there's Wilkins coming into hairpin 3, and there is Bingham coming into hairpin 1. And who is that in front of Red? Is that the 42? No. Well, whoever it was has been dispatched quickly.
We'll have
although gone wide. And then chopped the nose off, did Bingham.
Yeah, we'll have a quick look when they come in. And
so here we go. This is how they come across the line. Here is the 43 now, and there is Bingham. Closing up rapidly now, 1.5 seconds behind, and we are about to see a change for the lead. Can Bingham hold on long enough before he has to pit to get that psychological hit that David Sullivan has told us about on the 43 car to show that 13 is still there and still in this race?
He's closing in, isn't he, at a rate of around 3 or 4 tenths a lap. 1.5 seconds between them now at the head of the field. And as we approach half race distance, there is 1.5 seconds between the 43 race leading MS Soco Select and the 13 Red Racing.
And now there are no carts between them. Bingham can see Wilkins in front of him.
So they are sharing South Bank, and there's not even the length of the corner between the two leaders. There they are going through hairpin 4, and there is
you can see the yellow cart of MSJSR right in the wheel tracks as well. So here they come again, and off they go as fast as that. There goes the 43 cart, and there is the 13 directly behind. 2.1 seconds separating them at the moment. It looks like Bingham is going to have a relatively clear lap here. Who have we got in the pits? Is that Martin Black?
I would say that's Martin Black in Martin Black's not usual helmet, because he normally has a navy blue helmet with a tartan trim. But as that, I think that has a tinted visor. And as it's dark and the floodlights are on, our drivers are not allowed to wear tinted visors. So as the floodlights come on, everybody has to change to a clear visor, so you'll be able to see the whites of their eyes. And Martin Black has opted for a different helmet. So when Charlie Bingham does come into the pit, which we expect in the next 5 or 10 minutes.
Here comes Soco Select, the 43 car coming past us now, and here comes Bingham now. Wow, it's getting close again. 2.2 seconds now separating the leaders after nearly 12 hours of racing. We are just about to trip over the top of the hour and half distance.
Opened the gap up by a couple of tenths, but Bingham can still see him in his sights out there on the track.
And with us reaching the top of the hour, it's actually time for me to sign off and go and get some sleep. Oh, there's Noodle Man, by the way, if you were wondering what we were talking about with Noodle Man.
Noodle Man?
Yes, this gentleman here with the pool noodle waving it as a pit board. It's the greatest invention I've seen in the 24-hour race. It's incredible. He just waves a bright yellow 5 to 6 foot long pool float.
Yeah, it's possibly the largest foam finger I have ever seen.
Yes, indeed. Right, and on that note, I'm going to pass over to Howard Mitchell, and I will see you all in the morning.
So I'll let Howard get comfortable, let him get his headset plugged in. We're all on our own headsets this weekend for obvious reasons, so rather than it being a seamless cut-in, Howard's going to plug himself in, and then we will introduce ever so shortly. I'd like to wish Tom a much happy sleep as he's off to get some much required rest before he joins us later on once again for some commentary, and he's back out for a stint in the piston broke kart at around 9 tomorrow morning. So I'm not sure whether Howard told him we referred to him earlier as the Scottish Stig, but judging by his facial expression, I'm going to run with a no.
Can I just say, when you say we called him the Scottish Stig,
well,
what's all this we called him?
Well, turn the W upside down, and we've got me. So, Mr. Butterworth's off to bed.
I tell you what, I'm thoroughly confused. I've just walked in to hear you say that someone's waving their 6-foot noodle at the side of the track, so I'm properly confused. No, that is an amazing pit indicator there. With that pool noodle, as you say. Right, hello everybody.
Welcome back, Howard Mitchell.
Thank you very much. So we're now getting to that phase of the race where, do you know, I appreciate that we are in the midst of, somehow incredibly at the halfway stage, we are in the midst of a lead battle here, so feel free to cut me off, but just a few thoughts as I come into comms. Firstly, I feel like I've just experienced part of the magic of doing this kind of event, which is that about 20 minutes ago, I started off in my car, which is like right at the very back of the car park. So you go from like this dark car park, you've got a torch trying to find stuff, and then just as you sort of walk towards the paddock, just the gradual sort of, I always smile as you just sort of come through the gates into the main paddock area, because there's just something unbelievably wholesome that out of all the darkness we all sort of crawl. I don't know, it's hard, you sort of end up getting a bit poetic really. You're just all sort of crawling out the darkness, and then it all grows and grows till you get to the point where suddenly, yep, here's still a live racetrack. It was all there whilst I was away, and this is part of the magic of it, is that it just keeps on going. The show goes on, and I love that about this. And I suppose the other thing that strikes me, David, is looking at the timings. Now, feel free to correct me. I can't remember a 24-hour race here at Teesside where at this stage of the race I could look at the timings and it has remained so competitive and remained so stable relative to where we began several hours ago.
Exactly. Well, you look at all three of our classes so far, Elite is split at the top by 2 seconds. The Pro class, the 2 leaders, are on the same lap. The Clubman class, the 2 leaders, or 3 leaders actually now, are on the same lap. We haven't spent much time looking at the owner class, although problems for one of our karts. There's smoke.
Wow.
And that's is Charlie Bingham, I believe. Or it could be Martin Black out now. But is that Red Racing car, or is that 595?
It that looked a bit 595-ish.
Sorry if I've worried anybody down at Red, but we're about to find out who that is.
It is the 595.
That is 595.
Yeah, and that's big. So that's
tyre.
Yeah, rubbing on some bodywork.
And they were Clubman on lead lap. They were in third. That was Charlie Bingham in the background. So sorry if I've worried anybody down at Red Race, and if I've disturbed anybody down there that was getting comfortable in the seat and jumped up and grabbed the spanner. Your kart is fine.
It's helpful to have these little wake-ups in the race, right?
Well, you don't want to get complacent, do you, Howard?
I tell you what, he's got to be careful piloting this round Southbank. Well, going at that speed, he is shredding. In fact,
around about an hour ago, Team Backmark had the same problem in the same place and did a whole lap almost on a flat tyre.
Yeah.
And there were sparks, and they were dragging the back end of that car into the pit lane. So 595 SMJC 595.
This is coming in front of our comms position, I can see now, mate. And
that tyre is flat.
It is.
And that bumper is not straight. Something's given that a hell of a whack.
Yeah. Yep,
Well,
absolutely.
Now that's calmed down. Red Racing in second are within half a second
Yeah,
of the leader. They are due in the pit shortly, though, an hour 20 into their stint.
True. But, yeah, that gap just came down again then, didn't it? Because it was out to 3 seconds just as I was talking a little bit there. So it has come down. But
having said that, I just want to touch back on what you were saying before we got all excited there with that car with the problem. There's just an energy around a 24-hour race that's just so difficult to describe.
Yeah.
Until you've been to one. And you don't even need to race in one.
No.
You just need to come and experience it. Obviously you can't this year because there's no spectators. But there's just an energy around it. I mean, even watching, it's just, the show goes on. And at 4 in the morning, there's just sleepy, weary eyes.
Yeah.
But it just goes on and on and on. Then the sun comes up and it's just like, it's just a new dawn, and everybody gets a second wave of energy towards the end of the race, which will be midday for us here. We were midday to midday, but there's just something special about it. I know this year that obviously the camping area is a lot further away, and we spoke about it earlier, where normally there's a row of tents behind us and all the way round South Bank as well.
Yeah.
And the rumble of the cars is quite therapeutic in helping you sleep. And it's the opposite to normal. You wake up when we have a full course yellow and there's a lull, because your body just doesn't understand why there's not that rumble in the background.
Totally. There is something fundamentally endearing, I think, about so many people collectively all trying to get through some kind of endurance event. There's something just strangely endearing. As you say, you don't even have to be racing, because at the end of the day, everybody at this circuit is united in this. And again, this is where I start sounding a bit, poetic and stuff.
Yeah.
But everybody around this circuit is pushing to do something within this period, and that goes. That goes for what's on track. That goes for everyone who's helping the team, albeit that's limited this year, obviously, 2 helpers per team. That goes for us, mate, and all the people at Alpha Live who are making a stream happen. Do you know what? It goes. I can go into the cafe at the circuit right now and get myself some food, because they're running the service all the way around, the clock as well.
24 hours a day,
There's
3 sittings for different food on.
Totally.
So it's like breakfast between 2 certain times, then you've got lunch between other times, and dinner runs all the way through night from 5 through till 6 in the morning when breakfast starts, and you can go and get yourself anything from the cafe. So literally everybody here at Teesside, no matter whether you're in the seat, in the comm box, in the cafe, putting a real shift in. It doesn't matter whether you're running in P1 or P77, everybody is just out there trying to do the best they can. And at midday tomorrow, the round of applause that all of these drivers will get just for completing this grueling event here for the 2020 British 24-hour race here at the Teesside Karting will just be a sight to behold. Red Racing have finally pitted from second place, and I think they've gone back out in second. So Charlie Bingham vacates the seat, hands it over to Martin Black.
Yep. So that means that the gap doesn't look quite as impressively small as it did a moment ago, but don't mistake that for thinking that this isn't a close run thing. This is a phenomenally competitive event so far. I am well impressed with this. Tiny piece of much smaller news. There's one thing about a 24-hour race is, being as everyone's striving to get through this in their own way, and everyone has their own story. Every team has its own story. Want to hear my small part of my story? I have a flat tyre at the right now. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. I've got a fully inflated, and I'm so glad I recently inflated the spare tyre that's in the back of my car, and it's a proper spare as well, a proper spare. The only thing that's crossed my mind, mate, is I reckon I've seen ample proof that MSJSR can do a tyre change quicker than I can. So what do we say that they head over to my car at the end of the race and get that changed for me much quicker than I could? But no. Anyway, yeah, I am just amazed at how this needs to be taken in absolutely the right way. This is not me saying. This is me saying the very opposite of, oh, it's boring, nothing's changed. But I am amazed looking at this timing screen how consistent this has been and how the pace is as it is. It's really impressive.
It's been phenomenal, hasn't it, really? And certainly, obviously, we've had SMJC. They've had some problems, and that's dropped them off the lead lap in Clubman. Dropped them 2 laps, so they do appear to be back out on track. They've had a 32 second first sector, so they are out and running.
The only question I have, really, mate, the one where there's the most change is hire carts, but are we still in our service window?
We are still in the service window. Before the service window started, Kart Events Belgium were leading that class.
Yep.
And they are now leading the class again. They were the first car in, as were Eco Racing.
Right.
So they were the first cars in, and they were serviced and sent back out. And looks like NRG Global Power have just been in for their service stop, and they have dropped 4 or 5 places down to 36 overall. Still running inside the top 15 in that class, though. So service window for the hires is still ongoing. They generally service 2 at a time.
Yep.
But it is a 4-minute minimum stop.
Yes.
So even if that cart's done and polished off and put on the floor inside 2.5 minutes, it sits stationary for a remaining minute and a half until we get to 4 minutes and is then sent back out onto circuit. So none of the teams will lose anything by having their maintenance stopped.
Yeah, we should say,
because they can't fuel or change driver either.
Correct, and unless. I would say, as a general rule, that 4 minutes is a very sensible length, because unless the mechanics are rectifying maybe some additional issue beyond the standard service that they give the car, that 4 minutes is. I mean, I've seen them. I've watched them work for many years doing this. They're quick, and they'll get that done, no problem, in 4 minutes. The standard service, so that makes a lot of sense in that regard. It is. I suppose it's akin to things you see in other endurance racing disciplines, such as what LMP3 does, for example, in European Le Mans Series. They have minimum pit stop times in that class, at least for some of their stops as well. So it's very similar to that. So it's just a good way of keeping it nice and fair.
Yes. Just to run through the basics of that
sure.
stop, the front tyres will be changed.
Yep.
They take a lot more hammer than the rears, so the front tyres are changed.
I always think that's quite an important thing to stress. It is only the fronts.
Only the fronts.
And so you never quite get back your kart handling as you had it at the very start of proceedings.
No,
it changes the balance.
Things slightly.
Yeah.
New front end grip improves while the back end still slides around a little bit. Although as we mentioned, the back tyres don't take anywhere near as much of a hammering as the fronts do.
No.
And then there will be other basic checks as well. The chains will be afforded the luxury of some chain lube, and they will just check the clutches are still tight and other things like that. A general nut and bolt check, and then the cart will be placed back on the ground. But 4 minutes for each cart, 2 at a time, and we've got nearly 60 hire carts to get through. So we do expect that window to go on for a little while longer. We are an hour and 15 into that. So
right.
Once we confirm, that started at 11 o'clock, once we confirm that we've got no more to do, we will return the focus back to our hire cart class.
Yeah.
Because until we do, it's
not representative.
It's a fruitless exercise,
yes.
Just trying to pull that out.
Absolutely, but yeah, oh goodness me, it is so close. It's amazing, and it's going to be really interesting out the other side of that service window, as you say, because it looks to me, just based off of some gut feeling and having done these events before, it's still mighty close within that higher car class. I don't think it's done anything. I mean, it's not supposed to. You know, that minimum pit stop time is supposed to keep it nice and fair, so we shouldn't see a major impact on it. But obviously, the picture is never quite the same out the other side, because at the same time as service stops, you are having standard pit stops and you know, drivers putting in mega stints here and there. So there is going to be change within that higher kart class out the other end of that service window. But yeah, I'm keeping an eye on this battle for second, mate, on timing here, because MSJSR in the 111 is closing in now on Red Racing, but MSJSR also are due a pit stop sometime soon, so one would imagine that rather than getting embroiled in a massive battle, they would seek to do the stop.
Yeah, they're 1 hour 20 into their stint, aren't they?
Yeah, in fact, this is an interesting change, I think, from what I was seeing earlier on. I'm not sure I've personally seen MSJSR doing a stint of 1 hour 21 until this point. They were one of the teams who generally have been doing relatively short stints, only by, say, 5 or 6 minutes more short.
Yeah, but 1:15 was about their max, wasn't it? Looks like they're just trying to push the boundaries.
Oh, this is where that discussion around temperatures that we've been having comes in. You know, does something about the conditions now allow them to do a slightly lengthier stint, maybe, or whatever it may be?
Well, Jack Grinsell out on there, and before you arrived in the commentary box, Howard, he went for a flight over the top of the 37 YSO series.
Oh, wow.
At hairpin 1, kept it facing the right direction and lost no more than 1 second. And just kept his foot in. The front end of that kart must have been a metre off the floor.
Crikey.
And he landed it, and we were adamant he was coming in the pits to have it checked over. And he has been absolutely flying ever since. He's been bang on the pace, and he's now within sight of second place, although we do, as mentioned, expect to see him in the pits ever so soon. Not sure if we can catch who's due out in that kart when it comes, but we will endeavour, as always, to provide you with up-to-date driver information.
Absolutely. So yeah, we do expect any moment now the MSJSR team to put in a pit stop, and I don't want to. Oh yeah, we're only 12 minutes away from a bottom of the hour update, so I won't go through the whole thing there. But it is interesting to see how these teams. I'm just one thing I discerned from what you said there was it's good to hear that the YSO Series kart is up and running and well, is it still circulating actually after that incident? You mentioned that the MSJSR kart had some collision with it. How did the YSO Series kart fare in that exchange at hairpin 1?
Not quite as well. It did have a visit down into the pit lane.
Right.
Does appear though to have had a 32-second first sector and a 42-second second sector. So they are out on track and back running.
Yeah,
we started with
bad.
77 karts.
Yeah.
And just as we were 20 minutes beyond half race distance, and we still have 77 karts out there and circulating, which
cracking,
is
isn't it?
Wonderful.
Yep. Absolutely.
Hopefully, may that long continue.
I agree. And that does go. Oh, is there some dust kicked up there? Is that? I'm just trying to see who that is. That's down at the just coming into the hill section. I think I'm just going to try and spot this as they come through. I think that was the 81 kicking up that dust there. So that was a heart in the mouth moment there.
Hopeless disaster. Causing some dust.
Yes. So they won't want to do too much more of that. But no, exactly. It's I promise I won't keep trying to become the poet laureate here. But again, those 77 karts, they're still going. And there's something, even though these karts are competing against each other, there's something unifying about every single team has a strong. You can bump into people who you know in the paddock and go, "Oh, how's it going?" Well, this is our story, and it's I'm so glad that we can bring, you know, coverage of an event like this, but there's almost a sort of... it's impossible for us to cover it to the full extent because every single team has that unique experience of
Everybody's
this race.
got a story, haven't they? And we can't cover 77 stories in the time that we've got. We just can't find the people.
Not unless
well,
everyone's very open to staying a few hours after the race to sort out, you know, all the stories, which we've all got homes to go back to at the end of this. But
just to mention that up, we were walking through the paddock here late on Thursday before the the owner teams had practiced, but not many of the higher teams had arrived before their practice session late on.
Yeah.
And it took Tom and I about 45 minutes just to walk through the paddock, just because everybody wanted to stop and chat. And we know that many people.
It is great.
That just want to talk, and sometimes we don't even talk about karting.
No, I know.
We just talk about anything.
I've had that was part of the walk that I just did as well to get here as well. You just bump into people. It's the middle of the night, and you're just bumping into people and just having a chat. It's fantastic stuff. Spotting here on the timing screen in front of me here, though, David, that Team Keen, third place in the Pro subclass, are pitting, and to me, that's a little bit of an odd time because that was at 4. They've just emerged from the pit lane, but that was only off the back of 41, 42 minutes. So an interesting half stint.
No, they received the black flag, and I'm going to say that was 42 minutes ago.
I know, it was ages ago.
Yeah.
I did clock that black flag, but I thought, no, they can't be serving that now.
Yeah,
but
wow. They got that just after we had a full course yellow.
Isn't there a rule about serving that within a certain amount? I'm not sure if there is, I guess.
Yeah, no, they came in for their black flag. That would have shown the 42 minutes would have been the black flag when they came in.
I'm with you now,
because
sorry.
they wouldn't have been allowed to check for fuel, and they
so
wouldn't have been allowed to change, but it will still note on our screen when they last came into the pit lane.
Of course it was. Yeah,
So
sorry, that's the sleep catching up with me.
Yeah, so they went too quickly under full course yellow.
Right, okay.
And were invited for a compulsory chat with the race director.
Yes. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense.
And I can guarantee now that cost them more time than what they would have gained under the yellow flag.
Yeah.
And they were, at the time, on the lead lap. We had 3 karts in the pro class, which are the ones with the red background on the screen. And they were all on the lead lap at the time, and Team Keen's race went very quickly in the wrong direction.
They were a bit too keen, basically, under the FCY, weren't they?
Bum.
I'm here till 4 AM, folks.
You're in for a treat if they continue at that rate. The 111 has been in. They've pitted.
Yes, they have pitted now.
Their battle with Red Racing in second place.
Yeah, and as a result, Red Racing now to that second place spot.
So I'm going to try and clock when they come through. They will be heading down the back straight. Or are they coming through shortly? Let's see if we can see who is in that car. In the 111. It's a black suit with a white
helmet. Yeah.
That's either going to be Mick McDonald or Luke Archer, one of the two. We'll have a look later on to see whether it's taking any prisoners. If it's not taking any at all, it's Mick McDonald.
By process of elimination. I tell you what, I'm keeping tabs here on the lead gap within the Clubman's subclass of owner karts, because that gap has been coming down. I wondered if it was maybe just the ebb and flow through traffic, but that is consistently coming down at the moment between the 303 Racing lead kart and the Rye House Bandits. The last few laps, they've really been eating into it. Interestingly, they've actually both been out on their stint for the same sort of length of time, albeit I note that 303 Racing has one more pit stop to their name, but that could be a pit visit for any reason. That
was their opening lap visit to the
fuel
bay.
Of course it was. So it's really pretty even Stevens, all things considered. So this to me is looking like things are bubbling up nicely to a legitimate battle here. I know it's 18 seconds, but I want to remind everybody, we're nearly 12 and a half hours into a race, and that is quite a small gap, all
Yes,
things
well,
considered.
That 303 kart would be a lap in front if it hadn't of missed the fuel bay window
This
in
is very
qualifying,
true. Yep.
which I can now say was yesterday.
Yes, you
at
can say that.
9:15 in the morning. Teams were told that the fuel window closes 5 minutes before, and you have to be in the queue.
Yep.
5 minutes before the end of qualifying, and at least 2 karts, 303 Racing and the 198 of DW Racing in the owner class, missed that fuel window and had to start the race on what was in the tank.
I tell you what, though, now because they're surely going to pit at roughly similar times here, and the fact, as you say quite correctly, that 303 Racing has that extra stop, it means nothing at this point. The fact of the matter is that they are both pretty close on roughly similar bits of tarmac and at roughly similar points in terms of when they'll be making a pit call. It is just going to add that little bit of extra pressure and spice to that nighttime pit stop, isn't it? They know that they're in a fight here, and it's just gone down by another 1.5 seconds. So I'm not sure who's at the wheel of the 36 Right House Bandits at the moment, but they are starting to reel in the 303 Racing team, and this could, David, actually become a bit of a pit stop battle here, because if 303 Racing have, a shorter pit stop just by 5 seconds, 6 seconds, for whatever reason, this is going to be super close.
And just before they do come into the pits, I just want to run through it. It's not like a Formula One stop. They don't come in a straight line, pull into a bay and head back out in the other direction, having made the driver change. It's far more complex than that. They come off the circuit, they go over a weighbridge, the engines are turned off on the weighbridge, and the kart is pushed forwards to the fuel bay. The operatives at the service station fill that kart up with fuel, and the cap is placed back onto the central fuel tank. The driver and one helper are then allowed to push that kart 180 degrees back on itself and over a white line, and that kart cannot be touched by more than one of them before it goes over the white line. When it goes over the white line, they can both push it, and then there's a driver change area in the actual pit lane.
A critical point, though, that I've noticed watching some of the stops, and you know, this is an interesting one to bear in mind with the restriction on helpers, as there's a stationary cart on the exit of hairpin 4 here.
Oh, that's in a nasty place, isn't it?
Yellow flags are covering it, but that's
going to be a full course, isn't it? Without a doubt. Once that gets radioed in, that's in a horrible place to be stationary. And I can only...
was there some movement from it then? Have they got it going again? Or am I just wishfully thinking?
I wouldn't even like to describe what that driver's feeling right now, but I can guarantee there's some palpitations going on in the seat of that car, not knowing what's coming behind you. Full course yellow is out.
I suppose at least people are sort of over to the right on the exit of the hairpin. They've just got to not come over to the left as soon as they conventionally would.
You don't want an owner cart coming up on the back of some hires and looking to duck to the inside.
I should say this is one of our hire carts, judging by the panel shape on the front, unless it's the 19, I suppose.
Yeah, but I'm thinking now is the time for 303 and Right House Bandits to pit under full course yellow.
And we have gone to FCY, by the way, just to confirm that.
So let's have a quick look. I know, Tom, have we got them marked on the circuit tracker for them 2 cars? Will you just click them 2, Howard? Just see if we can pick up where they are on circuit, and let's see whether they are going to peel off into the pit lane under full course yellow. It will probably be wise to do so.
I think the
cart is being pushed,
and there is. This is a lovely sight as well. The marshal putting a proper bit of effort into recovering, and it's the 95.
Race for Ruben.
It is race for Ruben.
Have had a problem, and that marshal is working them quads.
He's getting a good midnight workout there. Oh, and do you know what it's doing? Someone's trying to pit at exactly the wrong moment there.
PGS
and
are in.
It is PGS who have opted to pit under full course yellow. And I didn't catch who else that was who just flashed in front of our comms position.
No, one of the hires is just going to... They're going to have to queue, because even though Race for Ruben are being pushed in, Race for Ruben are going to have to go over the weighbridge.
They are, yeah.
And they will have the right to fuel. So that cart that's just come in, do we have a second problem? Because the quad's out.
Yeah.
Down on the West Circuit at the bottom of the mountain, the quad has gone kart hunting.
It has.
And I wonder if we have a
And
problem.
look at this. Again, we're getting this effect. I was talking. I think it was to Andrew earlier. I was characterising it this way. It's kind of like the Nürburgring 24 Hours. It's like we've got multiple safety car trains going around,
Yes.
because you just get these little pockets where a particular driver's interpretation of the right speed is perhaps a little lower than most drivers feel. It's below average anyway, and it means that you get a chain
Yes.
building up.
Or in Team Keen's case, too quick.
Well, yes, well, and that's why I'm surprised when you
Yeah.
said that was what they were black flagged for. I'm like, that takes some doing, unless you're literally at the front of one train and go, right, I'm bored of this, and just hammer it. But we're definitely getting these little collections of carts. I suppose on your shot that you can see here, you can almost see two trains of them. There's the one heading down towards South Bank, and then there was the ones heading down towards Hairpin 1. But yes, did we have two carts stop in sympathy at completely different ends of the circuit, because the quad
Hasn't reappeared, has it?
no, but from where we saw it on circuit, one would imagine it's going through the mountain section or something.
Yes,
at the
we've
moment.
not seen it reappear down the back straight, have we? And there
No.
it is. And that's
it's
another
time
higher
to,
cart on the back of it.
Get your cart twitchers, cart spotters guides out, folks, and work out what number that is.
That's going to cut across, I think, before we get an
It is. I don't know if we can
opportunity to see it,
return
is
to
it?
the shot looking down or something there, but
Well, if it cuts across, we're going to miss out. But earlier on, I think it went straight down the back straight, round South Bank and back up, and we might be able to find out. But this full course yellow is going to last for at least another minute and a half.
Yep.
And the train in front of us is going incredibly
wow,
slowly.
this is really stacking up.
Really, really slowly. I'm not sure what's happening with some carts trying to sort themselves out. Rye House Bandits are in. Rye House Bandit in the number 36, second place, or leaders in class. Now,
Yep.
as 303 have also pitted. And that is going to mix it up at the front. They're both in the pits, Rye House and 303.
I tell you what, this is the right FCY to pit under, isn't it? The pace is very slow, unusually slow here. I'm just trying to clock, not to name and shame as such, but I'm just trying to clock who's at the front of this train, because I'm not sure they're aware of the... This is quite the slow pace to this FCY. We've got this one chain there behind the 7, and then is that the 20? That is the 20.
To be fair, though, earlier, Rye House Bandits and 303 were both on the same lap. And
Green
now
flag.
They're not.
Green flag going. So we are back to racing speeds once everyone sees it. And so is Unleashed. Effectively, that's a safety car restart as far as anyone could tell.
Yeah, everybody's away, and we're going to have a problem now with all these carts going through the same sections of corners. We've effectively got 40 or 50 carts, Howard, in a straight line.
Yep.
And as you can see them coming down the shorter of the two back straights into South Bank. And it's basically just find a gap and hope they can get through it. As we mentioned, Rye House Bandits and 303 were on the same lap, with 303 in front. And now they are not.
I'm just wondering if the cart who got recovered to the pit lane will show up as being in the pits, or whether because they go in via the trailer, does their transponder never trigger the pit window? I'm just looking at carts who maybe haven't gone through the first sector to try and work out who might have been the stricken cart.
Depends what the problem is.
So it's not algorithmic ascendancy, because they've just crossed that timing line. They've had a relatively slow stop.
Piston broke haven't yet, but
No.
don't know whether they've been. They have
then
been
again,
out for an hour 37, so
they
they
were
could
due.
just be in for fuel.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I think that one might have to be a mystery, folks, until we basically see someone who's had that short sector. Though I can see on our little CCTV feed we have of the pit lane that the trailer is now sat sans cart, so it's definitely been delivered to the paddock area for attention. But yeah, that one might have to be a bit of a mystery for the time being. What's it done to some of the gaps, you're wondering? Well, unless I'm much mistaken, PGS Racing, who we saw pit under that, is it just me, or has it suddenly got very close for the pro subclass?
Yeah, 2.8 seconds
They've both
between them.
just
They're both
pitted.
pitted. And PGS, who we did see, they came in really early to that.
Yeah, and
didn't they?
I'm wondering if maybe because the risk you take, of course, by pitting under FCY is that everybody's had the same idea and you have to sit and wait a bit. I wonder if MS Karts, we're going to have a look at their lap time to see how their pit times compare.
Oh, so Howard, we've got a cart off at the
Rib bend,
There's
yeah.
two. The marshal's running with the yellow. There's two carts off there.
Yeah. So more drama here in the night, and
that looks like one of the owner carts.
Yeah.
Because that's got a smaller front on. That's not a large Nauseo panel. And he's going to push it on the Marshall.
Looks like it's a sort of white.
Putting a shift in.
It's like a white look, isn't it? It might be like the number 6 maybe of modernised. I'm just speculating. Nobody panic. We'll try and confirm it as they come through.
We're going to hopefully find out. There's another cart as well. They're both going very slowly. Let's see if we can pick that one out. That's the Team Keen 115, and that's the number 30, the higher carts. Let's have a quick look.
We might try and catch it as it goes down the back straight as well.
I'm not sure the numbers, but if it was the 30, that's Curiosity killed the car.
Rye House Bandits in the pits at the moment.
So, leaders in the Clubman class. They did pit earlier. They pitted 5 minutes ago.
I was going to say, is that an error? Because usually the track time on timing updates once they emerge from the pit lane.
No, and I know for sure when pre-pit stops, both Rye House and 303 were on the same number of laps.
Yeah, and indeed on different number of pit visits, which is now equalised. So I think something's not necessarily all okay here for Rye House. Yeah, something a bit off here for the Rye House Bandits.
Howard, I can see it. It's on our secret squirrel pit lane cam, and that number 36 cart, they're having some trouble starting the right-hand engine of that Rye House Bandits car, and the class leader in Clubman has got a problem.
Oh dearie me, more drama here.
They are struggling. That cart has been in for a fuel stop and is currently, I think they're being pushed, and they are back out onto the circuit, but it looks like we could have a change for lead in Clubman when they come through. Are those still highlighted?
And it is,
303.
Yeah, 303. No, we've lost the highlights on that.
Sebastian Borek at the wheel, having taken over from Pistorch, are taking the 303 racing cart into the class lead of the Clubman class.
You know what? I've just realised as well that we did in all the excitement we've had over the last few minutes, we have gone through the bottom of the hour. I won't go through the higher carts at this time because we've still got the service window open, but just as a quick run through of where things stand in our owner carts we're now over 12.5 hours into the 2020 running of the British 24 hours of karting. MS Soco Select, though, are your leaders. At the moment, they're 1 lap to the good, but they do owe us a stop in the not too distant future, so that's the 43 there. Red Racing are next down the order, and then it's a further minute back to the MS JSR team in the 111. MS Lucas are a further lap back in 4th position. Leading the pro subclass then is the number 11 of MS Karts, and this is where the interesting story is developing as far as I'm concerned in the immediate future, because they are just 2.6 seconds ahead of PGS Racing. They both went for a pit under FCY, but I don't think it paid off for MS Karts nearly as much as it did for PGS Racing, who made a very early call. Team Keen are still 3rd within that class, and then in 4th place are the team who I need to talk to after this race to try and save money on my fuel bills. Offline Motorsport, doing some impressive fuel saving throughout this race so far. Team Batmarker are next in 9th place, one of our elite class runners. And then we get to the Clubman class, which we've just been talking about. 303 Racing now ahead of the Rye House Bandits, who we think have had to do one more visit to the pit lane than they would have ideally liked to do. 8 seconds back from Rye House Bandits only now are the SMJC 595 team, and then it's the 006 of Modernised Racing, a further lap back from them. 2 laps back from them is the TMS Trico Clubman's car in 14th place overall and 5th within that subclass. And then it's MSBE in 15th place. Modernised Karting, the 24 kart, in 16th place. The Frosterley Inn. Oh, and I should have mentioned, by the way, the gap between TMS Trico and MS.BE is only 6 seconds. So that's pretty close as well. Modernised Karting is in 16th. The Frosterley Inn in 17th. DW Racing in 18th. These are all gaps of a lap or more. And then it's 11 laps back to the 61 of Alessia, 12 laps back to the 888 of Blue Dog, and then 6 laps back to the TT Sport Kart. There are some other Clubman's runners further down the order, because we've also got the number 40 of CMC somewhere down the order here, and and they're running around in 74th place, but they are still putting laps in. They are circulating. And then Why So Serious? Gosh, they've had so much drama in this race. Why So Serious? But they are out and circulating again, putting the laps in. They are clocking laps. They are not out of this one yet. That's how it stands in our owner class. I'm going to leave the hire car class until the next hourly update, because we still have that service window, although just as a quick service announcement, it is Kart Events Belgium who lead that class by just 4.5 seconds over Eco Racing. So, and I think both those karts have had their service.
Yeah, they were called in together. They were the first two karts in for the service window, followed by ETL, who were in third, and Euro Bandits Motorsport. So the leaders have all been in. Okay, so actually it's fairly representative at the top of at the sharp end of that. Yeah, I think we can probably run through the top 10 in that. So Kart Events Belgium are leading that class with Eco Racing in second. Team ETL and Euro Bandits are in 3 and 4. EDKT 24T are in 5th in that class, with the second Kart Events Belgium entry in 6th. SKA Racing and A66 are in 7th and 8th. BSR and Core Blimey Racing, who we spoke to earlier, they are the 10 runners at the front of our hire kart class. I should say though that Eco Racing, I said the gap was only 5.5 seconds. Eco Racing in the pits, so that gap will open out again. But it does just go to show that, yeah, so Eco Racing are putting in their 10th stop to Kart Events Belgium, who haven't yet. So it is genuinely that close once all the pit stops have worked themselves out. It really is that tight at the head of the hire kart field. You'll see the gap go out just for now if you're watching on timing, but when all things are considered, those two are actually really, really tight at the top of that class. Howard, how long do you think it is before teams start thinking about how their fuel's going to work towards the final stint of the race, and start trying to tailor their stints to get the optimum, which when we talk about optimum, you want to finish effectively the race on as little fuel as possible to get you over the weighbridge. Yep. How long do you think it is before teams really start to put a plan together to bring them to the end of the race on the optimum strategy? I mean, this is the critical thing, isn't it? Of when do you genuinely start back calculating? Do you put a prediction on right? We're going to have green flag running now, and we can do X, Y, Z as such. I reckon there are teams out there who have already been doing some back calculating to the end of the race, and have probably been changing accordingly. I think. I mean, this is the thing that Andrew Mather Stalzer, as of, you know, it's a really, really long qualifying session followed by the last couple of hours, really. I'd say, in terms of an actual sort of commitment, right, this is what we're going to do with the fuel, is it mad for me to sort of hypothesize about 3 hours out from the end, 4 hours out from the end? You've probably got to have a good idea of how you're going to get from A to Z. You know, with regards to getting the end of your race. I think for most teams, at the very least, it's get it through the night. Yeah, exactly. Wait for the sun to come up and assess the situation. Yeah. And so that's a pure guess on my base of. I've done some 24-hour race strategies before, and it's sort of in that region. Whether I was awake enough to do the maths needed at that point in the race is another debate. one thing to note, especially in our Clubman class, is 303 Racing are lapping quicker than Rye House, who are second.
Yeah.
And 303 are right behind Rye House on track. Yellow flag is out at the chicane. Everybody's back there. So
in fact, it must be really close.
They could put a lap on them here.
Yeah, and it could be, sorry to cut across, but it might be really close between the whole top three as well, because the gap between Rye House Bandits and 595 Kart is only 2.8 seconds. So I reckon the top three within the Clubman subclass is actually quite tight out there right now.
Yeah, but potentially, if 303 can get past Rye House, they're going to have a 2-lap advantage.
Very true.
Which is massive, to say that just a while back, all three of those karts were within 10 seconds of each other. SMJC had a problem, and that problem was that the rear wheel wasn't spinning round because it was flat.
Yeah.
Rye House had a problem because they came in for an on-scheduled pit stop in a pit stop window under a full course yellow and were back in the pits within one lap. And it's very much as if that engine, once they've turned it off and they've fired it up again, once the throttle's gone down and the driver's got into a braking zone, I think that engine's cut out. And he's had to do 3/4 of a lap on one engine. And then we did see them on our pit lane camera struggling to get that kart started. And that's why they are now both down at least one lap on 303, potentially two. And I think 303 have got past Rye House on our tracker. And I think when that comes over the line, that could extend the gap to 2 laps. And that's going to be not comfortable by any stretch for 303, but I'd rather be 2 laps in front than 2 behind.
Absolutely, yeah. No, it's been just a few dramas for their fellow competitors, and yeah, that kind of advantage is not. I mean, given how competitive this field seems to be, David, that's actually one of the more comfortable gaps we've seen. Bizarrely, is a 2-lap gap.
Yeah, we did see earlier the lead was down to half a second before Red Racing peeled off into the pits, and in the next 5 or 10 minutes we expect the leader, the number 43 of MS Soco Select, to come into the pit lane. But they've just done a 12.7 for the last lap. That's a great lap. Even, you know, to say that we are now 612 laps in, that is a fantastic lap. 3 seconds faster than Red Racing on the same lap.
Yeah, that's amazingly good lap at this time.
Really, really good. I think we are probably due to see them in the next 5 or 10 minutes.
I know, it's all spread out a bit again now. I was just wondering if maybe the FCY had generated these pockets of like clean air where you could really put a very, very tidy lap in, but I don't think we're quite at that level of pace. I'm just keeping my eye. I'm trying to visualise this battle. It's just coming around the last sector now, according to our tracker. Just looking out for the. Yeah, I think they've just. Yeah, that's right. That is really close, and it has now. Oh no, not yet. Sorry, not out to two-lap gap yet. But yeah, really interesting in the Clubman subclass at this stage.
Close, not quite as close, obviously, as Pro. That's 6 seconds between the 11 MS Kart and the well, it's 390 on the screen. They're running 39 on track, but all looks the same really as they flash past us with PGS Racing. So incredibly tight at the front of Pro. Not even sure he was in the 11 actually at the moment. I've not had an opportunity to clock that kart as it flashes past our window.
I will try and highlight that. Okay, so that kart is just coming through the middle, probably heading towards South Bank at this point.
So we've got a couple of moments as the 43 goes past, elects not to pit. 1 hour and 20 minutes now that kart's been out, so pushing the fuel window. And it does seem, we mentioned it seems strange to say that 1 hour 20 is pushing the fuel window when we're used to seeing at the very least an hour and 10 minutes from that kart, or from all the karts actually, as we await the arrival of the 11. I might have missed that actually. It's gone through.
I know. I'm still adjusting to spotting these karts at night, and adjusting here may mean coming to realise how difficult it is, and I never improve. But yeah, it's.
Yeah, I was speaking to somebody earlier, especially when you're out on track, having done a couple of 24 hours here at Teesside, is that certain parts of the circuit, with the shadows, as you can see the karts are at the side under the floodlights, the shadow sometimes arrives a couple of seconds before the kart does.
Yes.
You get overtaken by the shadow, and then the kart appears in the space that the shadow was in.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. As we look down the back straight, you'd be forgiven for thinking it doesn't look very straight. It's quite a wiggly looking straight, but it really is a straight in reality.
Yeah, and they really do actually help, actually, than we just karts will have positioning themselves in the right place.
Yeah, with the shadows. So you do get that effect, particularly. I always find you get that effect, particularly going down that back straight and heading towards the slaloms. You sort of get this effect as you pass under the floodlights there. Just looking, by the way, modernised karting, the number 24. 1 hour 26 they've been out there. They're pushing quite a nice lengthy stint as well. But we do expect our leaders in any time soon. The 43 MS Soco Select have been out there for 80 minutes at this point on this stint. So I wouldn't be none too surprised if we saw them flashing past us into the pit entry. As look to see, there's a few karts out there who, as they go around for another lap, I can see. And what I like about the MS Soco Select at this precise point in the race, David, is there one of the karts who have opted to put some nice, useful LED lights on the kart, make it nice and easy to spot them.
Yeah, there is a few out there, but there's not as many as we'd normally see.
I was just thinking that. I was wondering if you were feeling the same way about that. Yeah, there's just a slight. I wonder if.
I know the teams have been told to calm it down a little bit. We did get to a stage a couple of years ago where it was like watching some moving Christmas trees. And not all of the lights were static either. They were flashing.
Yes, which can get a little bit distracting.
So they were told to calm down. Although on that 43, they've got like 2 strip lights down either side, and that is very, very noticeable. So they obviously somebody's been down B&Q, sorted them out. Other hardware stores are available.
They are not at this time of night, but they are. But yeah, I have to say, I think this is one matter where I do have to say, I do have to give a shout out to the BUKC 24 Hours, because what do you think happens when you tell a group of students, right, you can decorate your karts, but don't go mad? They go mad.
Do they go mad in a funny way, or do they go to a different? They go to different departments of the university? And do they go down to the electrical department and just go, can you make us something for this, please?
I'm going to say it varies. It probably does vary, but I can't go into the full details of this in a broadcast, but I did see one team who were told in a BUKC race, it's the only time I've seen a kart black flagged for this. They were black flagged to remove a rude symbol that they'd put on the kart. It's the only pits I've ever seen of its nature of a kart pulling in, and the team descending to remove a questionable symbol. It is a classic symbol for, say, the stereotypical young schoolboy to maybe draw, that they had decided to put on their kart.
Wonderful.
And the entire team descending to remove that was hilarious.
Something akin to a space rocket, maybe.
Yeah, do you know, I think that might have been the design that they argued to the marshals before they got black flagged. But yeah, the unfortunately, the rocket seemed to be firing retros or something, such that they couldn't really argue that.
Did a member of their team have to clean it off?
Yes, they did. Well, no, that's the thing. All of them descended in the driver change area to sort of, and there's this insane moment where they all stand back to look at their handiwork and go, "No, I don't think anyone could any longer perceive that to look like that. Yeah, send it on its way." An amazing stop. But what can I say? You give a group of students the opportunity to customise their card.
The creative license afforded to the students.
I do remember that one, and I came back into comms that whoever was on with me was like, "What was the black flag for?" I'm like, I'm going to struggle. I'm going to struggle to answer that in a concise manner.
Well, I think we skirted round that subject rather well.
I thought it was, yeah.
I'm going to commend us both as the leader, the 43, with Paul Wilkins on board, pits out of the lead, and we will see what the gap is when it comes back out on track. What I will note at the same time is we've had some comments in the YouTube.
Yep.
Gary Blythe wants to know who's at the wheel of the Lockwell Hill kart. We have noted that they haven't updated their driver sheet. What I will say is I would put some money that Sam Barrett is in that kart at the moment, just given that I saw them down the back straight, and he's got a black suit as one of the karts is round at hairpin 1. That's a higher kart. That's grey and yellow. That's Grabex. Almost certainly Grabex around.
Ooh, and that's a nasty place to be.
Yeah,
there we go. They got going again. I was a bit worried that they were close to apex.
Yeah, when they're quick, these higher karts have got quite a turning circle. When they're slow, it's like a double decker.
It is. It does feel like you've been asked.
The front end just pushes out, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. But so I don't know. You can kind of at least the. I mean, yeah, when you're under speed, I mean, again, we talked about how only the front tyres get replaced. The rear end kind of wants to help you round in a weird way. If you like a kart set up with quite a positive rear handling, you're in luck for the next few hours in the high kart class.
Very much
because you've got great turning, and then as you apply the power, the rear really likes to light up and try and step away from you on those much older tyres on the rear, of course.
The live stream is very appreciative of our carry-on jokes. Matron.
Now, stop messing about. No, I can't do the voice. Anyway, we mentioned that modernised karting have gone into the pits after a 1 hour 32-minute stint. I think that's the longest stint I've seen that kart do. They pit from 7th within the Clubman class. So the gap to look out for is how they compare against the Frost Elite Inn. Would be the closest competitor, I think, within that subclass. 2 laps back they were, so modernised karting should re-emerge comfortably in that position, but provided they don't have any issues. Don't forget, by the way, you can follow all of the timing that we're talking about here at live.alphatiming.co.uk/24hour, that is 24HR, or just go to live.alphatiming.co.uk and click on the 24-hour kart series link at the top of the page. You can see all of the classes. If you're cheering a particular competitor in the higher kart class, we are cycling the running order. There we go. That was on cue. Was that on purpose or was that coincidence? I think that was a perfect. Thank you, Mickey. Oh. So we are cycling the higher kart running order, or the total running order indeed, at the bottom of the screen. But obviously with that left tower, that tower to the left, the top 20 only. If you want to keep want to keep tabs on how things are in the higher kart class, head over to that live Alpha timing screen and you can see all of the timing. You can see the fact that it is still Kart Events Belgium who lead this one after 13 hours of running, because we are coming to the top of another hour. And do you know what? I am going to give a quick look to what the weather conditions are out there. Because one thing that can challenge, of course, I don't think we're on for getting this, but rain at night can make things a real challenge sometimes. At the moment it is about 14 degrees C out there, perhaps feeling a little chillier than that once wind speed is taken into account. There's a fresh breeze across the circuit this evening. It's actually rather pleasant out there, and I can see no particular prospects for rain. So could we actually be looking here at a completely dry 24 hours at Teesside? I'm not sure I've seen that before. It must have happened before. It's not going to happen.
Stuck the jinx on it there.
Director.
Controversy.
Yeah, for life.
Controversial comments.
I'm
in the commentary box.
Yes.
From Howard.
Call me a heretic, but I think it's actually a possibility here.
One thing to note is that pre-pit stops, or them be them at the opposite end of the spectrum, because they are out of sync.
Yeah.
But Red Racing had closed the gap to half a second pre-pit stop.
Yeah.
With MS SoCo Select, and after they've both done their pit stop, the gap is 34 seconds. Paul Wilkins has been putting in some laps in that MS SoCo Select kart, and he's handed it over now to Sean Durkin, and that was around about 3 or 4 minutes ago. But Red Racing have some work to do now.
They really do. They do indeed. I'm just looking at the Clubmans again, sorry mate. SMJC 595 are now ahead of the Rye House Bandits. Has that been the way for a while and I just missed it? Or
no, that's a change of position. There is 4 seconds between them.
Yeah.
But Rye House were second. SMJC are now second, Rye House in third. The gap to the leader is a lap, and a lap and a half maybe, I think, with 3:03. Alan Trep, they've just come over the line. Sebastian Borek at the wheel of that kart at the moment. They are lapping rather well. 13 threes for Sebastian. He's putting the work in. Howard's off on a social media search.
I am sorry, I'm just having a quick look at the hello to everybody who's been interacting with us via Twitter. David Whitehouse, friend of the street, tuned in and still going, not sure if Howard's punchlines will take me to sleep or keep me going.
They'll keep him going.
They'll keep you going. Why is that even up for dispute, David? I'm at a loss to see how that possibly couldn't help. It's 38 minutes since I made the joke. And what can I say? We're still talking about it. I mean, we're still talking about it because I just brought it up, but we're going to gloss over that.
We're dining out on it, aren't we?
Well, you got to get the mileage out of these things, you know. Yeah, Red Racing, incidentally, they just took a chunk of time out of MS SoCo Select, but the general trend, as you said, David, has definitely been for that gap to really be pulled out. This is the thing you've got to look out for, really, with the timing for a 24-hour race, because off-kilter pit strategies can obscure some of the efforts being put in here. But that is definitely right that SoCo Select have had a really good innings over the course of this stint. We are 2 hours on now, aren't we, from when this service window opened? Is that correct?
Yes, that started at 11 o'clock, and we are still cycling through.
Yeah.
4 minutes minimum pit stop, 60 carts to get through, and 2 at a time. So we're probably just about at the rear end of them, maybe. Do you think?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. More. I have to say, when you say 60 carts need servicing, again, I mentioned my flat tyre, it makes that seem quite small fry, doesn't it? It's just like, someone comes up to you, someone comes up to anyone other than the Teesside mechanics and go, hi, we'd just like you to do a full service. All right, for 60 carts. What?
In 4 minutes each. Yeah,
Is that all right? Yeah, go for it.
I think with that, if we do some quick maths, that's 15 carts per stand, 2 stands an hour. That's 30 carts an hour. 60 carts should take 2 hours with a little bit of time for changeover in the middle. Give it 15 or 20 minutes. So I think at the bottom of the hour, we could be looking at rattling through the full 77.
Yeah.
Alan Davis Adams wants to know why the Race for Rubens guy had 2 very long stops within a few laps of each other. Well, one of those was did necessitate the return back to the garage under the assistance of one of the marshals, who did put in a shift pushing that back. So they had some problems, not entirely sure what the problem was.
No, they were cut out, weren't they, to drivers left coming out of hairpin 4. I mean, if you're going to conk out anywhere, that's the place to do it. I still think they got back to the pits much quicker than would have happened had they, been out in the far reaches of the circuit where the quad bike had to go out to them, because it was a fine push from the marshal to get them back. But yeah, they. Was the question also as to why they had to do 2 in quite close proximity?
Well,
to
I
each
think the
other?
first one could have potentially been their service stop.
Yeah.
Which would have been a long stop anyway, because that would have been 4 minutes to come in and out. Then they would have had the problem that they had out on circuit where that cart stopped, and they'd obviously been in the pit garage getting that fixed as well, which could have also elongate the pit window for the maintenance, because one of the stands would have been in use fixing the Race for Reuben cart.
Should mention, by the way, one of the interesting things is if you're the driver in the car when it has its service stop. I have to say, having been in that position, you do emerge from the pits and feel like you've gained a superpower, particularly if you're one of the carts who are one of the early serviced ones. I do remember an event where I was one of the first carts to be serviced within these, this hire car running, and I am not the world's quickest driver, but I think I overtook about 10-15 people in the first lap. It feels incredible. It feels amazing. You just go, I am now one of the racing gods. I will just part the carts. It is a fantastic. You can honestly massively tell the difference of having some fresh rubber on the carts. I mean, more than any other event, these kind of events have taught me to appreciate, saving the tyres and why that's important. Because if you can save the tyres a little bit during practice and qualifying and the early phases of the race, that really can pay dividends in terms of pace by the end of it all. So that is something to bear in mind for certain.
Yes, well, these tyres that are on the cart at the moment, especially on the hires, front and rears, were the same tyres that the teams did their 2 hours of practice on Friday. They had half an hour of practice on Saturday morning that ran straight into half an hour of qualifying. Those carts were parked up and they started the race on those tyres. They will finish the race on the same rear tyres, and they will have the front tyres changed during these service stops.
But I think that makes it interesting in particular because that means, people would look at this and go, oh, okay, they've serviced them between the 11th and 13th hour of a 24-hour race. That makes sense, that's over the middle. But as you say, no, not so. Those tyres have actually done more like 14 or 15 hours once everything's taken into account with the practice.
Yeah, because as we've mentioned, certainly with the higher class of 60 carts, not every one of these teams, and this may sound strange, not every team's here to win. Some teams here for the experience.
Exactly, yeah.
There's Howard's rain forecast being promptly blown out of the water. JMW forecast providing us with the forecast and the on-screen graphics.
Yeah, I am very grateful to JMW forecast. Still, nobody has explained to me what null millimeters means in the context of rain. I'm guessing that just means it's not applicable. Ain't gonna rain, mate. It does. To be fair, it says rain not applicable millimeters. There we go.
Yeah.
It's not implausible that we're going to get full dry running here.
Nothing forecast in the near future for the very least.
So
that's two of the MS carts working together. That's the
is,
42 and JSR.
Yeah.
42 are 3 laps down. And off the lead. JSR 1 lap down. Red Racing, the gap's coming down, Howard. It's 25 seconds.
Yeah, the lead gap that we spoke about that Serco Select pulled out, it's getting reeled back in again.
I mean, they've got about half an hour before they're due in. I'm not sure they'll take a second a lap out and get right onto the back of them.
This isn't just a fuel level thing, is it? Is that absurd? The fuel doesn't affect the pace that much, does it?
I'm not sure. I know for sure, because I was speaking to Adam Nichols, one of the drivers at Red Racing earlier, that he thinks the fuel tank on the Red Racing is slightly smaller. Even though in terms of like the maximum is 7.5 litres.
Right.
That's the fuel tank size of the owner-driver Pro cars. The hires are similar as well. But it doesn't mean that they have to run the whole 7.5 litres. If they would like to run a smaller tank, potentially use less fuel, potentially weigh less, although that means they can redistribute the ballast.
Right.
Or in the case of Adam Nichols, because he's 7'5", it just means it brings the overall cart weight down and brings him closer to the 185 kilo owner-driver weight limit, because even though there's not an ounce on him, just because of how tall he is, he often runs well over the weight limit, even though you wouldn't guess from his speed. But that cart currently has Martin Black in it, and he's chipping away ever so slowly at the 43 with Sean Durkin on board. Sean's still lapping well. There was less than a tenth in their lap times last time round.
Yep.
So yeah, absolutely nothing between the two lead carts time-wise.
Absolutely. So yeah, it's interesting how there is a real ebb and flow to this lead battle at the very front of the field, and I am having to stop myself keep on going on about how impressed I am as to how close this is. I mean, we've seen it before. In fact, we've seen it before between these two teams just last year. But I'm enthralled by the fact that they're treating us to this more of the same this year, potentially with a few more teams in at the party. So
yeah, I mean,
it's really good.
And let's give them the credit they deserve for that, actually, because not only is it the driver, it's everybody behind the scenes, because the carts have just got to keep themselves together as well, and they've put some of these owner carts, they've been here since Wednesday.
Yeah.
Getting the setup right. Some of them as well have been running, like certainly I know that the Red Racing outfit, they were running 2 carts with different setups, just trying to see what was best and what worked. And
yeah.
I know from speaking to them at some point, they were saying that sometimes even if they're on the pace, they'll change something to see if it makes the cart go slower, just so they know not to go in that direction.
Yes.
Because rather than try and make it go quicker, they just try and cover all bases.
Yeah, give yourself some room to manoeuvre and know what the
even though effect. Realistically, pro karting is an entry-level karting formula, because the engine is a sealed unit, both of them, using the RPM Extreme engine, but it is an entry-level karting class. But you wouldn't guess from the amount of work these teams put in. They're here for half a week almost. You know, they probably arrive on Tuesday, ready for testing on Wednesday, Thursday. Then you've got official practice on Friday before qualifying on Saturday morning. And the amount of work these teams put in is just unreal.
But I think that, for me, underlines something that I really enjoy about this kind of thing, David, which is that we're talking there about, you know, teams who are putting in a properly professional effort here of meticulously trying stuff out and such. But at the same time, we're also talking about teams who, as you say, aren't necessarily here to win. They're here for the experience. They're here to enjoy themselves. They're here because it's, you know, old groups of friends who maybe only meet up for this event once a year. It's become a tradition amongst, you know.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter where your level of experience and to a certain extent talent, I suppose, is at, although you do have to, you know, demonstrate you can pilot the car around the circuit safely. But this is a form of motorsport that really is open to all, and I think you see that in so many different ways. You see that in terms of you know, that sheer performance level that I've just referred to. You see that in you know, the representation that we get from organisations like Kart Force and you know, charity teams and you know, teams who are you know, doing this format of racing because it's a challenge in of itself to take part in this. And as you say, that's what we're talking about as well when we talk about teams who maybe aren't necessarily in it to win it, as it were. But it is such an accessible form of motorsport, and yet we're able to do this 24-hour format.
The hire kart class is a prime example of just opening up an opportunity for people to come with people that they know, and in some cases people they don't know.
Yeah.
I know of teams in the hire kart class where somebody's entered the team and just opened the seats up to anybody that wants to take part. You know, if they contribute to the entry fee, they get a stint, or they get 2 stints depending on what and they just turn up. And sometimes the first time people meet each other is at the 24-hour. There's a yellow flag out down at the bottom of Rib.
There is.
And I'm not sure why, because unless that's somebody on entry, or it could be down at the mountain.
It could be down at the hill.
Out of shot, although it's still been covered under local yellow. So whilst we try and figure out what the problem with that is, although the light is off now and the flag is in, so it looks like we are clear once again. But I mean, even down at the bottom of the timesheets, we've got AMF, that's Air Movement Fabrication. They're a business. They're just people that work together and that run a business. They've come in to just do a 24-hour event for, you know, the first time, just to experience what a 24-hour event is like. Then you've got Grabex, who are
it's a window company, isn't
it? It is. They're a window company down south that are racing for the Demelza Hospice Care for Children.
Yes, yeah.
You know, you've got your Race for Reuben, who we spoke about earlier, about just, honestly, just type Race for Reuben into your search box at the top of Facebook. Just give the page a like and just have a quick read about some of the things that they're racing for and the reason that they're racing and why they come racing here every year for the British 24-hour at Teesside. And you'll realise that there's far more to this event than just being out on circuit. You know, the reasons that some of these team races are phenomenal, and we doff our cap to them for joining us every year.
Yep, absolutely.
For raising awareness for many, of course. I know as well, Race for Reuben, the cafe upstairs, obviously everybody required on the bank is having to wear a mask, and the cafe upstairs have been selling masks for £1, and that £1 goes to Race for Reuben. So hopefully they've sold many.
Yep.
And,
I am keeping an eye to take it back to the track action. I'm still keeping an eye on this gap for the lead in the pro subclass. 3.8 seconds, and I've just watched as the number 11 of MS Karts and the 39 as it is on the cart of PGS Racing have gone by our comms position. These two predominantly red liveried carts going through the darkness here, but it is tight as you like. In fact, they are just going through shot, incidentally, just there. They were at South Bank corner just a moment ago.
Yeah, not much between them at all, is there? And they pitted within 2 minutes of each other earlier on. PGS came in slightly earlier at the start of a full course yellow situation, so they are pretty much in sync when it comes to pit stop windows. And I would go as far as saying, Howard, that we are almost through our hire car pit window.
Yeah, I think.
I know that there's one or two still being called in. 270, that's DEER, have been called in for theirs. Now, not every team has been called in by the WhatsApp group, the PA WhatsApp group that we've got here at the circuit. But generally, those that have had their numbers mentioned are the ones that have missed the digital board for 2 consecutive laps.
Yes.
And may require a gentle reminder that they are required to come in for their mandatory stop.
And as I say, it's in their interest to do so because they get a really nice new set of wheels, new rubber on the fronts there, which feels really good.
Howard, where are Euro Bandits Motorsport in the higher class?
They are 4th in class, mate.
They've had a 1-lap penalty for a weight infringement.
Oh dear.
Over the weighbridge. So the weight limit for the higher class, 235 kilos. Those karts are 50 kilos heavier than an owner kart, hence why their weight limit is 50 kilos more. It also goes some way to explaining the 7 or 8 second lap time difference.
Yeah, so
and it's 1 kilo. It's 1 lap per kilo.
Yeah.
So they've had a minus a lap removed from their account.
Now, one of the challenges, which I know a lot of teams have experienced, I've had experience of this as well. Actually, this corner, rib bend, you can still see, even in the darkness, how these karts are bouncing around. And actually, the entrance into rib corner is actually, I mean, really good to have the floodlights here, obviously, enabling us to go racing at night. But rib corner is actually one of the darkest portions of the circuit, even under floodlights. It just so happens that it's one of the biggest gaps between two floodlights. And it is the corner where you really feel, basically, with your rear end, where the braking point is at this time of night.
It's tough, isn't it? It's downhill into an area which doesn't have any natural light. It's not like the main part of the circuit, which we use for the sprints, the national series, has got its own independent set of floodlights, which are complemented by the addition of a few of the larger spotlights. However, down at the bottom end of the circuit, down there on the west circuit, not only does it not have its own independent floodlights, but there's only certain places that you can put the mobile ones, mainly for safety reasons. That one on the left, on the entrance to rib, is well out of the way on the left, and there's a tyre wall in front of it in case anybody does have an excursion, although very rare that somebody's going to go off there because it's before the braking point.
Yeah.
And then the other one is on the inside of the corner, further round. So the actual part of the rib corner is dark, and you can see there the cars, especially the ones with the light, they're just appearing out of the darkness. And I tell you, it's no easier when you're behind the steering wheel to pick out your braking points. Certainly, like you look at the screen here now, onto the longest of the 2 back straights down the far side of the circuit, and it's much lighter.
Yes.
And you know, they then obviously come through and onto the national circuit through the chicane section, where the light really does come into its own.
Yeah. To continue the thought that I myself managed to interrupt myself making a point then, but the bouncing around into rib corner, you can get, just talking about, the Euro Bandits getting that penalty, it is not unheard of for bits of lead ballast on the carts, if they're on the weight posts of the cart, to literally shake themselves to the point where they've shattered and come away from the post within that car. I have heard of teams who aren't wise to that actually run out of ballast in a race and sort of have to go, well, we've got to accept the penalty. But maybe not in this case because we're talking 1 kilo here. But it is an issue.
It's good that you note ballast actually, because the location of the ballast in these carts is different. The owner carts, their main ballast posts are to the side of the driver.
Yeah.
There are 2 posts on most of the karts rather than a single pin. So it's 2 posts, and that does stop the lead weight moving around a lot because it's anchored from both sides. And that's down the side, and the weights get dropped on, and an R-clip gets placed through a hole to hold it in place. Mm-hmm. On the higher karts here, the weight posts are at the back of the cart, behind the engines, just in front of the rear bumper, and it's a single post. So they still get R-clips at the top, but it's a single post, and they will rattle around a lot more because they're not being anchored from both sides. Just to add to that, they can only add a maximum of 8 kilos of individual ballast to each post. So should a driver require more, and there is a couple out there, I know one of the AMF drivers requires overall around 40 kilos, as we've got yellows out down there. That's a marshal skipping back into position. It looks like their work has been done, and that light is turned off. So great work again from David and Mark down at Rib, doing a sterling service on the marshal duty down there. But yeah, just to note on the ballast is that if a driver requires more, a lot of our own hire kart drivers are using like lead or weighted line seat inserts.
Yeah.
So if you see at any point the seat looks a lot different, because the hire kart seats are like they're like huge bucket seats.
Yeah, they are.
They're literally everyday karting seats. So you can turn up to do a ride and drive here and be larger than, let's say, the average bear.
Yep.
And still be able to take part in the hire kart sessions.
Absolutely.
So the seats are, some of them just put padding in to stop them moving around if they're slender. But a lot of them use that additional space either side to put a lead-lined seat. A lot of it is a kart seat at the front and another seat with lead round the back fastened to the seat to help bring their drivers up to weight. And it's not unknown that drivers then will also wear a rib protector with additional weight in it as well to get that kart over the weight limit so they don't fall, unfortunately, how the Euro Bandits team did, foul of the minimum weight limit.
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah. There's a really, really good explanation there of the options available to the teams with the ballast. And as you say, if they need more than the 8 kilos allowed on the post anyway, they have to do something of that nature. But it can also just be the preferred way of doing it for ease of the pit stops, switching between drivers. You know,
we've got to hire off down at Rib, and that's beached, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not common actually for the hire kart to get beached in there. The gravel, designed to stop the cars on the car track days here, which we use.
Yeah.
The outer circuit. Here at Teesside, that's just very big gravel, and that's getting some help back on track.
I should just say, by the way, that is just the light reflecting off a high-vis jacket. We haven't given the marshals luminous LED jackets, but it did look like it in the shot there.
We wrapped him in fairy lights.
We have, yeah. Seeing as the karts haven't stepped up the game, it's up for the marshals now to do that.
That kart still isn't moving, so
no.
I
wonder if we can get the slightly longer shot looking back from the base of the hill. Might be able to pick up the kart there, but or we
just have a look to see who's had
a slow first
really slow sector
and not pitted recently.
And it's still there, Howard.
Yeah, okay. There's no time to look at the first sector yet, is there? Because they're still there.
And that driver's out of the kart, and it's being pushed away.
Oh dear.
Can we get... I wonder if we can get that in the pit lane the wrong way, effectively, so that we don't have to go full course yellow.
It's an interesting thought, isn't it? As second place Red Racing pull into the pits, and we will, in just a moment's time, I will give a bit of a rundown. We said we were going to do this monster rundown, didn't we?
We did. Adam Willis is jumping in that, so Martin Black vacates the seat of the number 13 Red Racing, and Adam Willis goes back out in the number 13. And also we saw the 42 that came into the pits as well. Not entirely sure who got in that one, so I'll try and pick that one out as they come round. Currently in 4th place, but we are at the bottom of the hour.
We are. I'm just saying. We're just trying to identify this car. I'm wondering if it could be Team Carter, because they aren't pitting, but that was a very slow first sector. But I don't think that first sector was slow enough.
It's still there.
It's still there. What am I talking about? It's going backwards up the pit exit. I'll tell you what. Rather than that, I will.
Do they get to reverse their time? Does it go backwards? Probably not.
I feel like.
I think it's coming for some help.
I feel
though,
like
if on its way down.
If that were the case, there'd be a contingent of karts trying to run the entire race backwards.
Are we full course actually?
No, it's just a yellow there.
Down there, so we are still.
Oh, that's the yellow for them pushing
yellow.
the cart up the road, presumably.
And that will notify the pit lane as well. I think the quad went down to help,
yeah.
but whilst that gets itself sorted, we are at the bottom of the hour. That means Howard's got some work to do.
I do, right.
So I will throw it over.
Indeed. So we are at the 13.5-hour mark of the 2020 running of the British 24 Hours of Karting here at Teesside Autodrome. There are 646 laps in the book then for MS Soco Select, the number 43. They are 30 minutes into their latest stint, 9 pit stops in the book. Having just emerged from the pit lane is their nearest rivals in second place, the number 13, or 130 as it shows up on your timing screens, of Red Racing. They have just had a pit. Don't think there was anything too worrying about the pit time that I saw, so they're okay. They're just 8 seconds up the road from the 111 of MSJSR. And then a further 3 laps back is the 42 of MS Lucas. Those are your elite kart runners at the head of the field. In Pro, we've been being treated to a fantastic battle through the darkness here between MS Karts and the number 11 and PGS Racing. Really are keeping each other very, very honest. But it is the MS Karts kart leading that one, and they've really been at the forefront of that class throughout the entire race. Team Keen. Yeah, they've had a few dramas the last few hours, not least a black flag for being too quick under full course yellow, or being too keen, as one should probably say. They are third in that class. And then Offline Motorsport continue their efforts to have really long stints. And I do note they have only got 7 pit stops at the moment in the book, and that is by far and away the lowest, at least amongst the owner karts. I'm looking to see if anyone's matched that. No, that is the lowest number of pit stops of any team running in this race is Offline Motorsport on 7 stops. So really being very frugal with their fuel usage here, and it's going to be really interesting to see how that continues to serve them over the remainder of the race. 5 laps further back, Team Backmarker, an elite team who had engine problems early on and have been on a recovery drive ever since. They've managed to get themselves by all of the Clubman runners at this point, but they still continue their pursuit of the pro class. And then we get to our Clubman leader, 303 Racing, who are in the lead by some 2 laps ahead of Rye House Bandits, and that has been the story of the last hour and a half or so, is how the Clubman's has opened up a little bit at the front after some issues for Rye House Bandits, who themselves are now 38 seconds ahead of SMJC 595 in third place. 1 lap back from them is Modernised Racing, the number 6. Another lap back from them is MSBE, who have been locked in a fairly tight battle with TMS Trico as well. That gap is currently out to a minute, and that's one of the larger gaps that I've seen. But they are very closely matched, roughly in sync on pit strategy as well. So actually, it does suggest that MSB have been able to open that gap out a little bit recently. Another 3 laps back are Modernised Karting, the number 24. They're just 5 seconds, as it happens, at the moment ahead of the number 19 of the Frostley Inn. And then a further 2 laps back in 18th place overall is DW Racing. And then it's a further 17 laps back. It is quite the gap now in Clubman's back to the Alessia kart, the number 16. Rounding out the top 20 is the 888 of Blue Dog. And then 8 laps back from them is the TT Sport kart. Right then, here we go. Let's take you through the hire kart order. In 22nd place overall and leading the class at this point is Kart Events Belgium, who have been solidly at the front of this class throughout most of this race. They have a 1 lap lead over the 987 of Eco Racing. A further 2 laps back from them is the 41 of Team ETL, who have been at the sharp end of this field in the hire carts throughout the whole race, but they're currently featuring the top 3. 2 laps back are Euro Bandits, who of course have had that 1 lap penalty for being 1 kilo underweight. That's how that penalty system works. They are 4th in the class, 5th in the class. SKA Racing a further lap back, and then a minute behind them, the 66 of A66. Now that is a recovery drive, because when I last checked in, A66 had dramas. They used to be at the sharp end of the hire cart field, and they had fallen down the order, but they are back up amongst certainly comfortably within the top 10. But they're just some 7 seconds ahead of the 84 of the Lockwell Hill karting team in the that's the 84 kart, as I say. Court Blimey Racing, the 113, are next, 30 seconds down the order in 29th place overall, and I believe 8th within the hire cart class. And then 9th within that hire cart class. A further lap down is Century Sim Racing, and rounding out the top 10 within your hire cart class is the number 15 of BSR. In 31st place overall. Next down from them is 47 seconds back, Kart Events Belgium 2, the sister kart to the hire kart class leader. They're running well at the moment, and they're 14 seconds ahead of the number 11 of G3 Pro, who in turn are 10 seconds ahead of the 38 of SRW Racing, 34th place overall. Then it's a further 40-ish seconds back to BTM Racing UK. I think that's one of the teams who also had a bit of a recovery drive in this one, in the number 33. And then 30 seconds back from them is the number 85 of the EDKT English Deaf Karting Team effort, in 36th place overall. 11.5 seconds back is the card of one of the sponsors of this event, NRG Global Power. Good to see them still running well in the 430 kart. And then 11 seconds back from them is Jibtech, the 187. They're running in 38th place overall. Half a minute behind them, the second of the BTM karts, BTM UK number 2. That is kart number 34. And then it's the Mazda themed, that Mazda 787B themed 555 Renowned Vankels, running some 7 seconds back. 32 seconds back from them, in 41st place overall, is the sister kart to the A66 effort, the A66-2 kart. They're running some decent pace at the moment, and then it's 55 seconds back to the 111 within the higher kart class, that is, of JS Racing. A couple of further laps back, and currently in the pits is the 71 of Grabex Racing. And in fact, they've just been overtaken through the pit stops by the number 81 of Hopeless Disaster, featuring there in 43rd place. As I say, haven't just got past Grabex Racing, currently in the pits. Team Tate in the number 91, quite far down in the higher karts now. This is a team who previously were vying for the lead a few hours ago, if you'll recall. So things are not gone so well in this most recent sort of quarter of the race, but still decent pace from that kart there. And then it's Zap in the number 52. Some 56 seconds further back. In the pits at the moment, so almost certain to upset the order in which I'm saying some of these teams at the moment, is Pace Limited. They're making their 11th stop, I think, of this race. And then 27 seconds down from them, and probably about to overtake them in these pit stops, is Race for Ruben. Drama for them recently was that coming to the stop where they had to get pushed into the pits, but they are back up and running and setting some good pace. One lap back from them is the 99 of Porsche Sport in 49th place overall, and then it's the number 10 of 3 Blind Mice to round out your top 50. They're a further 36 seconds back. Another lap behind them is the number 200 of Boneheads, and they are half a minute ahead of the number 70 of LMS, albeit they have just entered the pits as well, so that gap will increase. Straight Through Crew, the number 17, saw them having a few dramas in the early evening of this race, but they're running fairly calmly as far as I can tell now, in 53rd overall. And there's the 270 of DEER, some 30 seconds back down the road. Another lap back sees the number 227 of Piston, Broke Racing, in 55th place overall, and then it is a further lap back to the 36 and currently pitting kart of Adrianoco Racing. Teesside Tigers are next in 57th place, and then a further lap back from them, the number 42 of BUKC Rejects, i.e. Rejects of the British Universities Karting Championship, in 58th place overall. 18 seconds back from them is the number 45 of BH Designs Racing. They are also in the pit lane at the moment. And then the gap is actually really close, so I imagine this is about to change once the timing sorts itself out with them. And RDT Racing in the 141, and that rounds out your top 60. The 82 of ZBR is next. They're the best part of a minute back. And then it's another lap back to the number 30 of Curiosity Killed the Kart. 2 laps behind them. Our Scottish entry from Larkhall Karting. And I wonder if they've done the swap now between the first team of staff and the second team of staff. We are over the halfway stage. So the number 20 there in 63rd place. Another lap back from them, referencing one of my favourite PlayStation racing games, the number 22 of CTR in 64th place. 7.6 seconds only back from them is the number 7 kart of Team Carter, and then it's a further 43 seconds back to the number 9 of the Newmarket Hornets. 21 seconds back from them, it's all quite close in this region of the field, is the number 37 of Two Stroke. And then a lap further back from them, the number 14 of Algorithmic Ascendancy. 69th place at the moment is the number 18 of NE1 Racing. They're a further lap back, and then another lap behind them is the number 32 of Shirley Bassey, rounding out the top 70. 2 laps back from them is one of our Clubman class runners who's had quite a few issues, but they're still going strong. In fact, they've just entered the pits after a 1 hour 25 minute stint, so clearly that kart's still capable of eking out a decent length stint by the standards of the owner karts. The number 40 of CMC Racing, that is in 71st place. A couple of laps behind them is Team Solon, also pitting at the moment in the number 47 kart, one of your higher karts. Then it's the 58 of Kart Force in 73rd place. Good to see them featuring prominently there. Further 4 laps back, number 48 of Century Simpletons in 74th. 5 laps back from them is the number 24 of Ain't Gonna Win. Keep the faith, could still happen. And then 5 laps back from them is the number 29 of AMF. Finally, a further 34 laps, 35 laps now actually, off the back of the field. The kart that has had surely the most dramatic race of any.
Some adventures.
Some adventures, plenty of dramas. The number 37 of Why So Serious. But I'm delighted to say that they are still out there. They are still circulating. They are not. They're not giving up at all. And that is your entire running order. You can see why we sometimes abridge it, because it's taken me the best part of 50 minutes to go through it all. But we wanted to go through that because we've finished now, as far as we can discern, the service window for the hire karts. So it is. Yes, it is a good time to go through the whole order.
Well, you started as Red Racing came into the pits. They're now 12 minutes into their stint.
Yes.
So it does take a lot to get through all the teams, but it's important to run through everybody because everybody's racing, and a lot of people that are watching loved ones racing in the hire kart class, and it's wonderful. I know we saw NRG Global Power earlier. Ross O'Meara in that car, who we had an interview with earlier on. I know that his lady friend and their newborn daughter were watching earlier on in the day. So it's always good to give everybody who's taking part the coverage they deserve.
And what stands out to me there actually is, as I was going through the hire karts, there are some relatively tight battles there. I'm looking at 32nd overall, Kart Events Belgium 2, 20 seconds ahead of GT Pro, 11 seconds ahead of SRW, BTM Racing just a further 30 seconds back, and then another 30 seconds back to the a good shout there as well. NRG Global Power, only a tenth of a second between them and Jibtech across the line last time, so they're having a fantastic battle. Then you look a bit further back, you've got things like you've got What's standing out to me here? Renowned Vankles, just 5 seconds ahead of BTM UK 2. Hopeless Disaster in the 81, leading quite a tidy, close number of karts all on the same lap there. They're just 4.5 seconds up the road from Team Tent. As I say, that's changed. They've just been overtaken again by Team Tate, just 0.2 of a second then as they cross the line. So they're having a battle for position out there, Team Tate and Hopeless Disaster. But only 45 seconds back from them is Zap, and then another 28 seconds is Race for Ruben. You know, these battles, I can see as well, Boneheads just 6 seconds off the back of GrabX Racing. There is always somebody for you to race in this discipline.
Yeah.
Make no mistake about it, and those teams will be keeping an eye on the timing just as much as those at the head of the field.
Yeah, I was just having a look there to see how long MS SoCo Select have been out. They've been out 44 minutes, so they're due. They should be due in next. And last time Red Racing pitted prior to this, when they were half a second behind, when they went back out, the gap was just over 1 minute. As you can see on screen now, the gap between MS SoCo Select and Red Racing is 58 seconds. So in around about half an hour's time, when Andrew's back and MS SoCo Select come into the pits, that's going to be an incredibly tight battle. And whilst I should really go and get some sleep ready for the 6 a.m. shift,
you should, but also
I think I might just wait until that pit stop happens, just to see how it pans out, just so I can go to sleep with a clear mind. No, I think that's going to be
you know something else.
tight.
You know something else is going to happen to make you want to stay up even longer, right? You know how this works.
Yes, it's going to. I'm sure I might get an hour or two, but even behind them, the MS JSR car is coming back into this. They were a lap down. They were leading because mainly due to the fact that Connor Lucas was flying. They are in the pit, so they've done an hour and 23.
Yep.
In that car, they've peeled off into the pit lane. Going to have a quick play with the 360 camera and see whether they are still there, and if they are, I might be able to see who's getting in it. They are. They're currently down. They're currently in the fuel bay. That cart's getting pushed round. I'm not sure who's getting in that one. We'll have a look. So,
Blue and white suit.
some leads getting thrown out, that's for sure. So we're going to address the weight difference between the drivers there. And out onto track, we'll have a quick look. Could be Sam Tugwell back at the wheel of the 111.
I want to draw attention to this as well. Offline Motorsport still pulling these crazy stints. 1 hour 42 minutes. They've just brought it in into the pits. I've got to ask the question, David. What's your opinion of their approach to the pit stops? Because they well, if you look at the timing within that pro subclass at the moment, it looks like they've only gained 1 stop, but in reality, they've effectively gained 2, I believe. Or maybe I last looked at that when it was a bit out of kilter, but they are they've earned back at least 1 stop by this point.
I think they'll go to 9 like everybody else shortly when they pit, but then they're only 20 minutes in front. So they are effectively going to be 1 pit stop in front, and they are now only 1 lap behind Team Keen.
Yes, Team Keen are demonstrating my point. As they go into the pits, that's causing the pit stop count to go up. So I think they actually have 2 pit stops in hand over the likes of Team Keen at this
Offline
at this
have
point.
pitted as well.
Yeah, so
they're in together.
Yeah, so I think I'll wait to see when they come out, but I think in real terms they have 2 pit stops in hand. But what's of interest? Yeah, indeed. So they're now back out on track.
What we are expecting though in this class are the 2 leaders to come into the pits.
Yeah, this has been the tight battle through the night, hasn't it, between MS Karts?
11 seconds between them.
Yep.
And the 11 of MS Karts and the 39 of PGS Racing are both due in the pit in the next 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, and I don't think we've seen any actual on-track battle between them, but they've been pushing each other so hard through the night here. It's really been quite impressive to see. But I was just interested to get your opinion on the offline motorsport, mate, because they do appear to have roughly 2 pit stops in hand, but they are still 4th in that class. So do you feel that this strategy is paying off for them, or are they having to sacrifice so much pace to save that fuel that it's maybe not quite paying off? Or maybe they're saving the car by doing that as well.
They were confident that it was going to work. They did a lot of testing here on Thursday.
Yep.
We spoke earlier to Tony Pogson about it, and he said that they were confident that they had a strategy that at the very least could get them onto the podium in that class, which would mean them having to jump above Team Keen. And they need around a lap and a half on that kart, but they are confident that they can get that at some point during the remainder of the race. But it's a very competitive class, the pro class, and some really, really good drivers in that. This PGS go through for another lap. So they've decided not to pit just yet. They're nearing an hour and 20 minutes.
Yep.
So they are there or thereabouts. And but yes, the offline team have been getting an extra 10 minutes at the very least on each stint. So we're about now, aren't we, where that's going to add up. They're going to have 7 or 8 pit stops, and then they're effectively going to get a free one.
I think come the end of this race, if they can keep this going, they'll have had about four less pit stops than their fellow subclass mates.
Yeah, I think they were saying that they were hoping to get at least 2. I don't know whether if at some point they've got an idea of a time where they want to abandon the fuel saving and just go for it. So I don't know whether they've been given a target lap time or anything like that, or a certain area where they need to lift, because there is a bit of lift and coast. That's one of the MS karts having a bit of fun with a higher.
Yep.
Over the thing. We know that because there's them bright lights, as you can see there on the screen, down either side of the Nausea panels. We've got a higher kart going very slowly. That's the 169. Have a quick look on that. Yeah. That looked like that's the Euro Bandits.
Yeah.
Who had that lap penalty earlier on for coming in underweight, are going very slowly down the back straight, and they will obviously have to come through the chicane section. And I think they might have had an engine down at the time.
Yeah, that looked just generally like they were down on power, didn't it? All the body language of the driver suggested as such as they were coming down the back straight.
Credit to him though, he moved off the racing line and put his arm up to notify other drivers that he had a problem.
Yep.
So top driving there for whoever's in the Euro Bandit Motorsport 169.
Yep, absolutely.
I'm not sure they've come round to come into the pits just yet. No. They are just about coming in now. So they've lost about 30 seconds. As
a 1:46 was that lap time. They're definitely down on power.
Yeah, and Howard, how far are Lockwell Hill behind them?
The gap is fairly comfortable. It's 2 laps, the gap. But obviously, if they need to have some more extensive work done to get the power back on, they could lose the position here to Lockwell Hill Karting, who incidentally are locked in a battle on track right now with A66. In fact, they've just overtaken them on that last lap. So in the midst of those two battling, we'll have to wait and see how long Euro Bandits are in the pits for with this issue, because they could lose the position to both Lockwell Hill and A66. And actually, SKA Racing, this is one of those packs of karts we were talking about earlier with the higher karts, but they're not too far apart. SKA Racing within 30 seconds of A66. Core Blimey Racing another 15 seconds down the road. If they have a problem that, loses them 2.5 laps, they could lose 4 positions.
Yeah, I think Euro Bandits are back out, and we didn't look, did we, to see how long they've been out for?
I'll have a look for a first sector time.
Well, there were 34 minutes. I was just wondering whether they'd gone long on fuel. But at 34 minutes since they were last in, although that could have been, that won't be for they were one of the first to have their mechanical stop, so it wouldn't be for that. No. So definitely a problem rather than a fuel issue. So with the engine, we'll see how they fare in the next lap or two.
I don't think they're back out. Have you seen them on the shot or something?
I saw the back of a kart that looked like one of their drivers, although no numbers on the back, so difficult, but I'm sure it looked like their driver. We'll see whether they come through the timing.
They haven't broken the timing.
Somebody else.
If they have come out at this point, then they've got another problem because they've had a very slow first sector. I'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, so Lockwell Hill are going to close in then now, down to only 1 lap behind Euro Bandits, and having already got past A66 in the last couple of laps, they could be back up to 4th in class, which, given that they had 10 minutes down earlier on in the mechanical bay because the engine stopped and wouldn't start again because the pull start had, I believe, had moved away from the rest of the side of the engine. The mechanical bay did a great job. They, rather than change the engine, they rebuilt the one that was on it with some spare parts in 10 minutes,
as you do,
and got it back out, which I think makes sense because the engine itself was really quick. That kart was flying at the time it came into pits. It was up to 2nd in class. Aaron Alexander and Kieran Lambert had done back-to-back stints with each other, and they've headed off now to get some rest, ready for the morning.
Sorry, David. PGS Racing have finally made the choice to pit. So in this battle that's been raging through the night over the lead of the Pro subclass, PGS Racing are into the pits, and the gap is 9.2 seconds between MS Karts and PGS Racing before they both pit. So now it's going to be a case of seeing how much further do MS Karts go, because they were both equal on their stint length. They pitted last time at roughly the same time. Can that gap open out further than 9.2 seconds through the pit stops? It really has been a fantastic battle between these two. I think it's been one of the highlights of the night's running, to be perfectly honest, has been that. Euro Bandits still in the pit lane here, or even, I mean, they're not in the pit lane, are they? They're down in the paddock being serviced.
They are,
for whatever it not serviced, sorry, but being repaired.
There's the change on the timing screen. Lockwell Hill and A66 in front of Euro Bandits.
Yeah, and SKA Racing are going to be quick to come through as well here, David, and Corblimey Racing in the 113. So Euro Bandits here, this is a costly one for them because they just happen to be ahead of quite a relatively tightly packed bunch of hire karts. So this is costly for the Euro Bandits.
And the 11, the MS Kart is in as well, and Jake Brooker is out in that one.
This is your leader in Pro.
PGS and MS Karts hitting in sync again. And MS Karts, who were in the lead, we'll see what the gap is this time. But Jake Brooker has taken over the wheel of the number 11 class leading MS Kart in Pro.
Yeah, looked like an okay pit stop for PGS Racing. It's a 1 minute 50 their first sector on their outlap, which is not too bad, not too good. We've seen some quicker, we've seen some slower, and but it is a quicker stop from MS Karts either way. A 1 minute 36 has just popped up for the sector 1. So I think, David, that they're going to have pulled out the gap by some 15 seconds.
Yeah, 15 to 20 seconds, couldn't it? When we'll catch it properly when they come over the line, because it's quite a long middle sector here at Teesside.
Yeah, this is looking at your red number plated karts on your timing tower to the left of your stream, folks. So that's one to keep an eye on at the moment. Still only 48 seconds there between MS Soko Select and Red Racing, as we have
they've been out an hour now, haven't they, MS Soko Select? So they're entering the time where if you get a full course yellow, you
think
consider
about
coming in.
Yeah, absolutely.
think we still do have a couple of mechanicals to come in for, but I think they're well down the field, and it could be the ones as well that missed. I think they missed their If you miss your mechanical, you get put right to the back of the queue, and the chances are they're now getting called in to facilitate that.
Have Eco Racing definitely had a service stop?
Yeah, they were called in. They were first. They were ms.be, Kart Events.be and Eco Racing were called in together at the start. They were the first two in, and had theirs back to back. And what is the gap now between MS Kart? PGS are going to come through in a moment, aren't they? They're not over the line yet.
Well, no, they have crossed the line though since that stop, so I think that's a representative gap of 25 seconds.
Yeah, MS Karts have just come over, so 25 seconds between MS Karts and PGS, which was 6 seconds, was it, pre-pit stop?
Yeah, 9.2 was the gap as they started.
Yeah,
pits,
and they made up 14 seconds in the pit stop alone. So efficient work by the number 11, and now Jake Brooker at the wheel of that kart, the young driver from Mansfield.
Yeah, we've got over the top of another hour. There are 10 hours left.
We're into single figures.
We are into single figures. 9 hours 58 minutes. 9 hours 59, just short of, are left in this 2020 running of the British 24 Hours, coming to you live from Teesside Autodrome. Myself, Howard Mitchell, and David Sullivan in the comms box currently. We've also got Andrew Mather and Tom Butterworth as well, commentary with ourselves. Double Dash Motorsport Media, if you like what you're hearing from the commentary perspective, working alongside Alpha Live Productions to bring you all of the pictures all the way through the night here at Teesside Autodrome. Fantastic to be able to bring you the coverage as our leaders in Clubman's 303 Racing pit.
We're due a pit stop soon when Andrew turns
We are
up.
due a pit stop soon. I didn't want to say.
I've no idea where he is. I'm still buzzing with enthusiasm, so I'll run for a little while longer. Until he joins us.
You know what he did? He heard you saying you were happy to stay up. That's what he heard. It's your fault.
I'll be more than happy to stick around for the inevitable pit stop that will be with us shortly. For the race leader, the gap is down to 47 seconds, and Adam Willis in the 13 of Red Racing is putting the time in and is chipping away, although it shows us 47, now 45 seconds on the timing screen, on the lead of the 43 of MS Soco Select, with Sean Durkin aboard that kart. And we now have to just wait and see how long it takes the MS team to turn that kart round. You know, they're going to have to come in, fill up with fuel, change their driver. Nobody in pit lane just yet from that team to confirm, although it looks like one of them, looks like, from what I can see, just getting mic'd up on the radio, Paul Wilkins could be ready to go again. So he's had a stint off, and it looks like he could be ready to go again. He did put in some good times last time he was out. So in that car, in the 43, looks like Wilkins is ready to go again. And one person that we haven't seen for a while in that kart is Andrew Delahunty, and can't help but feel that he's being rested for a monster final push, similar to what they did with Dan Crosley last year, where Dan started the race and did a couple of early stints, went and rested up for most of the night and returned fresh in the morning to do 4.5 hours at the end. And by 4.5 hours, I mean that's 4.5 hours straight. He did 2 full stints and a half stint to take him through to the end, and it took that number 43 kart to the checkered flag and victory by a gap of 25 seconds here last year between MS Soco Select and the Red Racing outfit, who were Q Red Racing last season. Racing, the gap is currently 45 seconds, although we are in the pit stop window for the 43 of MS SoCo Select. And we could very well, unless it's one of the fastest pit stops we've seen, and it is possible. I think we saw last year they turned it round with only an extra 25 seconds to the first sector. I think they had a first sector of a 1:05. So it is doable, and there is potential that MS SoCo Select could come back out into the lead after their pit stop. However, if this was televised poker and we had to put a percentage value on it going either way, the swing would be more in favour of Red Racing being in the lead once the pit stop is complete. And really, both of those karts, with the exception of needing to change tyres earlier than they probably expected, have so far run relatively trouble-free. So out at the head of the field, it is MS SoCo Select, Red Racing, JSR and MS Lucas, but MS Karts leading the way in the pro class from PGS Racing, Team Keen, Offline Motorsport and Team Backmarker, before we round out the top 10 with the first of our Clubman drivers, 303 Racing, as we see one of the hires bouncing their way across the chicane section, the D, at the start of the lap here at Teesside, just as you cross the start-finish line. Down in the higher class, running in 22nd overall, kartevents.be still lead Eco Racing and ETL by 1 and 3 laps respectively. And, we still miraculously have all 77 of our runners out there on circuit. Now Howard is updating the tweet deck. I'm not sure if any of them are, if anybody has seen Mr. Mather point him in the right direction.
We're working on it.
So if somebody could go and bang on his car window aggressively. I don't know if he's down there. He could be in the cafe. I had a lasagna earlier. It was lovely. As the leader...
You're not supposed to... to be fair, though, he shouldn't be in the cafe, are you? Because they're sort of asking people to not loiter and eat there.
Yeah.
At the moment. It is a lovely lasagna. I'm not taking away from that point. That is perfectly legit.
More importantly, though, the leader, the number 43, MS SoCo Select, as you can see on the screen, is in the pit lane. And we are expecting a driver change in that kart. Sean Durkin, exit stage left. Paul Wilkins takes over the reins of the number 43. And we will see if we can, on the circuit guide, where Red Racing are in comparison. The gap when MS SoCo Select came into the pits was 42 seconds.
Yeah.
And we now have to try and find the number 13 of Red Racing out there on the circuit, somewhere in the middle of 77 karts, to see whether we have in fact had a change of lead with just under 10 hours remaining.
Oh, I was about to say I'm not sure if they have changed, but the tracker is updating itself here in front of my very eyes.
It's updating corner by corner, isn't it? And we expect in a few moments that the leader will come out of hairpin 4, and who are we going to see first? Is it going to be the 13? Is it going to be the 43? It's the 13, I believe.
I think it is as well. We'll wait
over the line.
Yes.
And there's the confirmation on the timing screen that we do, with 10 hours remaining and on an even number of pit stops, have a new leader, and it is the 13 of Red Racing. The gap is 15 seconds, and we did say earlier, didn't we, that it was about a minute was the time.
Yeah.
It is quicker. It is possible to go quicker if you don't fully fuel, if you only need a splash and dash, as they call it. And but on this occasion, it was around about a minute for MS SoCo Select. So good lap times from the boys at Red Racing, and they now find themselves with a 15-second advantage, and this is swinging like a pendulum either way.
It really is. It really is. I have to say, I am still and
Speechless.
Yeah, I am. I am, which isn't a good thing to be as a commentator. No, I have got a certain amount of respect for the Red Racing crew, because they, as I've said several times, they only have the one bullet in the gun compared to all, the MS teams at the front of this field. They have several dogs in the fight, as it were, and Red Racing are able to keep on, bringing the fight to them, and there is something quite impressive about that with Red Racing.
I mean, they run out of the Haas awning, obviously. Q Red Racing and Red Racing in general. Charlie Bingham, he's the importer for the Haas chassis. Obviously, MS, that we spoke about, that's the frame for the Soco Select, the JSR, for Howard Lucas and MS Lucas. But Red Racing are running a couple of karts this weekend. PGS Racing's running out of their stable as well, as are the two modernised karts in the 6 and the 24. However, as you've noted, none of those are in the elite class, and you've got Soco Select, JSR and MS Lucas, and at times every one of those cars is the fastest car of the trio running up there. And at the top of the pro class, and no slouch in itself, is the 11 MS Karts entry as well. So we saw JSR led the way earlier on with Connor Lucas at the wheel. Soco Select have had a go at the front. MS Lucas in the 42 have got some unbelievably quick drivers in there, Josh Volkus being one of those. Our O-Plate winner here at Teesside on the national circuit for the last 2 years in senior pro kart. So defended his 2018 title by winning it in 2019 as well, and races with the O-Plate here in the sprint series. So a phenomenally quick driver is Josh, and at 19 years of age he's been racing senior pro kart since his early teens, never finished outside the top 3 in the championship here at Teesside in the sprints. That just gives you an idea. As the full course yellow, we didn't even get a warning of that, but we've got a full course yellow out. Normally we get a local yellow and then work from there, but we are straight into a full course yellow, and the marshal's down at Rib
is waving them to slow down.
But I think that's just a
because
courtesy.
it's perhaps the first place.
But where?
I can't see a stationary car out there.
Nobody out on the national circuit, which, as you see when we come to a different view later, you'll be able to see just after the D chicane, there is a piece of track that, as the drivers peel off and go left down the hill to Rib, on the right-hand side, round the is the national loop, which we use for the sprint series. So when we call this the national circuit, and then the other end is the West Circuit, and they merge together to create the International, this is what we mean. That's
the quad bike of salvation right there.
See, you call it salvation, I call it the quad bike of doom.
Well, I was thinking, that thought went through my head, but then I also thought, but it's also the only means for your race to continue, so I'm going to call it...
At least we are. At least we're not like some endurance series that don't allow recovery in the final 30 minutes.
This is starting to sound...
We'll try and bring you back as much as we can to get you back out so that you can finish the race. However, we need to find out. A lot of karts are going... There's almost like, where are static cameras that we go to at night, because obviously we let the camera guys go to sleep for a while. There's a small area of track that we can't see, and it's becoming like a Bermuda Triangle.
It is,
just
karts go missing.
That's where they go missing, and then we just sort of have to guess who it is when they come back on the quad.
Yeah, I don't know.
They're breaking down in the same place, aren't they? I don't know whether they've just struggled to get up the hill if they've broken down.
I suppose there is that fact.
But it's this from the left there on the screen. There's around about 20 metres of track that we just can't see, that is becoming a real Bermuda Triangle.
Sorry, I've just noticed MS Soco Select have done the pit stop, or have done a pit stop full course yellow. Were they due on for a bit?
No, they've just been in, haven't they? Because Paul Wilkins got back in that. So.
Yeah, but they haven't only just emerged, have they? There's been an additional stop there, hasn't there?
Yes, that 128.
Yeah, well, that was the first stop.
That was their first one. That dropped them down. They've done a 110, but is that a 110 for a stop, or is that 110 just under full course yellow? It does say that they've not been out long.
Been out for a minute.
So potentially, if they had a problem and come back in, let's see what the gap is. It says it's 18 seconds on the screen. If it's still 18 seconds after this, or thereabouts, then nothing's happened. They've gone to 0 again on there, by the way, on your timing screen. So, and then I don't think they're in the 40-second first sector.
Sometimes it likes a bit of a refresh, but it's still showing that they've only just come out on track.
They're 40 seconds behind now, so do you think they came in for a slight problem?
Yeah, maybe they had an issue and went, well, if we're going to solve it, now's the time.
Went back out. There's the quad.
Oh, is there a further issue for the stranded Kart? I don't know if there's any, I'm sorry I haven't a clue, fans out there, but we were getting quite close there to the way they sort of close out the show. So the quad bike of salvation picks up the stranded Kart of adversity or something like that. But I'm trying to see who that is getting recovered back, but it's really difficult in this light. I don't know if we can pick it up on the
let's see if we can.
We might have to swivel it around quite quickly to catch it. Oh, and that was it. That was very quick.
Too quick.
Oh, is there another stranded Kart?
Oh, round South Bank. Someone's pushing that. Actually, I think round South Bank. They're not in it. They're definitely out.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, you're right.
They're pushing it. Granted, it's going to be.
They're doing.
It's downhill in a minute, so let's see where they decide. But they
really are.
We're still under full course yellow. I do hope people. I hope the marshals
have noticed. Incredible sight.
I hope the marshals have noticed that, because if they go green, he's going to get a hell of a shot.
No, I mean they've kept the FCY. Who is this coming through? He's doing a monster job. This is going to be tiring the driver out no end here. It is. Is that the 84?
If it is, that's Lockwell Hill. And that car
I think it is.
That car that is being pushed by the driver.
That is an effort by the driver. The quad bike's turned up, but he's going, don't need it, mate. Don't need it.
That's Sam Barrett, and he's putting in a shift, and he's going to get pushed back now, I think, by the quad. Is he? No, the quad's just providing him with some sanctuary.
Yeah.
And Sam Barrett has pushed that cart, I would say, 150, 200 metres.
Yeah.
Has pushed that 152-kilo cart back to the pit lane. The marshal's giving him some help now.
Yeah.
Wow, what an effort. What an effort to push that cart back into the pit lane. I know he works at Lockwell Hill and he's got a lot of experience pushing carts in and around, but what a move actually there for Sam Barrett, pushing that cart back in. Obviously problems for the Lockwell Hill outfit. They were once again working their way back in through the field. They were up to 4th in class. They're currently down to 6th. Problems then for the 84, but credit to Sam for that. And I think they've gone to the fuel bay, have they, before they send it down to send it down. But we are green. We are racing once again here at the British 24-hour race at Teesside Autodrome in Middlesbrough. Live stream sponsored very kindly by NRG Cycles and NRG Global Power, and they've got a team out as well racing in the 430.
I'm so impressed by that Lockwell. Oh, and there's a black flag being shown there as well. So I've just saw the marshals waving a black flag there. Didn't see who it was. I think it was for. Ooh, who do I think that was for? I think I'll get back to you on that. And it might come up on timing anyway. It should do.
Well, see, I tell you, Lockwell Hill they've gone into the pit lane rather than down into the paddock, and they're having trouble starting both engines, and that leads me to believe that they've run out of fuel. Because now I think they're having to see if they can blow some fuel through into the lines, and they are going again, and I think they've potentially pushed the envelope of the fuel window a fraction too far in that kart. Just the way that both engines were having trouble starting. So just to give you an idea, the karts have a central fuel tank. The line comes from that central fuel tank down the steering column, under the seats, spears off either side of the seat, one to each engine, and there's a pulse pump underneath the engine cover that pulls the fuel through from the fuel tank. And as that car did not go down to service, it went straight into the pit lane, and they had to spend almost a minute trying to start either engine. They did get some help from a kind member of staff here who really helped them out, and I think he was blowing the fuel through to the engines in order to get that engine started. So I think they've probably pushed the boundaries half a lap too far, and the Lockwell Hill train came to a halt around South Bank.
Yeah, whatever's befallen them, it has been costly. They have fallen now back behind both Century Sim Racing and Kart Events Belgium 2,
Yeah,
but they have now crossed the line, having and it was some.
So
well,
they've lost 2 minutes,
well,
30 seconds,
and the rest, isn't it? Because it's going to be how long did it take them to push the last bit of that final lap as well, I guess.
Yeah, so similar time there, was it? The back end of that.
Oh,
That was a lap time of 3 minutes. So they've lost 4.5 to 5 minutes, I think.
Yeah.
So to be fair, a second sector of 2 minutes 52 isn't bad to say the lad was pushing the car.
No, no. That's quite humbling in a way. He did cut out a bit of the track, we should say.
He did. To be
but I
fair,
don't think we can
it was
really
probably
begrudge him
the
that.
safest option, and I'm
Yeah,
pleased
exactly.
he did it.
Completely agree. Yeah, how adherent to the rules would it have been for him to push the kart around the entire actual loop of the track?
Yeah, I think
that would have been. Mind you, he looked up for it. I thought I was really impressed by that.
We'd have been willing him on like Mansell at Detroit in '86.
It was very reminiscent of that, wasn't it? Very reminiscent of that. Thankfully, he didn't collapse. And we should say, I'm pretty sure there is a rule.
That's an owner kart going very slowly.
Yes.
Too slowly, in fact.
It's the 61. It's the Alessia kart.
Yeah, he's had his arm up. We caught him actually on camera just down the back straight, and the yellow flag is out down at rib. And the marshal's been to collect somebody, and let's see whether that goes out. It does. Problem dealt with under local yellow, and I wonder if those two incidents have
a connection.
Possibly so.
It is a thought.
There's a chance that car could have gone off, and something on the front could be a little skew with.
Yes,
I think we'll be expecting to see the Alessia kart come into the pits in a few moments. They are currently in 19th place, and it's coming round, Howard. It's getting slower as it comes, but it is going to make it back into the pits under its own steam.
Interesting point, actually. I'm pretty sure there is a rule that says that come the end of the race, you were talking about Mansell at Detroit, 86. I'm pretty sure there is a rule that says that the kart does have to cross the line under its own motive power. I'm pretty sure that's a rule.
Not the 1 horsepower of push.
Was he generating a whole horsepower? I mean,
well, he probably was at the start.
Is that
but
one
it was
of those classic misconceptions that 1 horsepower is not actually the equivalent of a horse? But
let's be realistic. I have no idea where horsepower came from. But
no. It's I think we just had a spinner there between hairpins 3 and 4.
Yeah,
I'm just going to check
that looked like the 99.
Yeah, I'm just going to check the lap time. So the 99 is the Porsche Sport car. I know that.
And it did have a white Nauseo panel, and there was a white Nauseo panel round.
That was a slow lap there. So yes, Porsche Sport there with a spin, and interestingly, they lost a position in doing that because the 17 of straight through crew have gone straight through up into 49th place overall. One presumed that was a legitimate pass and that it was a spin rather than an aided spin, shall we say. with the
Well,
battling, but that is a change of position.
We didn't see it on camera. There was no evidence to suggest otherwise. And, so we will we'll give straight through crew the benefit of the doubt on that one. And, as we close in on the bottom of the hour, and Red Racing have opened up the gap to 45 seconds. It was 25 post pit stop. It's now 46 seconds, and I spy
as well.
My little eye, the impending arrival.
I better go and let him in.
Following what we'll generously describe as an elongated rest break for Andrew Mather. So we'll give him a few minutes to settle himself once he is in. But in the meantime, our two race leaders are still on the same lap. In our pro class, the two leaders in that class also on the same lap. And we did earlier have a similar circumstance in Clubman. However, SMJC 595 and Rye House Bandits both had some problems. SMJC had a puncture. The rear of their bumper was running against their tyre and caused a puncture. Rye House Bandits had a few problems as well. They spent a lot of time stationary in the pit lane, so 303, with the exception of their early fuel stop, have had a trouble-free run thus far. At the lead of that, in the higher class, it's kartevents.be, still out at the front, as they have been for the last 4 or 5 hours or so, with the exception of the fuel stops.
And also the period where they lost some exhaust cowling from the engine briefly. That hampered their effort as well hours ago. But it is amazing how much to the forefront of that class Kart Events Belgium have been our winners in Le Mans last year, of course. So they have some experience of winning these 24-hour kart events. But I am thoroughly impressed here by the form of Kart Events Belgium.
There will be a new name on the higher kart trophy this year. The last 2 years that's gone the way of Honolulu, and they were due to be with us this weekend. However, for reasons to do with the current climate, they have been unable to make it over from their native land to try and make it 3 from 3 and defend the title that they won here in the higher class in 2018 and 19. So that brings my second stint on comms to a close. I will be back at 6 o'clock in the morning to run through until 10. And I think at some point we'll catch up with Mr. Butterworth. He's due in at some point as well. So I will hand over the reins to the other half of Double Dash Motorsport Media, Andrew Mathers.
Thank you very much, David, and another sterling effort there from him on comms. Just whilst Mr. Mather is getting himself all hooked up, I may as well begin the bottom of the hour update. So let's talk you through the order. Change for the lead then over the course of the last hour, but it's going to be interesting to see how it comes back to them during pit stops. But yeah, we had the change for the lead in the last hour. Red Racing back to the fore of this one. They currently lead by some 48 seconds ahead of MS Soko Select, but they are at different points in their pit cycle. So one would say that Red Racing should owe us a pit stop soon. But at the moment they are your leaders. A further lap back then, the 111 of MS JSR are in third place overall, and then it's a further lap back to the number 42 of MS Lucas. 3 laps down from them we have what I think has been one of the stories of the night. The battle at the forefront of the pro class has been intense, with MS Karts staying ahead of PGS Racing, but at various points that has got as low, I think we've seen the gap as low as 2 or 3 seconds at one point. Slightly better pit stop the last time around for MS Karts has given them a bit of an advantage, and they've been doing a cracking job of stretching out that gap to PGS Racing, but that is still nice and close. Just 41 seconds the gap between MS Karts and PGS Racing at the head of the pro class. Team Keen are next. They're 3 laps down, but they're still running strongly in 3rd place within the pro kart class. And then Offline Motorsport, 4th in class, 8th overall, 1 lap back. Their strategy is working as they intended. They're saving fuel. They have 8 pit stops to their fellow classmates' 10, so they've got 2 pit stops in hand. The question is that strategy paying off, or are they sacrificing too much pace? Time will tell. Team Backmarker are next, 9th overall, and then it's another lap back to our leader in Clubman's, 303 Racing, who lead by a couple of laps from SMJC 595, themselves 1 lap ahead of Rye House Bandits, and it is that kart, the number 36 Rye House Bandits kart, that has had perhaps the most issues of that top 3 in the last few hours, which has put them back in 3rd place and has opened that class out a little bit over the last couple of hours. But it's still, you know, when I say opened it out, we're still talking a lap here and there. It is not that comfortable a gap for any of them at the moment. 1 lap back is the number 6 of Modernised Racing, excuse me. Then another lap back is MSBE, the 443. Then it's a gap of 4 laps back to Modernised Karting, the number 24 and 15th overall, and 6th in their Clubman class. The Frosterley Inn are some 14 seconds back from them, and they've just got past TMS Trico, because TMS Trico are in the pits, the 780. Then it's DW Racing in 18th place overall. Blue Dog are next in the Triple Eight, and they have just got past Alessia in the 61, who have gone to the pit lane. They're pitting at the moment, but we saw them going slowly, so keep your eyes peeled on that one. Have Alessia got a problem? Are they losing time in the pits? We think they might be. And then TT Sport are a further 6 laps back. Then 4 laps back from them, we get our leader in hire karts. They've been at the sharp end of this class throughout the entire thing. Kart Events Belgium, who now have a 3-lap gap over Team ETL, exceeding track limits. The number 41, 2nd in the hire kart class, 23rd overall. 3rd in the hire kart class and 24th overall is the 987 of Eco Racing. They're a further lap back from Team ETL. And there's another 3 laps back to an impressive recovery drive, at least compared to where they were in the first few hours of this race, for the number 66 of A66. They are 1 lap ahead of Core Blimey Racing, and this is where we get to our first pack of hire karts, who are really, really tight here. We've got Core Blimey Racing in 26th overall, Century Sim Racing 7 seconds behind them, just 29 seconds back then to Kart Events Belgium 2, the sister kart to the hire kart class leader. 21 seconds back from them, Lockwell Hill Karting in the number 84. An amazing scene just moments ago where we saw a Mansell Detroit 86 situation with the driver pushing that kart back to the pits from all the way back from South Bank Corner. Highly impressive stuff. They are back underway and circulating, but they lost about 5 minutes in the process, setting a faster final sector pushing the kart than I have sometimes managed to drive in a kart, to be perfectly frank. SKA Racing are next, just 35 seconds back, and they themselves 7.8 seconds ahead of the number 11 of G3 Pro. Euro Bandits, they've had a bit of a tumultuous time of it. Penalties for weight issue, being underweight, and they've lost time in various ways, but they're still in the running. 32nd overall, 19 seconds back from G3 Pro. A further 39 seconds back is the number 85 of the English Deaf Karting Team Effort. So all of those karts easily within a lap of each other. Really close within that portion of the hire kart class. 1 lap back then is another good battle that's been raging between the 33 of BTM Racing UK and the 187 of Jibtech. They're just 4.3 seconds apart, battling over 34th place. Really interesting to keep an eye on that one. 37 seconds back then is SRW Racing, the number 38 and 36th place. Another lap back sees the battle going on between BTM UK 2 and 34 and the 430 of NRG Global Power, one of the sponsors for this event, along with NRG Cycles. for which we are very grateful. They're running in 38th spot. 24.5 seconds back is the 111 within the higher carts of JS Racing. And then they're just 8.2 seconds ahead of a battle that's raging at the moment between the 555 of renowned Vankels and BSR, the 15 car. They're just 0.7 of a second apart when they last crossed the line, so keep an eye on that on timing. 1 lap back then is A662, and then it's Team Tate, about half a minute back from them. Another lap back then, another one of these close pack of cars. The 81 of Hopeless Disaster, some 11.5 seconds ahead of Race for Ruben, the number 95, and 5.7 seconds back from them is the 52 of Zap. Another 2 laps back sees Grabex Racing, the 71, running in 47th place, and then it's a lap gap to the 200 of Boneheads and another laps gap to the number 10 of 3 Blind Mice, but they are just 5.9 seconds ahead of the number 17 of Straight Through Crew, which rounds out your top 50. The 270 of DER or Deer are 30 seconds back in 51st place. Another 33 seconds sees us find the number 227 of Piston, space, Broke Racing. A lap back from them, the 40 of Pace Limited. And another lap back sees the 99 of Porsche Sport, who we saw have a spin within the last half hour between hairpins 3 and 4, but they got underway again nice and quickly. The number 70 of LMS Racing are a further 39 seconds back, and they are just 1.5 seconds ahead of the number 1 of Teesside Tigers, battling over 55th place. A further 2 laps back then is the number 42 of the British Universities Karting Championship Rejects, the BUKC Rejects. 1 lap back from them, the number 36 of Adrianoco Racing. Another lap back sees the 45 of BH Designs Racing, and they're just 55 seconds ahead of RDT Racing, the number 141, which rounds out your top 60. Team Carter, a further 50 seconds back in the number 7. ZBR, another lap back, currently in the pit lane. I think they were... Oh, I'm not sure they were due a stop, actually, so we'll have to keep an eye out on that. 2-stroke have just gone by them, actually, the number 37. Then it's the number 9 of Newmarket Hornets in 64th place. Algorithmic Ascendancy, the number 14, are circulating in 65th. Scottish Entry Rind Racing, the number 20, are in 66th place, and then a further lap back from them, it is the number 22 of CTR. Shirley Bassey is in the pits, in the number 32 kart, and then it's half a minute back to the recovering Clubman kart, the number 40 of CMC Racing. 29 seconds behind them, in rounding out the top 70, is the number 18 of NE1 Racing. 40 seconds back from them, the number 58 of Kart Force, team for injured surface personnel. Really good to see their effort. Rising up slightly higher through the order through the night, I've noticed. Really utilising, I think, just a good team effort there throughout the night. And then a further lap back to the number 30 of Curiosity Killed the Kart. It's not dead yet, it's still being curious out there. 3 laps back then for the 48 for Century Simpletons in 73rd place. 2 laps back is the number 47 of Team Solon. 8 laps back to the number 29 of AMF. And then it's 7 laps back to the number 24 of Ain't Gonna Win. I'm still keeping the faith, folks. And then 42 laps back, but still circulating because we still have 77 karts here in the 2020 British 24 Hours. Why so serious, the number 37? That's how they stand then, with 9 hours and 22 minutes to go. This is the 2020 British 24 Hours with support from NRG Cycles and NRG Global Power. This is your Alpha live stream of all the action here at Teesside Autodrome, with commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Myself, Howard Mitchell, alongside, I'm delighted to say, hello to Mr. Andrew Mather.
Good morning.
Good
How
morning.
Are you all doing? I have found the piece of apparatus. I know we work for it, but Land Rover Discoveries are very, very good to have Kip in the back of this event.
I was wondering.
Maybe a little bit too good.
I was wondering. What surprised me is how did you two, who are both in the comms box with me, not meet? Darren went to look for you.
Yes.
And I described the car, and it's quite a distinctive car.
It's quite large.
It's quite a large. Quite, you
Covered in
know.
mud.
You were having a good kip.
Yes.
A goodly kip in said car. How did you two not meet?
I was getting.
Did you
coffee.
hide in like a toilet or something? Oh right, okay.
That as well. I've done all the things.
All the things. What, to avoid Darren?
Yes.
Okay.
I can't help myself.
Right.
I've got to ask a question.
Oh, please.
Because I have literally just jumped on because I overslept my alarm by half an hour, 45 minutes. MSJSR, a lap down. What happened? Is that normal, or have they taken a stop for tyres?
What did we see with MSJSR? I think.
I mean, it's not too bad. I mean, I'm conscious that like MS Soco Select made their tyre change quite relatively early in the race.
I can't now, folks. Get some comments in if you can know different. But I don't think I recall a particular problem. I think we've had a few full course yellows, and we've had some pit stops under full course yellows. Certainly from Soco Select, we got one. As we've just clocked up 700 laps, by the way. Red Racing then on to the 700th lap of this race. I'm just trying to think of the MSJSR now. I mean, we've had some really impressive stints from our top two karts, we should say that. But no, I don't think there's any particular issue that's befallen that kart as such. This is where everyone can correct me, but I don't have any notes that I jotted down for them having a particular issue. So yeah. But yes, they are still very much in the hunt. So just a lap down from MS Soco Select. Do keep all your comments coming in. It's great to see the interaction. That's out there. Do let us know if you're watching. It's the early hours of the morning here in the UK. It's 20 to 3 in the morning. Do let us know if you're watching. If you're watching internationally, let us know as well. Of course, this is an event that's viewed by many around the world. Do let us know at @MM on Twitter. Also get your comments on the YouTube stream and on the various streams that we have, I believe, on Facebook. Are you all right, mate? Have you?
Yeah, no. Carly M on the YouTube comments has mentioned it already. We've just been shown some pictures of the state. Unfortunately, the back of the Alessia kart is in. It's not good.
No.
So I don't know if we'd mentioned already that they'd had contact, by the sounds of it, not their fault at all, with one of the higher karts that then mounted the rear axle and has taken out both of their engines. So at the moment they have no power. So they're in the pits.
What was interesting is we saw the Alessia kart going very slowly.
Yeah.
At the same time that there was a yellow flag down at Rib Bend.
Yes.
And we wondered if the two were linked.
I think
so. I wonder if maybe that was that.
Yeah. So that is obviously a big braking zone down there. Real shame for the Alessia team there.
Yeah, they're just one of those Clubman teams who've had a bit of a challenging one so far, aren't they? And they're there with they're in that pack of karts along with Blue Dog and TT Sport, who have not had the cleanest run so far within Clubman, but are still very much in it. Just want to update on a battle that's been raging for a while in higher car. I mentioned them on the hourly update, but Race for Ruben now past Hopeless Disaster in the battle over 44th place. I think I'm right in saying at this moment in time, I'm not sure if I'm saying it a little earlier than he said he would be out, but Alex, if you are out there at the moment, I hope you're enjoying your first ever karting stint at night in your first ever 24-hour kart race. It's an experience, and if I've said that slightly early, I'm sure you're still going to enjoy it the same, but at the moment they are in quite the battle. Is the 81. I'm loving this pack of karts in the midst of the higher karts who are in that fight. As I say, Race for Ruben is in amongst there as well. Team Tate aren't that far up the road either, and Team Zap aren't that far down the road. So that's a really nice little neat battle going on over around 43rd place down to 46th.
I know it sounds a little bit obvious, like, duh, but night stints very much determined by how the kart's feeling. I've
Yes.
had opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of experience on that one. 1 year, I remember us, or me getting the mandatory service stop.
Yes.
After which the kart obviously felt amazing.
Yeah, I was saying this to David earlier. It's like you've got a superpower when you come out, isn't it?
And, you know, you've got fresh boots on. You're still taking care of them, of course, because you don't want to just batter them in the first hour and a half of running them. But, you know, you've got that pace. You're overtaking people. You do feel brilliant. And then, obviously, you could have the opposite end of the spectrum where, well, either you've not had the mandatory service stop, or you're having issues with the kart, or being down on power. That can sometimes be a bit demoralising because, you know, you're not catching people. You're not. Especially if you're not in a pack as well, and you're just going around there on your own.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which, believe me, folks, you can feel like. I know you look at the screen and go, "My goodness, there's just karts everywhere." But if you're not with somebody and the next driver is, you know, 4 or 5 seconds ahead of you, the competitiveness of this field, that's actually quite a hard gap to pull in over the course of 30 minutes, 40 minutes, however long that phase of the stint may be.
I don't want to put words into your mouth, mate, but one of the things that stood out to me as I was coming on for my stint back at midnight, back at the halfway point in this race, one of the things that stood out to me is actually, and when you say this at first, it almost sounds like you're commenting on how boring it is, but it's not what I'm going for at all here, is actually how similar the timing screen looks to before. In other words, the pace is so competitive, and actually the reliability thus far seems to actually be generally quite impressive. But I am really, I had a couple of hours kip. I looked at the timing and I went, do you know what? I'm not sure I've seen it change so little in many respects as to what's going down. These karts just keep on ticking off the laps. As I say, for me, I think the story of the night, or the most interesting class battle, at least for the lead of what has been MS Karts versus PGS Racing, that's since I've come on at the head of the profile. But I know that as I was coming in to relieve Tom Butterworth off of comms earlier on, they were commenting on how close the top two were.
Yeah.
And then it all got broken up a little bit by pits and by some FCYs. But it really is... I mean, I know it was really close for the overall win last year, and it always is really competitive. But I don't know, how do you feel about the running order here? It just seems to be, they all seem to be just keep on going.
I'm really pleased to see just how, because obviously we've had this increase in owner karts as the rears of kart slow coming off of hairpin 4. I'm just going to check to see who it is. It is the 303.
And it's your class leader in Clubman.
The 303 is slow and coming into pit lane.
Yep.
So I was just about to say how impressed I was at the reliability of this increased owner kart field. I mean, as I say, in previous years, I say we've had 16 of them.
Yeah.
There's normally about 5 or 6 that was like, oh, they're in again, they're in again, they're in again. We've got a top 20 that's all owner karts at the moment. As I say, the 303 Racing guys.
Yeah, we need to keep an eye on this because they had
unscheduled.
So they had a lapse gap over SMJC 595, who incidentally are probably due a pit stop within the next 10-15 minutes themselves. So here we go. Is this another turn of events in the Clubman class? We saw the Rye House Bandits having a few issues a couple of hours ago, which lost them some time, and it allowed 303 Racing to pull out a bit of a gap. But now is the balance tipping the other way again? We'll have to see over the course of the next few laps. As the 303 Racing team, I'm not sure, mate, did we clock on the CCTV there whether they went into the paddock or not? I think we've... oh yeah, sorry, we're not looking at the right... It would help if I was looking at a camera that looked the right way on that one. Century Sim Racing then, just taken to the pit stop. That looks to be on schedule to me. Alessia, the Clubman kart still in the pits, I'm afraid, for fans of that effort.
Can't see him at the fuel bowsers, and I can't see him in driver change area, and I don't think they've come back out yet. So I think that is a problem for the Clubman leader.
Yep.
Hopefully it's not one that's going to lose them too many laps, because they have been right in this. This has been one of the strongest showings from the Polish team in a good few years here at Teesside. That would be a real shame for them to fall away at this stage, especially as we are in that second half of the race. And again, I know it's really, really cliche, but you know, getting past that halfway point, that always gives you a boost, and then you just tick it hour by hour and you think we're a little bit closer, we're a little bit closer, and this is the start of the point of the race. You dare sometimes to think about getting to the end, and this is often the way it then bites you, because it's still a long, long way to go.
I have to say, I agree with you. Getting beyond the halfway point does give you a little boost. Not quite the emotion I would have described at my first ever 24-hour race.
No.
At my first ever 24-hour kart race, I had not been a spectator at a 24-hour race before. I'd not even watched like a streamed race. Like, I hadn't even watched a Le Mans or a Daytona in its entirety for 24 hours. And the emotion I can only describe at the halfway stage was, how are we only halfway? How is that possible?
New leader in Clubman, SMJC 595.
Yep.
The champions from last year are back on top.
Absolutely.
Now the question is, how far down the order do 303 Racing fall here? I'd be surprised if they keep the spot on the podium. Pleasantly surprised, because the Rye House Bandits, the team from down at Hoddesdon, competitors in the Rye House Pro Karting Championship, they're, as I say, only a lap behind Modernised Racing. That's really good to see as well, that team, because they weren't doing too badly the last time I was in the box. They were about 16th, 17th, so they've made some really good progress in the last 4.5 hours.
They have. One of, I think during my second stint, so sort of evening yesterday, they did have a stint where a few things went wrong. I think they had an off down at Rib Bend, and I think they may also have had a brief off during in hairpin 1 as well. So it hasn't been a completely tidy run, but it is good to see them. In fact, at one point they were behind Modernised Karting, so I think some issues befallen their sister kart in that sense. But yeah, good to see, as it's confirmed that
Bent track rod for 303. Thank you, David.
So yeah, drama there, and Rye House Bandits confirmed ahead, so change for second now in Clubman. As you say, Modernised Racing look on to have this. To take the final podium position at the moment, at least, off of 303 Racing. So disappointment for them.
Just to say as well, we have still got this phase of the race where the service window is open and teams are being called in.
That's largely been done now. We understand that all of the teams should have had their service stop, unless they're getting a very late naughty call on the team's check.
Okay, so the last carts that I can see on the PA WhatsApp with the number 9 and the number 48 into there, so they, as I say, should be pretty much the end of those.
Yeah, the majority of them were serviced between about 11 PM and about 1:30 AM. So we do understand, as I say, some of them had late calls, and we have occasionally seen the Digi flag coming up with the old meatball flag to call them in as a last resort. But by and large, we understand the service to have been given to all of the hire cars. If you haven't served it by now, to be perfectly honest, you're doing yourself a disservice on tyres. Give yourself some fresh rubber on the fronts. It has to be said. As we we've had a pit stop for our leader. Red Racing have just pitted, and it's allowed MS Soko Select back to the head of the field. I'm not sure if that's a confirmed gap of 14. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. They've both crossed the timing line since then. So 14 seconds, the gap, after nearly 15 hours of racing. Such is the way, so often, of this British 24 hours.
Still waiting on 303 Racing. But thankfully, if it's a bent track rod, that shouldn't that shouldn't be too long a fix. It's not power related. So hopefully we'll see them back out on circuit very, very soon. In fact, are they circulating again? I think they are circulating again, aren't they?
I think they are circulating again. How much
They got back out in third.
Yeah, so they managed to hold off modernised racing.
They've lost
a couple of minutes.
Yeah, two laps.
Yeah.
They've lost 2 laps there. That's not too bad. That's okay. That's okay. That could have been a lot worse for 303 Racing.
Yep. MS Lucas from 4th place in the pit lane at the moment. That's pretty much on schedule. Been an hour and 25 since they last paid a visit to the pit lane. I'm still massively impressed, Andrew, by this effort from Offline Motorsport just to jump to the Pro Class.
Yeah.
They're still pulling out these crazy, these crazily long stints. I just wonder if maybe they're sacrificing, and I was making this point to David as well, I'm just wondering if they're sacrificing too much pace to try and gain these pit stops back. Because the gap now is 2 laps between them and Team Keen, who themselves are 3 laps back on 2nd place.
Yeah, I mean, at this moment it doesn't look like the strategy is working. Me and Butters had a chat about it earlier in the race, though.
Yeah.
Having a slightly lesser pace, though, and taking care of the car could still reap rewards later in the race.
Yeah.
And we have seen it in the past. You know, you start to see them dropping off and having mechanical issues in the last 4 to 6 hours of the race.
Leader in Clubman's in now as well. Again, this is when we would roughly expect them to do this. The SMJC 595 recently promoted up to the lead of that class, courtesy of the issues faced by 303 Racing with the bent track rod. So leaders in Clubman's currently making their pit stop. This might... I wouldn't expect this to allow Rye House Bandits to take the lead of the class, because I think they have enough in hand. But we'll just keep tabs on that one. As, just having a look further down the order. Team Tate, I keep talking about this battle within the midst of the higher kart field. Team Tate have just taken 42nd place off at A662. They're having a good battle out there, still just 3 seconds apart.
595 just finishing their pit stop.
Yep.
Putting some lube on the chain, and the way they go, it's looking frantic in the driver change area, but they're on their way again.
I'm just thinking, actually, I'm trying to think if maybe you were asking about the 111, mate. I've just had a bit of a brainwave.
Go on.
I think they might. This might be the nighttime memory characterising this wrong. I think they may have been one of the cops who had some bodywork, which was rubbing on a tyre, and they had to go in because they were cutting themselves a lovely groove into a rear left or some sort. So there's quite some spectacular tyre smoke. So I think they may have had to have stopped out of, at least off schedule, for that. So apologies.
But potentially with some fresh boots on there, you know.
True.
They're not in a bad spot. Not in a bad spot at all at this stage of the race.
I'm trying to think, because there were a couple of karts who had that happen to them, actually close in quick succession, but I think they might have been one of the ones who had to do that.
Yep.
That would have been just as I was coming on, I think.
New leader in Clubman then, the Rye House Bandits to the front in the 036. 10th place overall. And it really, really is hotting up in that class. In the last 20 minutes, we've seen the unscheduled pit stop for 303 Racing to replace a bent track rod. A regular pit stop for SMJC.
Well, yeah. Not the fastest we've seen, though, is it?
No,
it
did look a little bit, not quite Keystone Cops, but there were some chain lube cans being thrown around and one hit someone in the leg and all the rest of it. I think it is that stage of the race where almost doing things slower is quicker, because you're making less and less mistakes. So, but they're still in it. They're still in that mix. There's no need to panic at this stage.
It is so easy to have clumsy moments, isn't it?
Yeah.
Particularly if you're, you know, because there's the stress of it, and also as a driver, you can feel so clumsy in a pit lane. You've got that lack of peripheral vision that you're used to having. It's amazing how much your sort of awareness of the stuff around you, you know, obviously helmets designed to be eyes forward, and when you're in the kart, that's fine. But when you're just walking around in the pit lane, you can't half be you know, caught off guard if you're trying to do something quickly.
And of course, it is even harder this year with the current situation that we've got.
Yes.
Only 2 helpers for each team allowed in the paddock area.
Yep.
Ooh, someone
And
produced some nice sparks there around the South Bank Bend.
Even from the perspective of communication, mate, I know this is this is a universal problem at the moment with the face coverings, but when you've got the engine sound in the background,
Yeah.
you know, you can't lip read people.
Oh, big spin.
Oh.
Big spin into the D chicane, and 2 karts were involved there. Didn't quite, and there's one of them. It's the 290.
Or is
270 and 270 involved as well.
It was both those. No, so that's that's the Deer team. DER is the 270.
Might have been the 200 then of Boneheads. We don't have a 290, Andrew.
We don't know.
That was a big moment for 2 of the higher karts there. And that again, that is the classic kind of incident that you can have at this stage of the night, where, you know, you've still not got the light coming up in the morning. Drivers are getting a little bit woozy out there and can make mistakes of that nature.
We've just gone through the top of another hour, so just a little look at the weather. It's pretty unchanged throughout the race, to be honest with you. It's currently 14 degrees C in Middlesbrough, England, with a nice breeze blowing through, giving it a more of a feel of about 11 degrees. I think the only thing is the humidity is still relatively high for the conditions that we've got here. And this is actually the most controversial thing I said during this stint in comms so far. David was shocked. Luke, who was at the time calling the shots to my left, said it couldn't be. But I suggested that we might have a 100% dry running of the British 24 hours. And I'm just saying that's still forecast. Chance of precipitation.
I'm going to run back 12 months, mate.
I know,
where
I
we
know.
were in a similar stage of the race, and then out of nowhere.
You can all say it. You can all say it. I'm just saying. Of
Blue
all the
Dog
years, this is, I think, the best opportunity for a fully dry running. And then, as you say, Blue Dog are in 663 laps they have in the book. This is on schedule for them. They are more than likely to, unless something really goes wrong here, they are going to retain their spot ahead of TT Sport. In fact, they've emerged from the pit lane. A 2:32. Not the quickest stop, but as you say, mate, there is a slight case maybe of going slow to go fast, as they say. And there's no need for them to rush at the moment. Just keep on ticking off those laps. Still, Alessia, though, is in the pits, dropping further down the order, I'm afraid to say. Update on another battle that I've been keeping tabs on in the higher kart class. BTM Racing UK have just got past G3 Pro. That's because G3 Pro have just pitted. So that's why that has happened. BTM UK 2 have also just pitted. So that is why they have just dropped behind Team Tate and the A662 team. But yeah, CMC Racing, another clubman who's had a few issues, continue to work their way up the order. And yeah, all of still, I love the fact there's still 77 karts in this race. We've had nobody decide to park it. Nobody decide that there's a job that isn't worth repairing so far. They're all still going, and that's fantastic to see, with under 9 hours to go.
Hello to Jack Werrell on the YouTube comments. These hours are really blasting by now. I've been watching for 8 hours now. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us in the middle of the night. There's 178 of you on YouTube at the moment. We're crazy cats watching.
Hello. Hello, people watching.
I see Tom Fox is out there for Modernised Racing. That's another team made up of some younger drivers, some newcomers to this event. They'll have done a little bit of running in the British, in the BUKC 24-hour in previous years, but I was on a little chat with Tom earlier. Andy Dawson and Seb Algieri in that effort as well, as one of the hires comes in. I'm very keen to see where G3 Pro are as well, and whether, might be a little bit later in the race, whether a driver with a helmet that I was racing, what was it, about 18 hours ago?
Yes.
Maybe a little bit longer? He's out there. No, a little bit shorter. 15 hours ago.
I think it was the English Deaf Karting team who might have been taken to the pit lane, right?
Ah, okay. They've had a good run.
They've had a brilliant run. They, I think they might have had one of the later service stops, at least of the karts in the first half of the hire kart field.
Yeah.
Because when I looked at the time before, I was like, oh my goodness, it's really changed in hire karts. But either way, no, they've had a really good run. I think, I hope I'm not doing a disservice by saying this, but I think this is the strongest run I've seen them have.
Yeah.
In the British 24 hours. They really are doing well in that number 85 effort. Currently in the pits, as I say, and in that really tight-knit group of hire karts, BTM Racing UK in 31st, G3 Pro in 32nd, some 33 seconds back, and then EDKT, as we just mentioned, they're on in the pit lane at the moment. They've just been passed in the pits, actually, by SRW Racing. But still nice and close there. NRG Global Power and Gibtech aren't that far back either. In fact, there's quite a battle happening as well behind them between JS Racing and BSR. They were only a tenth of a second across the line in the battle over 37th place. This hire kart class, Andrew, we sort of, I don't want to say the word ignored, but over the last few hours we treated it, we took everything with a pinch of salt just to whilst the service stops work themselves out.
Yep.
But the way that the chips have landed, it is still so super close throughout that field. There's someone for everyone to race.
It's one of the closest battles up and down the field I think I've seen whilst we've been doing this event, and I will reiterate the point of how big is the factor that there's, what, 10 to 15 karts less this year?
Yeah.
Which is a shame. I think we all would love to see more karts, more teams, more drivers being involved in this event. But at the same time, you know, having that little bit less traffic out on circuit, I'll refer to the Daytona 24 hours earlier this year, where there were those comments that there were less full course yellows, there were less incidents, and because for everybody there were less other cars to negotiate in that race, it did run green for a considerably longer amount of time. Of course, then the weather stepped in, but it ran smoother as a race across the course of that 24 hours.
Yeah.
And especially with this circuit as well. Sorry, to make another Daytona comparison. You know, it's all quite enclosed. It's not like a circuit elsewhere on not just car calendars but karting calendars, where you know you have your different sections of the race, especially when you're in the I'll have to call the oval or the national circuit. You know, there's not much runoff. You are quite all enclosed, and if you get stuck up behind somebody, it sounds ridiculous considering how wide the track is in places, but it can be difficult to overtake around there.
Well, I mean, it's worth noting how dirty it can get offline.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how wide the track is. If you're going to scrub wide the moment you go offline, then that is what it is. But yeah. Interestingly, mate, we've both been doing individual comparisons to US tracks. My comparison point earlier was Sebring as a representation of how bumpy this track is.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there is a Daytona-esque aspect there as well. But
Yeah, there's a definite respect for the bumps.
Oh yeah,
round
yeah,
here.
absolutely. And a point we were talking about with I was talking about with David earlier, the way that the temporary floodlights in the outfield section have to be positioned means that rib corner, which many people think is physically at least the one that really takes it out of you of the corners here, is also the darkest corner around the whole track because it's got the greatest distance between two floodlights, which is why you really are feeling it through your backside. Here they are breaking into it. You can see how notably darker this shot is. That's not a trick of the camera or something. And there they all working their way through. You can see the karts bumping up and down in the braking zone there, and you really do feel that. The fact that you can see it so much so, you can visibly see it. Sorry, so much so on the shot tells you, look, if you can visibly see it, it feels feeling it massively in the kart.
We need to keep an eye on MSJSR because they are heading into a pit stop window for them. 1 hour 20 since they last pitted for some of the go juice. It's interesting what you say though about the about rib bend. I think if you get it wrong, it's probably the worst. But I'd say if you're just on a normal lap and you're keeping it on line, probably hairpin 4's the worst. Because that is one I've definitely felt I've had to adjust my line in previous years, because on what would be your normal racing line for a sprint event, there's a nasty bump right on corner apex about midway round the corner. So you almost have to apex later to get around that bump, because you're going quite slow speed as well.
Yeah, have I misremembered that they slightly lessened how bad that was by resurfacing a couple of years back? There's still a bump. Yeah. There is still a bump.
It's not as bad as it used to be.
What you're saying is valid, most certainly. Yeah, it's yes, that can be on a normal lap. I know what you mean. That can be difficult. Also, I mean, hey, the D chicane that starts the lap. Yeah. I always found that as a real sort of, the psychology of doing a long stint here is important, and I always found it as a sort of, I don't know, every single lap when I came up to that D chicane, it's a real sort of dynamic way to begin a new lap, and I found myself sort of geeing myself up for every new lap. I was like, right, come on, nail this chicane. It's how you focus on the lap when you're doing a lengthy stint. But yeah, if you muck that up as well, you're going to know about it at this time of night, it has to be said. So this part that we're looking at now, you can see the camber on the curbing there. And you want to do that in a way that's sympathetic to your kart. You want your kart to just glide between each of the apexes. You don't want to take too much curb, throw yourself wide for the next one, maybe even produce some sparks. You don't want to be doing that. We did see a black flag for the number 82 kart many hours ago at this point for excessively breaching numerous times breaking track limits at that D chicane. So that was a black flag for ZBR. Oh goodness, at least 6 hours ago now, I think.
Changes for position. BTM UK 2 are back up into the top 40.
Yep.
They've just taken that 40th position away from A66. And then number 2 team, Race for Ruben, are also up a spot to 42nd. They've just got past EDKT, who've just had a very slow lap, 7 minutes 2.607.
Is that because of a long pit stop, mate?
I think, well,
because they're only 4 minutes out the pit, so I think they had some kind of issue. They may have lost them some time in the pits, and that's a shame, because we were talking about how strong their run's been. They're still doing really well.
Still a couple of service announcements I can see from Cat coming in. Okay. So we've just had a service call from the number 5858. I'm just going to remind myself who that is.
I'd go down, not up.
58 is Kart Force, so they're in now. They're in now for their... Oh, they've timed that quite nicely. 1 hour 39 since their last pit stop. Oh, now have they timed it nicely? Because you're not allowed to refuel or driver change on a mandatory service stop. Exactly. You've got to come in, weigh, straight down into the abyss. So although a good trip to the abyss.
Yes.
I hope they've got another lap of fuel in that kart.
Yes.
37 and 29, they're also in for service at the moment. So the 37 being 2-stroke, 29 being AMF.
In fairness, though, if you were really critical, are you? That's an interesting point, actually. Are you within your rights to say no? I'm taking fuel I will happily go round again and report to my service next time through.
That's a good question. I don't know. The number 40's in. This is the recovering CMC Racing entry. This is a scheduled pit stop, 1 hour 28.
Yep, absolutely.
And they're working their way back up the overall order through the hire karts. I'm going to try and find a battle out there. There's a really close one going on between the number 24 and the number 19 of Modernised Racing and the Frosterley Inn.
Yep.
2.8 seconds between them. This is a battle for 15th place. They've just crossed start-finish now, so we'll try and keep an eye on them in the gloom. I don't know if we've mentioned it. It's quite misty out there as well.
It is, yeah. There's a bit of a smokiness and
stupor. It's like, oh,
yeah.
I think that due that third placer in MSJSR are in for their scheduled pit stop.
Yep, a 1 hour 25 minute stint that they've been able to do. I'm also expecting Team Keen in the pit lane anytime soon, and if it were any other team, I would expect Offline Motorsport on the pit lane soon, but they've only done 1 hour 24, so they'll be good for another 20 years, I think, before they next need to stop. But yes, modernised karting, the 24 and the Frosterley Inn. Not forgetting, of course, this is the only owner kart that has the large Nassau panel on the front.
24 the 18.
Yeah, that 24 and the 19. Right?
19. So is the 19 the one with the big panel?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
I think I've already spotted them coming round. But just to make sure. There's the 24. And where's the 18? There they are. 19, sorry. So yeah, very, very close between those two at the moment.
Yeah, gap is now 3.7 seconds as they last crossed the line. You missed a small session of David and I getting rather poetic at about midnight.
Oh.
And I mean that as in, I was talking about the experience of, yours may have been slightly different because you were hiding from Darren, but I was talking about how it was quite atmospheric to, there's something really, really, I had a smile, I had a grin on my face.
Yeah.
As I was entering the paddock, and just as you sort of come through and you make visual contact, as it were, with the circuit, because you sort of emerge from like the depths. We certainly do because of where we're parked. The depths of the car park. It's dark. We wake up. We sort of gee ourselves up. You know, we're all crawling through. You start to see a few more people who are walking back from stints, walking towards the pit lane for starting stints. And then just as you get closer and closer to the circuit, the hum gets louder, more and more people around you, and suddenly you turn the corner and there's still loads of people from the various teams watching the race. And I can't help but smile at just, you know, we were talking about how it's really just wholesome, I think, this fact that so many people, everybody at this circuit, the competitors, the mechanics, us on the stream and the comms, even the people in the cafeteria, and the marshals, everybody, they're all striving to get through this event, and getting through that event is an achievement in itself. And there's something just really endearing about the sheer human effort of all of us committing to this race in various different ways. So that was the poetry that you missed earlier, which I've just reiterated, really. But it's trying to communicate for anyone who hasn't been to a 24-hour race in person. I mean, I think you do even get it in a more extended sense, hopefully for you watching. You know, there's almost a community of people who are watching this through the night and interacting with us, and hopefully we extend that beyond just the boundaries of the track. But I think it's one of the things that I love about endurance racing is just that atmosphere, and what combined with what I was saying earlier about the sort of idea of the kid being allowed to stay up late. You know, doing what they like. We get to play with our toys after dark as well.
Talking of that, just keep your comments coming in on the YouTube stream. I'm keeping an eye on them. Hello to Ollie Parr Racing again, who's been watching since the start. Come on, Ollie. This has been. I know what you're saying here. I've done 15, so 9 should be easy, I guess. No, son. This is it now. This is it. I remember doing this with the big one a couple of years ago before I was there in person. There's yellow down at Rib Bend.
Just been brought back in. That's been rescinded, that yellow now.
Ollie, listen to me. Listen to me, Ollie. Do not go to sleep. Because if you go to sleep now, you miss the end of the race. I can always guarantee.
I mean, the ironic thing is I'm going into that risky phase. When I come off comms next, I'm going to have to get some sleep.
Yes.
Let's not talk about what happened during the last time that I went for a sleep during in between my comp stints at Le Mans 24 Hours of Karting last year. All let's say is that I can't be too critical of you maybe oversleeping slightly, because at least you overslept in the car park as opposed to me oversleeping in a hotel. Oh
yeah, you did.
I did manage to do that. I think I managed to get to the track relatively sharpish. Actually, I still think it wasn't too bad. But it is possible to. It is possible. Here is the tip. It is possible to get too comfortable.
I can vouch for that. As I say, back of a Land Rover Discovery is far too comfortable. Sorry, I'm now just remembering other sleeping through incidents related with 24 hours, and the one for me last year, which was post-race, so good for the production. Yeah. Not good for me when I effectively missed the whole of the 2019 Cricket World Cup final. And I'm quite a cricket follower.
You are.
And I managed to miss England winning the World Cup because I just crashed out. Didn't I? You came in, and you're not a cricket man at all.
No.
Even you came in as...
I did.
Have you heard? Have you heard what's happened? I was like... Where am I? What's going on?
I don't think I've ever told you how long I slept, by the way, after the inaugural BUKC 24 hours here. We booked a hotel room for the Sunday night. Genius move.
Yes.
Genius move. Went to bed at about 8 p.m, 9 p.m, a very, very tame time for a student to go to bed on Sunday evening. Woke up the following day at 2 p.m. is how knackered I was after that one.
I also want to give a shout out to Phoenix as well, who's back from work. Well done, Phoenix. He's working the late shift. Well done, mate, especially at these times. Can someone catch me up on the past 4 hours? This is going to sound really weird. You've missed nothing, but also a lot.
Yeah, if you look at the timing.
If you look at the timing, yeah, it's pretty much the same story that we had 4 hours ago or so, but I think that's more just showing the sheer pace of this race. All your big runners are still in it, but there's been a lot of frantic action out there, and yeah, I just keep looking outside and thinking something's weird here. It's dark, but it looks like the start of the race. Oh, somebody's off. Where have they come from there? That was hairpin 1 that I just saw to my right. Maybe, I suppose it is very dry out there, so the grass and the dirt is quite grippy compared to recent years when it can be a bit of a quagmire out there. But that was someone running wide at hairpin number 1.
Okay.
So let's look out for someone having a slow sector 2.
I think, yeah, I wonder if there's anything I can add maybe to the detail there of the last 4 hours. We are pretty much, I'm going to ignore those two who are still getting called in for a service stop. We are pretty much at the other end of the service window for the hire carts now, and it's been interesting to see how that's all shaken out. Still some really close battles there. Kart Events Belgium still in the lead of that class. Such an impressive run that they're having. Team ETL have also been in the at the sharp end of this throughout. I'm still looking for someone with a CTR. That's a pretty slow second sector from them.
Yeah, it was a hire cart as well.
Yeah. So the story of the hire carts has been working through all those service windows, and hey, I tell you what, Core Blimey Racing have actually moved up the order quite well in the last hour or so within the hire carts as well. But stories of the last few, we've got the leader in pro class pitting. And that's been one of the stories of the night. Certainly PGS Racing versus MS Kart at the head of that field, and it still continues to rage on, does that battle, and that's been really impressive. And then in Clubman's, I suppose it's been a case of, as you say, it's one of those things where you say you've missed nothing but everything all at the same time, because we had an issue for Rye House Bandits. I'm desperately trying to remember what it was that lost them the time now, but they lost some time. and it spread the Clubmans out a bit at the head of that field. But then 303 Racing and SMJC 595, they've also had issues, which means it's kind of all balanced back out. Modernised Racing have come back into it a bit. So that's been a fascinating class as well. Red Racing, MS Soko Select, who really is the actual true leader of this race? Difficult to say because they're off kilter on pit stops by quite a way now, so it is literally going to be to do with how they back calculate this and where things all wash up at midday today. I can now say, I need to stop saying tomorrow. We are well into today now at 3 local time. So yeah, those are just a few of the stories that have come through. We've also seen the best Mansell Detroit car pushing impression I've seen in a while from the number 84 of Lockwell. I'm just going to remind myself as well who it was who did that monster effort pushing the car. I'm really impressed.
I hope they didn't do a full Mansell Detroit 86 impression.
No, not full. They
Good.
looked like a spring chicken at the end of it, as far as I can tell. Sam Barrett it was who did that push, and it was just it was really impressive. And what it was a full course yellow.
Yeah.
But there were two stranded karts at the same time. They've only got the one quad bike. The quad bike went out to the far end of the track. Sam, who's stranded down at South Bank, goes, I'm going to push it home. And he pushes it through the cut through at hairpin 4. But nevertheless, the pace at which he did that, I say, he still managed to do a 2 minute 50 something that last stint. I was quite impressed. He was, you know, and it was really good stuff. So doing it safely as well, I have to say, kept himself well over to driver's left as well.
Cycle of pit stops rolling through. Team Keen have just been in, but I can't help but notice how 303 Racing are back in the pits.
They are, and they've only been out for 33 minutes according to timing in front of us here. 35 minutes, excuse me, I've just given a little refresh there.
Trying to look for...
who's this going down the back straight with their arm aloft? The is that the 220, 227? 227. Oh, Piston broke Racing.
I think 303 are okay. I think this is actually...
their stop after maybe.
This is their scheduled stop. It just looks a bit odd because they had an unscheduled stop halfway through this stint.
Down the back straight. Sorry, there's still such a cacophony of karts. I mean, you do get these little collections, but we've not had a full course yellow for a while now, and it's still nice and clustered.
Now.
I know.
Just caught a sight there of the number 40 kart, the Pace Limited team.
No, okay, sorry, they're slightly further up than I thought. I told you to go the wrong way on timing.
Number 40 and higher.
Oh, they're much higher than I thought.
Can't find them on timing now. So 303 Racing are in, so that promotes Modernised Racing up to second in Clubman at the moment.
Yeah, they are. They're running 53rd Pace Limited.
There we go.
One lap off the back of Porsche Sport. Only 2 seconds to the good over the Teesside Tigers.
Sam Lovelace out there in the number 36 Adrenico Racing effort. They're still plugging on. I had a chat with them earlier whilst they were down in the abyss having some, I think, spark plug issues. Dante Dillon coming in twice in quick succession to get those changed.
Yep.
And they're a relatively new team to this. They're an experienced group.
Yes.
Again, one of those young blood teams coming through. And I was having a chat with one of them and saying, look, this is frustrating now, but you've just got to keep plugging away at it because you don't know where you're going to be when you get into this final third of the race. So it's good to see them still circulating, and they've got some good pace.
Yeah, 303 Racing have emerged, by the way. It looked like a fairly standard pit stop time to me, so we're going to call that, but it does mean they're now down to 4th place in that class because Modernised Racing are in second with SMJC 595 in third. Rye House Bandits leading it overall within that class. Offline Motorsport, mate, I'd expect them to make a pit stop soon because they're starting to approach 1 hour 40, or as everyone else in the owner kart classes calls it, far too long. But I'm still massively impressed by that effort. Still really impressed. They're sticking to their guns with it. And you know what? I'm just looking at yeah, they're starting to eat it. They're starting to build up that third pit stop in hand over the rest of that pro car, of that pro class. I keep wanting to say pro kart class. It's not very descriptive in this race. the pro subclass within the owner karts. Just 25 seconds the gap at the head of the field between MS Soko Select and Red Racing. We might expect MS Soko Select to make their next pit stop.
They've just had a very slow lap, 122.3.
Yes, they have. Yes, they have. 8 seconds taken out. Now, what caused that? Because that is too slow for it to purely be traffic, surely, unless there's been a bit of an incident somewhere, or a bit of a ruckus, maybe, with some of the traffic. But keep an eye on that one.
I'll watch that just as you do the bottom of the hour.
Yeah, indeed. Let's do that. So, 8.5 hours left then of this running of the British 24 hours. You're watching your coverage coming to you courtesy of Alpha Live with Double Dash Motorsport Media providing commentary. Myself, Howard Mitchell, and Andrew Mather in the box. This supported by NRG Cycles and NRG Global Power as well. MS Soko Select then in first, at least for now, but the gap is coming down. That lap time looks better just as they cross the line.
Traffic.
So back up to speed, but I would expect them nevertheless to make a pit stop at some point in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Red Racing in second place are just 15.7 seconds down the road. A further lap back is the 111 of MS JSR, and another lap back from them, the MS Lucas rounds out those top 4 runners, all in the elite subclass. 4 laps down from them is MS Karts, the number 11, with 734 laps in the book. Should have said the leaders have 740 laps in the book, just for completeness there. PGS Racing now 45 seconds off the back of MS Karts in the battle over the lead for that pro subclass there within our owners, and Team Keen a further 4 laps down. Offline Motorsport still managing these impressive stint lengths. They've been out for 1 hour and 41 minutes in this stint. One has to imagine that they will soon pit, but they really are doing something a bit different to their fellow competitors, and that's nice to see. 4 laps down then is Team Batmarker, one of our elite class runners, still in many ways kind of doing that recovery drive in many respects, but really doing themselves proud in that regard. Rye House Bandits then, now your leader in Clubman, some 5 laps further down in the number 36. They've got 720 laps in the book. Just 8.5 seconds is the gap ahead of the number 6 of Modernised Racing. And both of them owe us a pit stop sometime soon, to be perfectly honest. SMJC 595 is in 3rd within Clubman's 12th overall. 303 Racing are 48 seconds off the back of them. Should have said as well, the 595 is just 23 seconds off the back of Modernised Racing, so it's nice and close there in Clubman's. A couple of laps back then is MSPE, and then it's 3 laps back to the number 24 of Modernised Karting, who are 1 lap ahead of the number 19 of the Fosterley Inn, who are also 1 lap ahead of the 198 of DW Racing. These are all Clubman class runners. 43 seconds back from them is TMS Trico, the number 780. And then it's 25 laps back to the 888 of Blue Dog. 340 of TT Sport. Another 5 laps back. And that rounds out your sort of top group of Clubmans, albeit I'm masking the fact that there was a 25 lap gap there between TMS Trico and Blue Dog. But that is the sort of main body of Clubman runners, because then in 21st place overall we have our leader in hire karts. Kart Events Belgium are 3 laps ahead of Team ETL, the number 41, who in turn are 2 laps ahead of Eco Racing, the 987. That's your top 3 within hire karts. 3 laps back then to the number 66 of A66, who are 1 lap ahead of the 113, and I think these folks have really moved up the order in the last couple of hours of Core Blimey Racing. Core Blimey, they're making some progress. 27 seconds back from them is the number 84 of Lockwell Hill Karting, and then it's 50 seconds back to the 066 of Kart Events Belgium 2. 43 seconds behind them is the 59 of Century Sim Racing, who are a lap ahead of the 29th placed 67 kart of SKA Racing. G3 Pro in the number 11 are some 28 seconds down the road to round out our top 30. BTM Racing UK are just 8 seconds behind them in 31st. And then another half a minute down the road is the NRG Global Power Team, the number 430. 16.5 seconds back from them, the number 15 of BSR in 33rd. And then it's the 111 within the higher cards of JS Racing, some 5.5 seconds back. Still really close here. They're just 3.5 seconds ahead of Euro Bandits in the 169, who are just 16 seconds ahead of Jibtech there in the 187, who in turn are just 46 seconds ahead of SRW Racing. Really nice close pack there within the higher karts from 29th down to about 37th. That pack is all within a few seconds of each other. Team Tate, the number 91, are in 38th place, and they're 23 seconds ahead of the 555. The bit of a Mazda 787 theme going on with the renowned Vankels. One lap back from them is BTM UK 2 to round out your top 40, and they're just 18 seconds ahead of Race for Ruben, the number 95. 13 seconds back from them, the A662 kart. Actually not that, because they've just been overtaken, and I think that's an on-track overtake. It is on-track pass for the English Deaf karting team, the number 85, getting by the A662's effort there. That was a pass out on track. 2 laps back from those two. Hopeless Disaster in the 81, I think, have recently got by Zap, and that's an on-track pass as well. So plenty of good overtakes going on there, as our leaders, we should say, are in the pits with 744 laps in the book. So Andrew, keep an eye on MS Soko Select there for how they do, and I'll keep a lookout for their out time as well. Boneheads are another team who are pitting. Actually, that's on schedule for them, pitting from 46th place, and then Grabex Racing are a lap down on them. Piston Broke Racing, that's the worst I've said it so far actually, the 227 are in 48th place, 43 seconds ahead of 3 Blind Mice, the number 10, and rounding out your top 50 just 10 seconds further back is the number 17 of Straight Through Crew. 51st place is T270, the DER kart, and we've now got the leaders. Have they
very good stop. I was just having a watching it on the secret DDMM camera into pit lane. Apologies, we can't bring you these pictures on the stream. Very, very clean stop. Driver change for the leaders. Dave Robinson in the kart.
Just waiting for a set to one time for that to come through. Porsche Sport then 52nd. Are 1 lap ahead of the Teesside Tigers in the number 1 and 53rd. The number 40 of Pace Limited are then just 5 seconds back from them. Then we've got a few gaps of laps. Lap back to the BUKC Rejects, the number 42 and 55th. Then the number 70 of LMS. The 36 of Adrianoco Racing, Andrew was mentioning them a moment ago. They're just 27 seconds ahead, though, of BH Designs Racing, number 45 and 58th place. Another couple of laps back to the 141 of RDT Racing, and rounding out the top 60, and a further lap back to the number 14 of Algorithmic Ascendancy. 2 laps back from them, we find the number 9 of Newmarket Hornets, and they're just 21 seconds now ahead of the recovering Clubman runner of CMC Racing, the number 40 kart there. Team Carter in the number 7 are in 63rd place, just 13 seconds ahead. Here's another really interesting cluster, actually, of the Scottish entry, the number 20 Rind Racing kart, who I presume have now handed over, and now the people who raced the first half of the race are now returning to Lark Hall to run some kart races there tomorrow. 19 seconds back from them is the 37 of Two Stroke, and then 28 seconds back from them is the number 22 of CTR. 47 back from them now pitting is the ZBR car, the number 82. Alessia still in the pits, I'm sorry to report. I think that's the longest stint we've seen of everybody in the pits, and I think that might be bad news for that race effort, that they may be perhaps the first of our karts to park it, sadly. Curiosity killed the kart, round out your top 70, and then it's a couple of laps back to Kart Force, who are just ahead of Shirley Bassey in the number 32. 5 laps back is the number 48 of Century Simpletons in 73rd place. Another lap back from them is the number 47 of Team Solon, who are 8 laps ahead of the number 29 of AMF, who in turn are 7 laps ahead of the number 24 of Ain't Gonna Win. And then 45 laps back, but still circulating, is the number 37 of Why So Serious. As we say, we think that Alessia kart may be a first genuine retirement in effect from the race. But that's how they stand anyway, with 8 hours and 21 minutes left to go of the 2020 running of the British 24 Hours here at Teesside Autodrome.
Thank you very much, Howard. Hello to the Adrenico official Instagram account. Do go give them a follow.
They've got in contact with us on Instagram at @double-MM. Opening up a business during a pandemic is not easy. Receiving a photo like this means everything is all worth it. I couldn't be more proud of my team. Thankful to the helpers. Unfortunately, due to COVID-19, I'm unable to cheer them on from the sideline, but I have full confidence that they will do. Adrenico very proud. Very well done, guys, and go kick ass. So I like that one. That's a good picture with the full Adrenico team there. Cracking on. 8 hours and 20 minutes to go. We are nearly into the final third of this race. This 2020 edition of the British 24-hour kart race, part of the 24-hour karting series. You can find them on Facebook, of course, if you're not following already or giving a like to the page.
That's an interesting endurance race length that I've never seen done. A 16-hour. A 16-hour race. Kind of works in my head. I suppose once you've gone beyond 12 hours, why not go all the way? At what point? When do they award points in like the over in IMSA? When do they award points within the
in IMSA?
I'll get this question out. Yes, in IMSA, when do they award points in the American Endurance Cup? I'm going to put you on the spot there.
You have put me on the spot.
I'm sorry. I think that might be at the 8-hour mark. But yes, there you go. Leader within Clubman's is in, and it's on schedule for the Rye House Bandits. The number 36 are currently in the pit lane. So hopefully we should see them swinging into view on our little CCTV camera that we have control over there. It's just showing us a few things we can't bring to you on the stream. But we'll see how they do.
Nearly. Daytona points are awarded at every 6 hours.
Okay.
Sebring is sort of 12 hours, so it's every 4 hours. And at 6 hour races, it's at 3 and the finish, and 10 hours, it's at 4, 8, and then at 10. There's no example of it being awarded at 16 hours.
I was going to say, you're being kind to me there when you said I'm nearly right. In what way was I in any way right?
Be kind.
I appreciate that. Change for the lead in Clubman's, and also change for, I mean, this is how close it is in Clubman's. With Rye House Bandits in that pit stop have gone back to 4th place in class. So SMJC 595 now inherit the lead of that class. Modernised Racing are in 2nd, 303 Racing in 3rd. I do feel like this is a class that, I mean, it's fascinating, this one, Andrew. Over the course of my stint in Cobbs, this stint, it has gone from a super close class to a bit more of a spread out, and now it's gone back in again to be a really nice close run thing.
Hello to Phoenix, who asks, do you know what would be cool? An onboard camera on some of the elite karts. I agree. I do agree with that. However, I don't know if you're aware, Phoenix, there's something known as the Alpha Live onboard curse.
Yes, there is.
Far more powerful than the commentator's curse, Mr. Hassan.
We are not worthy. Has anyone ever got past 6 to 1?
I'm going to say it. I think it's got a 100% hit rate, at least in the BUKC, of every time we try and stick an onboard camera that can give us a feed back to us here in comms, and for you lovely ladies and gentlemen at home, something bad happens. Nobody wants it. Genuinely, the BUKC, I was like, no, don't be sticking that onboard camera. Like, we've had championship contenders lose their championships, potentially, possibly, because of it. So,
we've also, I mean, maybe the camera is like lead lined and it seriously affects the balance of the car. Who knows? But We do have some onboard footage, by the way.
There's too many people who just wipe across the front of it and just go, hello!
Yeah, they all just run away.
No, that's not the idea.
We did have some onboard footage, though, provided for us to say thank you to this to Modernised Racing, who did give us some footage on board for a track guide that Tom and David did ahead of the race. They went around the circuit with Sarah Moore and Gemma Moore, and they talked about some of the key points of this lap. Those two drivers, of course, driving for the TMS Trico team, but the footage that we have in that is from Modernised Racing, to give them credit for that. So we have had a little bit of onboard footage this weekend, but yeah, live onboard footage is
Cursed.
Cursed.
No way of saying it. It's cursed at these events. So cake and onboard footage, they really want to mention, don't they? It's working. To be fair, they're also second in class, so that's a good way of getting talked about.
That is a way of getting talked about.
Hello to Kate Ball.
What cake? Have I missed cake?
Yeah, well, I think it did appear earlier in the weekend.
Oh,
there was a Facebook post.
Oh,
about
yes,
it.
actually, sorry, I have seen that. Yes.
Although,
fair play.
if you want to up the game, ladies and gentlemen, as I say, cake is a very, very big part of Double Dash Motorsport media commentaries. Again, I'm going to go back to the BUKC, and I know there is a bit of BUKC reference in that team, of course, where they probably got the idea from. Whilst we saw, what did we have on the logos? We had, I think, Alpha Live logos, 24-hour karting series logos, and Modernised Racing logos. Shout out to our good friend, Mr. Jacob Harris, because that is still, I think, one of the best cupcake designs I've ever seen, where it was Warwick last year, Warwick University. I know because I was watching this last week for some showreel work. Cupcakes with members of the team's face on them, on the cupcake, they go down very, very well. So I don't know, maybe you want to make a cupcake with Luke Austin's face on it. That would go down very, very well. Your face on it, David Sullivan's face on it, with all of his when he gets around and does all the interviews. There's so many great faces that you could put on a cupcake.
You're only allowed to include my face if you now include my Costa Caritas approved
beard.
That's the only situation. So you've got to find a recent photo of me.
It is quite a sight, ladies and gentlemen. Just to put you in the mindset here, I saw this man in the flesh for the first time in, well, since the start of the whole
lockdown
Big Daddy
thing,
Rona.
3 months, 4
4 months. I was dropping some of the kit off round his house, and the door opened, and this majestic, I saw the beard first before you, and I was like, oh boy, WG Grace is stepping outside the front door. Cricket reference. This is quite a sight.
Thank you. What can I say? I've taken to it. Got to look for the silver linings in some of the situations we've had this year. May as well try those things out. Team Backmarker have installed a Sam Cobb into their kart. I just saw that on the CCTV feed, and they've emerged back out into 9th place overall. So it will now be for Mr. Cobb, who we know, and there's an interesting moment there as the two teams were getting very close side by side there, as one of them was trying to go to the pit lane, and that's one of our pro. Oh, is it one of our pro runners? It is. PGS Racing are in after only 20 minutes of running from second in class, and this could be drama here for a team. I mean, it has been MS Karts and PGS Racing at the head of that class for time immemorial. It feels here. In. So do they go down? They do go down.
Oh no!
Drama in the pro class here as PGS Racing are down into the paddock. Meanwhile, some dust is getting kicked up there out of Rib Bend. You can see on your shot there. So someone's had a bit of a heart and mouth moment in the middle of the night there. But what is befalling PGS Racing?
You mentioned Sam Cobb. I was watching the finals weekend from last year.
Yep.
Back during
a week off last week, and it's just a few comments that made me chuckle, where we talked about how Sam Cobb was competing in his last BUKC race, which is what we thought it was at the time when he was graduating from Warwick. Little did we know, one does not simply get rid of Sam Cobb.
Nope.
And if you catch sight of him with the flame design helmet, and also now a Cambridge University suit as well.
Yep.
Because that's who he's racing for now, as on a postgraduate. Racing very well indeed. There's another driver. There's a couple of drivers in that team, that 210 team, who are on particularly good form. I'm thinking of Greg Barnard in that respect as well.
Yeah, there's a good point there. Yeah, really strong effort there.
Did I say the 430 has been in for a pit stop? This is one of our higher runners.
I don't believe you did, but the 430 would make it. Oh goodness me!
NRG Global Power.
It would make it NRG Global Power. You know, I just need another 24 hours, I reckon, to learn all of them. So, how long until PGS Racing have got to be concerned about their position? Well, Team Keen are 3 laps down, so they have got a few minutes to play with. Obviously, that's no good with regards to them keeping our MS Kart's class leaders honest, but
also going down into the abyss, the 340 of TT Sport.
Oh dear.
Spotted them on the DDM bird nest.
Leaders within the higher kart class are in as well, Andrew. And Kart Events Belgium, in fact, they're back out. Kart Events Belgium are 1 minute 31. So not too fast, not too slow, but they don't need to rush it. They've got the gap. They just need to play it sensibly for Kart Events Belgium, and that's all they need to do.
And it's been something that we've been talking about earlier, with them only being a 2-man team, that now that they have that gap, they can manage it. They don't have to be pushing flat out all the time, and that can save not only the car but crucially their bodies. I just wondered now for MS Karts, with the mishaps and the bad luck for PGS Racing, we're not quite sure, folks, in comms, what the reason is for PGS going down into the paddock for some form of repairs, but it's a long one. As I say, they've already lost 3 laps. Does this change the mindset for the 11 now? Because, I mean, overall they're 4 laps off the next kart up ahead, which is the MS Lucas kart. But, you know, do they change their mindset now of not having to push as hard? Now they're looking like they've got at least 4 lap lead over PGS.
I think you have to, mate. I think the only thing to say about these kind of things is that you get to a point, as we're being delivered some...
Mr. Sam Nash.
Mr. Sam Nash brings us tea.
What a man.
Is there a particular reason why it's Sam Nash who's brought us tea?
Because he's one of the nicest people in the paddock.
What was his association with bringing... I mean, it's lovely that he's brought us tea, but I don't know why Sam Nash was attached to the teas, but I'm very grateful that he bought them. Thank you, Darren.
I need to have a chat with Sam later on.
Well, you should have... you'll have to order another tea then. Yes.
I may be ordering something decidedly bigger.
Oh, okay.
I'm on the hunt for a driver. Ladies and gentlemen, oh my goodness, NRG Global Power, really wide, coming over the top of the mountain. Just about survived. Oh, that was a skirt with the tyre barriers on driver's left. Hello to Deborah Bomberg, Alex Bomberg back in the driving seat for Blue Dog 888. Come on team, you can do this. That's on Twitter, @_MM. Keep the comments on the YouTube coming in, and those tweets @_MM in the box. Who is that having problems with the right hand side engine? It's one of the owners. Is that PGS Racing? Was that PGS Racing coming back out of the pits? Yes, it was. It was PGS Racing. It was the 390. So have PGS Racing now got more issues? They lost as we say, I think about 4 or 5 laps with that pit stop, and it looks like they're in trouble again. I'm going to try and catch an eye on them, as they should be on the national circuit now. But it's this race. It can be going steadily, swimmingly, and in a moment like that, completely change the outlook of a class, of a battle, whatever it may be. And I hope PGS, yep, they have now slipped to 3rd in class. They have just come past me here in comms. No, they haven't yet. That was somebody else. So I'm a little bit concerned here about PGS Racing. Yeah, they've had a very slow sector number 2 as well. 61 seconds. It is all going wrong for the 390. Former leader in the pro class are in trouble for the 2nd time in a very, very short amount of time. I'm just going to keep an eye on their first sector, as they've not pitted. They've kept going. Maybe it was just an engine being stalled, but they've managed to get going again now. Just keeping an eye out for them. No, they're back in the pits. They're back in the pits. More drama for the 390. That is not a happy card, and well, I don't think the wheels are falling off literally, but it's not. There's also a lot of pit activity. There's a queue for fuel. So who have we got in at the moment? We have the we've got the 113 in. They've just completed a fuel stop. So the 113 of Clubman Racing. Hello, the Clubman guys. They've been very active on Instagram over the past few weeks, really, with their countdown to this event. Who else have you got in there? I think you've got the number 25, ooh, who was skirting with the abyss. Yeah, that's a 25. I need my eyes testing.
Do you know, I'm reassured just that I recognise. I was like, that doesn't sound right.
Yeah, I can't actually see the 390, so they might have just weighed it and gone straight down into the paddock again.
Sorry, mate. From which
Hill Karting are in the pits as well for a standard stop.
From which class did you see someone go down, mate, into the abyss?
I didn't see anyone specifically. I'm just wondering, is that what PGS have done? Because they came back out, they were slow, they had the right hand side engine out by the looks of it, and they've gone straight back into the pits, but I can't see them in this area that I'm looking at on DDMM pit lane cam. I think they've gone straight back down into the paddock with whatever issue is befalling that kart. That's such a shame. Such a shame. They were running very, very well. But here's the thing now, Howard. So they've lost first and second in that class. MS Karts now have a 5-lap lead. Who's up to third in that class?
Offline Motorsport.
Offline Motorsport.
This is exactly it, isn't it?
Is this the point, the start of this phase of this race, get my teeth in, where this, I'm not going to say slow, because it's not been slow, it's still been really, really good pace, but the steady approach of Offline Motorsport, saving the fuel, saving the kart, saving the drivers, is this the point of the race at which they start to come into this? Because they're only a lap behind Team Keen and second place in class, and if something happens to that number 11, they are in this.
Oh yeah. This is where potentially, you know, or this is an example, I suppose you would say, of it paying dividends. I think the only thing is, you know, I'm going to. Yes, you were trying to avoid saying the phrase "slow and steady" there, referencing the tortoise. But as I keep telling people, tortoises
pretty quick tortoise
are really quick.
Yes. Particularly ones who live in Long Lawford.
Yeah, in Warwickshire. Those are the fastest. So that's a very niche reference. Anyway, But yeah, absolutely. And this is where a patient strategy like this can really pay dividends. You were asking, mate, about... Oh, sorry, go on.
Foxy Red Motorsports is asking, is Tom Fox still driving? No, mate. They recently did a driver change, so Seb Algieri is now out for modernised racing, but another fantastic Mr. Fox stint.
Yes.
The Coventry BUKC driver, as there is a yellow flashing light to my right. Yellow flag is out for something that has happened down towards Rib Bend, potentially.
There was a yellow out at the left-hander as well. So
it's gone back in now. I think it was someone who was just recovering from the D chicane. So back up and running. Look out for someone on timing, everybody who's had a slow sector 1. But yeah, another great stint from Tom.
You were asking, I think we had a bit of a spate of dramatic moments as we come to the top of another hour. We come to the 2/3 distance in just 30 seconds time. But you were asking about, do you back off if you're MS Karts? Do you sort of, slow it down? I think you have to.
Yeah.
But also, there are risks associated with it. Don't slow down and lose focus. Stuff like that. Don't get complacent with it.
Run to a rhythm.
Yeah, you've got to still find something that drives you and keeps your focus as a team. So that, I think, is the only risk to something like that. As we cross the 2/3 mark.
Phoenix points out, absolutely spot on, there's something new on the tower, on the left-hand side.
Oh, yes, there is.
One of the higher carts has got... Oh, there's also... Boy, that's the number 42.
Oh, that is a bent nose.
Now, I saw that it was a bit bent earlier.
Yeah, but it's getting worse, I think, because of the...
That could get mechanical.
So that's MS Lucas, our 4th place overall kart.
But Phoenix is absolutely spot on. There's a higher kart in the top 20 for the first time in this race, and it's Kart Events Belgium.
And I think, as you were saying, mate, towards the start of your stint, that's indicative of how healthy a grid size we have within the owners, but also how well, the proportion of those owners who have been running well, that it's taken up until now for Kart Events Belgium to get that up onto the screen. So that's a significant thing there. I should say, I don't think there's any mechanical risk, by the way, too much of backing off if you're in the lead of a class. Quite famously, there was a suggestion that when Toyota had their...
when they won the 23 hours and 56 minutes of Le Mans.
Correct, their C'est pas possible moment at Le Mans back in 2016. There was a suggestion that it was them backing off that had caused an issue for them. I really don't think there's much on these karts that can have that kind of situation. Less vibration and less harsh loading on the karts is generally a good thing for them.
Standard pit stop at the moment for DW Racing.
Yep.
17th place overall. And it was on schedule. Done the best part of 1 hour 20 out there. Keep comments coming in on the YouTube stream. Let us know who you're supporting. Also, keep your Instagram stories coming in, because we have had a couple of your stream observing setups. So if you know how to do a story on the Instagram, tag us in it at @MM, and we'll share out the ones that we like. We'll put them on our story. So, as I say, we've had one from Katie Stimpson earlier in the race. We had one from David Whitehouse. Wine was a very popular addition to stream watching earlier. A crisp white seems to be the wine of choice. We've had a couple of them come in.
Okay, that complements the flavours of a 24-hour race, does it? Okay. It is weird. I was having a discussion about single malt whiskies earlier with someone from the Hopeless Disaster team, because that's what you do.
I think we have gone beyond wine o'clock at the moment, though. If I think of my 24-hour watching experience and getting the cardboard O out, that's normally around 11 p.m. through to midnight. Power you through to about 1.
Yeah.
Can't go too far in it, because then you miss the end of the race.
There is this issue, isn't there? There is that very much that issue. You got to play it sensibly to make it through to the end of proceedings. TMS Trico in the pit lane at the moment, pitting from Clubman class. That is on schedule for them, so they may hand back to DW Racing the position that they gained as DW Racing pitted a moment ago.
I've just realised actually that due to COVID-19, touch wood, we still have a Le Mans 24 hours, but it doesn't mean that I can't partake in one of my favourite pastimes, which is classily walking around the back of the paddock, particularly by the show the show stands for all the manufacturers, with a box of cardboard dough, normally in a bag, in a rucksack on my back, and just, you know, crack on with it as we go down the show stands.
Did you just say one of your classy moments?
Absolutely. It's the way to do it, ladies and gentlemen. Just not this year. No, I am quite looking forward, though, to being part of the Arnage village. As I say, that's how they've got it set up at the moment for Le Mans. 5,000 people to a village. No cross movements across the side. It should be. It'll be different. Very different. Still good nonetheless. We've gone through 4 o'clock then. We are into the final third of the race, ladies and gentlemen. MS Lucas are in, by the way. Is that a scheduled stop? It's a little bit early. It's a little bit early. Maybe the herders have elected to pit and repair that damage to the front panel, the front nose cone.
Who knows?
They were in
That was
67
terrible.
minutes ago.
Sorry. I've got to that level.
Has just been... that's pit stop related. We mentioned the Top With Motorsport Trico team were in for their pit stops. They were in a quite close battle then with DW Racing.
Yeah, it is.
They were in the pits for a scheduled stop not that long ago.
Chat out on Twitter to Deb Bomberg, thank you for pointing this out. Alex Bomberg back in the driving seat for Blue Dog.
Yep.
Triple Eight, come on team. I'm not sure if I've given her a shout out. I'm not sure if you did, mate. But,
Yeah, we
oh,
mentioned
sorry.
that one.
Sorry, I'm behind the times. I was probably giving a bottom of the hour update during that, which is why I probably missed all of that.
Did we mention as well Blue Speed Racing? They John
I
Witham.
think we've mentioned them, but yeah, a team not
not here this year.
Yeah, not. Would you? Yes, a team who have been here regularly, not here this year.
Correct.
Indeed. So yeah, shout out to them, definitely.
Hello to Bradley Shears. I've been glued to this stream instead of getting some sleep before Buckmore tomorrow. Racing in Club 100 sprints is Bradley. I mean, I'm not going to criticise you for it because it's full commitment to the cause. But yeah, don't hit one of JV's cones.
Yeah.
Watch out for track limits as well. Speaking as someone who may have gotten a bit of trouble.
Yeah. Also,
Down the hill.
we
Don't take
have
the Steve Brown Super GT line. This is now illegal.
Yes. We have the privilege of doing some commentary for Club 100. Just say please don't use watching this stream as an excuse for hitting some cones. Just makes it rather awkward when we next.
I don't want to get any angry messages from JV
Just
going.
John going, what have you done?
Andrew, what have you done to my drivers? I'm not going to do the accent. Who else have we got on the comments at the moment? Ollie Parr, am I the only one watching this on my TV in the living room and using my phone for comments while everyone else in the house is asleep? No, you're
No.
most definitely not, mate. There's 154 watching just on YouTube. And Tishy Mac as well. Well done to the Euro Bandits. We've had quite a bit of trouble apparently. Had the front panel come off, then the tyre come off, and then an engine issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've had a few issues actually. I just want to give mention though at the moment though there are some pit stops happening towards the front of Hire Car, Eco Racing and A66 both in the pit at the moment. Oh yeah, okay. And Eco Racing is intriguing me because according to timing right here, let me double check this.
Phoenix says, speaking of Super GT, isn't there a Super GT race tonight, as in the big Super GT in Japan? I think you're right, mate. But don't watch that. Keep it with this.
I'm slightly concerned for Eco Racing here. They've only had 6 minutes since their last pit stop. This is from third in class in hire karts, and they are back in the pit lane. This is interesting stuff. Looking at their lap times, they definitely had a pit stop a few moments ago. And they are, yeah, they're back in the pit lane, so that could be one to watch. The two karts immediately behind them, A66 is in the pit lane, and Kart Events Belgium 2 I'd expect to go to the pit lane soon. But yeah, just want to keep an eye on there for Eco Racing, because I'm not entirely sure what the deal is. So yeah, that is one to bear in mind.
Just check, where are Euro Bandits? Apologies, at the moment, about 30 seconds.
They are exactly 32nd. There we go.
Yeah.
So yeah,
So that's still in a position, you know, where they could get top 25 with this race, and they've got the speed, definitely, to do some good work in that team. You're watching live coverage here from Teesside Autodrome, provided to you by Alpha Live Productions. Commentary from Double Dash Motorsport Media. You can find both of us on Facebook at Alpha Live Ltd on Facebook, at Double Dash Motorsport Media as well, on Twitter as well, at Double Dash NM. Keep those tweets coming in. In fact, I've got that the wrong way around. It's Alpha Live Productions on Facebook, Alpha Live Ltd on Twitter. We're both on Instagram as well.
right. I do believe it is time to spare those listening of my voice for another few hours.
Commentator change, visor wipe,
and
new set of tyres.
Yes, indeed. And I shall see you next when we're getting towards the real business end of this one, I think.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I should just say, by the way, I'm handing over to Butters, something I didn't notice until I finished my first stint with him. That first stint is the only stint where we're commentating together all race. So good to see you, mate. But I will now leave you in the very capable hands for the next few hours of Mr. Andrew Mather and Tom Butterworth, who you shall hear from in just a moment. Goodbye, folks.
Thank you, Howard. Great job as always. Another 4 hours in the can. Bradley Shears asks, are the guys on one set of tyres for the whole race, or is it different for owners and hires? Hires have 2 sets of tyres, so everybody, the service window is now complete, the mandatory service window where each team is called in one by one. So all of the karts out there on circuit now are on their second set of tyres, fitted by the hard-working crew from Teesside Karting down in the pits. Oh, apologies, front tyres only for this edition. So the rears still as they were from start. For the owner karts, very much down to team choice. We have known some teams do one set of tyres for the full race. We've seen some teams, including the second place MS Soco Select, pit for tyres relatively early in the race, 8 hours in. So different strategies at play there amongst the teams. Going to welcome back in Tom Butterworth.
Hello.
Good morning. How's the head?
The head is fine. Sorry, hang
That's to indicate that not all of you is.
Yes, the head is fine. The rib is slightly sore after the stint. Just going to try and sort my microphone out. There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Hear me now. Yes. The rib is slightly sore after the stint earlier, and surprisingly, that's the most painful part of things. I say surprisingly because normally it's my ribs that are fine and my neck and my hands go.
Yeah.
But yeah, absolutely fine. Managed around about 3 hours sleep, which again is unusual for certainly myself in a 24-hour race. I normally manage an hour here, 45 minutes there, 20 minutes here kind of thing, if I'm lucky. But yeah, managed to get the head down for around about 3 hours. So when I went before, should also point out I'm not actually late back as well, just because there'll be somebody will pick up on the fact that it's now quarter past the hour by the time I rock up, and will think I'm up to my usual standards. However, I was
late by half an hour back in the box for my changeover.
Naughty boy. About 15 minutes of 10 to 15 minutes of directing duty, just while we sorted out some camera issues with the live stream. So back up and running now, and here I am. Oh, and funnily enough, there goes through the shot my teammate Andrea Savastowskis in the 227.
PGS Racing are back out, but the problems that they've had in the last hour have lost them 9 laps.
Oh, yeah.
So at least they've held their position ahead of Team Backmarker.
That looked to me like the 13 of Red Racing, and in fact that would stand to reason as well. That looked like Adam Nichols in the 13 tapping his helmet to come into the pits.
They are due 1 hour 21 since they last visited the fuel bay area.
And there he goes. As fast as I could say that, he's already half a lap through.
Catching a quick sight there of Adam Sears. I still haven't had a chance to look in detail at the Nassau panel of the BUKC rejects. I do believe there is a message on there, but we'll try and check that out later. But 2 hour gap after this current stint that we're not to go to sleep for, because don't want to risk that again. We'll go and check out what is on that BUKC reject. But I say Adam Sears driving for them at the moment. Edgehill karting driver, curb warning for the 198 of DW Racing.
Oh, sparks being flicked up through South Bank by one of the karts there, and unfortunately I can't quite see who.
We've been talking about the psychological thoughts as the leader is in. We've been talking about the psychological game of chess that you go through in this race. But as someone who's competed in many editions of this, you're in the final third of the race now. What are your thoughts as you start to come through the wee hours? You know, it's not that far from now that we'll see the sun come up. What are you focusing on as a driver if you're out on circuit at this precise moment?
Please don't break the kart. For if you're stood in the pit lane or the paddock or you're lying in a tent. Oh yes. We've got one.
2 karts off.
2 karts.
Yeah.
2 karts off.
One's recovered.
Ribs bend. I can see a little bit of smoke as well drifting across the circuit there. Not sure where that's come from. And as quickly, that's the 34 again.
Yeah.
TT Sport. I think we need a tally chart of how many times they've been in the gravel at Ribs Bend. They've had several adventures down there. But yes, it's very much a case of please don't break the kart if you're not driving, and when you are driving, it's very much a case of I hope I don't break the kart.
Yeah.
Please don't let it be me that causes the disaster of us tumbling down the order. And you're just trying to, depending on the schedule, but just trying to stay awake, stay focused, and keep yourself in good spirits, certainly if you're out there. Keep yourself in good spirits and motivated and pushing on, because this is the time when, as we've just seen from TT Sport, silly errors can creep in and they can cost you a large amount of time. Just something as simple as taking the entry into this right-hander ever so slightly too early, you clip that tyre, bend the track rod, and all of a sudden you're 3 laps behind. So the flip-flop between the leaders continues, as Red Racing are now back out and 18 seconds behind MS Soco Select. Did we get to the bottom of why JSR lost a lap?
No, I don't think we did. I wondered whether it was tyres, whether they went in for a tyre change. I've also just been doing some mental arithmetic in my head, because I'd say we are now at the stage of the race, Butters, where the top teams especially will be thinking about fuel strategy between now and midday. We've just seen Red Racing come in with about 1 hour 20 on the clock, so if I'm correct in saying they're not quite on a schedule. So 1 hour 20, so we'll next expect them in at 6 hours and 20 to go, then 5 hours, then 3 hours 40, then 2 hours 20, and then an hour to go. So they might think about short fueling on that last stop. But I suppose they're in a decent position because they're not having one of those, ooh, we've got a bitty 20 minutes or so here, where we're running down the fuel. MS Soco Select, 40 minutes from their last visit to the fuel bay.
I'd just like to point out that's Adam Nichols double stinting in Red Racing.
Yep.
Which, at this hour of the morning, is a brave call.
Yes.
Clearly he's had some go-go juice to be pulling the double stint. The double stint in the night shift as well, no less. But yes, he's had the go-go juice. So I would also like to give a shout out to Offline Motorsport in the 77 Kart, who have been quietly going about their business. Different strategy right the way through. Lift and coast have been getting about anywhere between 15 and 25 minutes longer per tank.
Yep.
So have currently only done 9 pit stops in 16 hours and 20 minutes of racing, which is pretty exceptional. All of the teams around them have done between 11 and 13, so they're 2 pit stops ahead. But crucially, with PGS Racing now being 3 laps down, is there any point in lift and coast anymore? Because they've got that 3-lap gap. If they still continue to use the slower pace, shall we say, of the lift and coast, PGS could well catch up.
They could do, but we have seen reliability issues on the PGS kart.
Yes.
And the PGS racing issue where they lost 9 laps kind of brought it into light. You know, offline motorsport currently sitting 3rd in class. You know, Team Keen, I hate to remind them, they've had trouble late on in this race in previous years gone by.
Yes, they
have.
know,
2 laps, that could go easily. The leader, although they're in a very good position at the moment, and one we suspect aren't pushing absolutely flat out on that kart. Oh, as it got very close there at the bottom of the corkscrew between 2 high karts there. You know, they don't need to be pushing flat out, but anything can happen in the remaining 7.5 hours or thereabouts of this race to go, and that the quick tortoise, as I think we're calling them now, the offline motorsport, they could come out of this. They're in that troublesome region for the teams ahead, where if they have a major issue, offline motorsports are going to be there to pick up the spoils with this strategy that they're playing out.
Yeah, but yes, it's an interesting call for the guys on the pit wall for offline, because, as I say, if they continue to lift and coast and do these 1 hour 40-minute stints, there is potential if PGS Racing run trouble-free now that they could catch them up.
Yeah.
If it was me, and I have not been part of the 77, well, not been part of the 77 squad for quite a while actually, but former teammates of mine, and I'm sure they're listening, my advice to them would be just run the 1.5 or 1 hour and 20-minute stints now, because, or match PGS Racing, because there's no point in trying to go longer now, because you're just going to they could well catch you up if they run trouble-free.
And I suppose if doing that and starting to turn the wick up, I mean, there's always going to be inherent risk of it, that you run quicker, you potentially push the kart to do something that it doesn't like. But you're also pushing the others. You're pushing Team Keen then, who are suddenly where, whoa, we've only got 2 laps over these guys and they're starting to come at us.
Yes.
Could push them into having some problems. So I think I agree with you there. I think they've done a really good job to put themselves in this position, but now might be the time to start to turn... not turn things up to 11. It's too early for that, but definitely start to turn things up a notch or two. Who's that going down into the abyss? It's one of the higher karts. Let's see who is in pit lane at the moment. I think it might be 3 Blind Mice. Yes, they've just had a very slow lap. I think 3 Blind Mice, the number 10 in 48th position, are currently in trouble and down for some servicing.
So just briefly to finish the point with the offline guys, what they've done with this strategy is they've given themselves the opportunity to pivot strategy, whereas everybody else has been set from lap 1. They have the opportunity now to make a change, move with how the race has gone, and they've got themselves into that good position, and well done to them. It's been a bit of a masterstroke, I think. Looking down at the Clubman battle, that's still raging. What are we on? SMJC are leading at the moment with 3:03, a mere 10 seconds behind. Modernised Racing, the number 6 car, have suddenly appeared on the scene, only another 16 seconds back. So 26 seconds back to Modernised Racing, and another 50 seconds, so just over a lap really separating the top 4 in Clubman, which is pretty good going.
SMJC are in for a pit stop. 1 hour and 26 the last time we saw them in, and in fact I think you can see them on our little secret camera. Yeah, it's a normal pit stop for them, no problems. We'll see them come back out in a few moments time. But yeah, Modernised Racing, I've been really impressed with them. They've grown through the entirety of this race. Seb Algieri's still out for them at the moment. Doing some good pace as well, 1 minute 14.952 last time around. And you'd probably say that it's, at the moment, 1 from 4 at the top of Clubman. SMJC, reigning champions in this event. 303 Racing still in there, the Polish squad. Had the bent track rod about an hour or so ago.
I wondered how they ended up slightly off schedule, because they were pitting at the same time, give or take, as SMJC, Rye House and Modernised were all pitting in and around the same minute.
Yeah.
Just before I went off for my snooze, and they are suddenly, where are they? About 20 minutes ahead.
Sorry, there was the leader getting their nose nearly chopped off by one of the higher cars. They were trying to follow MS.BE through, the 443, who are currently in 14th place overall. Who were trying to follow them through on an ever-closing gap, but Dave Robinson did absolutely the right thing to back out of that one.
Let's check the lap time as he comes over the line, because he is being hunted down by Adam Nichols now. 19.3 the gap. Just as they come over the line.
SMJC, a little bit of a tardy stop again. We saw this last time from them, where it was a bit frantic in the pits, and they've lost a little bit of time there to 303 Racing and Modernised Racing. So 303 back into the lead of Clubman class.
Yeah, around 10 seconds extra.
Let's do a run down the order then. We're pretty much at bottom of the hour. Your leaders, after 786 laps of the race, are MS Soco Select. Second place at the moment, just 18 seconds behind are Red Racing in the 130 on your time screen. Third place overall, the 111 of MSJSR, 1 lap off the lead. Fourth place at the moment, had some issues with the Nassau panel 25 minutes or so ago. It's still there in the fourth. It's the number 42 of MS Lucas, 3 laps off the overall lead. They are all elite runners. Fifth overall is the number 11 MS Kart Century, leading in Pro, who are 6 laps off the overall lead at the moment. They have a 4-lap class lead over the 6th place overall 115 of Team Keen. 7th place, the 77 of Offline Motorsport, a further 2 laps back. 8th place, the 390 of PGS Racing, have not had a good 90 minutes or so. They are now 15 laps off the overall lead, 9 laps off the lead of their Pro class. That's all Pro runners. One more elite runner in 9th place, the 210 of Team Backmarker, 16 laps off the overall lead. Into the Clubman ranks then. In the lead, 10th overall, is the 303 of 303 Racing, 21 laps off the overall lead. 19.9 seconds ahead of the 11th place overall 006 Modernised Racing entry. A further 45 seconds back in 12th overall is the 595 of SMJC 595. Then in 13th overall, what's the gap? A further 8.5 seconds back from SMJC. It's the number 36 of Rye House Bandits. So it's that top 4 all chasing each other, all battling still in Clubman for the podium spots. 14th place overall, the 443 of MS.BE, a further 2 laps back. 15th place overall, the 024 of Modernised Karting, a further 4 laps back. And they're on the same lap at the moment of the 16th place, 019, the Frosterly Inn. The gap between them is now 17 seconds, so that's been some good work from Modernised Karting over the last hour and a half or so. Next up, 17th overall. A further 3 laps back is the 780 of Topworth Motorsports Trico, so TMS Trico there. 18th place, the 198 of DW Racing on the same lap. Then there's a bit of a jump back to, currently in the pits, 19th place. And that's a further quick maths. Brain work. it's 30 laps, isn't it? Further 30 laps back is Blue Dog, the 888. Further 8 laps back from them in 20th overall is the 340 of TT Sport. That's all the Clubman runners who've had decent days. Let's get into the higher ranks then. 21st overall, leading in higher, the number 6 winners at Le Mans last season. It's Kart Events Belgium, the 2-man squad, doing a heroic effort at the moment because their lead is 4 laps over the number 41 of Team ETL, Extreme Track Limits. So that's good work from them. Up to 3rd now in higher. This is a quiet little run that we've not talked about much. It's the number 66 of A66. They are 6 laps further back from the 2nd place in Class Kart, but doing very nicely indeed. Next, 24th overall is the 987 of Eco Racing, who've been loaned the race number from Team Bonato. They are a further lap back. Next up, 5th in class is the number 25th rather, is the number 113 of Corblimey Racing, still running well. Then it's the 2nd of the Kart Events Belgium karts and 26th. Currently in the pits, 27th overall, the number 59 of Century Sim Racing, who are on the same lap as Kart Events Belgium 2. Also on that same lap in 28th, the number 84 of Lockwell Hill Karting. Next up, a further lap back, 29th overall, the number 33 of BTM Racing UK. They've recovered well over the last 6 to 7 hours or so. Wrapping up the top 30 at the moment, the number 11 of G3 Pro, a further lap back. In fact, there's quite a few karts, 83 laps off the overall lead. 31st place, 067 of Swindon Karting Arena Racing are on that lap. Next up, 32nd, the 169 of Euro Bandits Motorsport. 33rd, the 015 of BSR. 34th, the 430 of NRG Global Power. They are all 83 laps off the lead. 84 laps off the lead in 35th, the number 38 of SRW Racing. And the 36th, 111 of JS Racing. Further lap back, 37th, the 187 of Jibtech. On the same, a further lap back. Former leaders in this class, 38th place now overall, the number 91 of Team Tate. The 555, the Mazda 787 1991 Le Mans winning inspired entry of renowned Vankels is 39th on a clear lap ahead of, now in 40th place, the 466 of A66-2. They've just displaced the BTM UK number 2 team running in the number 34. 88 laps down, looking for a shot back into the top 40. It's the 095 of Race to Ruben in 42nd, then it's the EDKT 24 team, the English Deaf karting team. They're in 43rd, 44th into number 52 of Zap. And then next up it's the 45th place 81 of Hopeless Disastra. 91 laps off the overall lead. Boneheads in the 200 are 46th. Straight Through Crew in the number 17 or 47th. 48th is the Piston Broke Racing team in the top 50. 49th and 71 of Grabex Racing, and then wrapping out that top 50, 270 of DEER. Teesside Tigers, the number 1, are just outside the top 50 at the moment, ahead of, in 52nd place, the number 40 of Pace Limited. 53rd, Porsche Sport. We've seen them having some issues, but they're still running there in the 99. 96 laps off the overall lead. 54th, the number 10 of Three Blind Mice. But they've got the sights to be ahead of the BUKC Rejects at the moment, the number 42 in 55th place. Adrenico Racing have just, is that saying they've just set their fastest lap of the race so far at 1:19.865?
It is.
It is. Wow, that's very good progress from Adrenico Racing in 56th position. 57th, LMS, the number 70. 58th, the 141 of RDT Racing. 59th, the recovering Clubman entry of the 040 CMC Racing. And then wrapping out the top 60 is the number 14 of Algorithmic Ascendancy. 61st, the 45 of BH Designs Racing. 62nd, the number 9 of Newmarket Hornets in their black and yellow suits. 63rd, the number 7 of Team Carter. 64th, the 37 of Two Stroke. 65th, the number 20 of Rind Racing. 66th, the number 22 of CTR. 67th, the number 30, Curiosity Killed the Kart, still running. 68th, the number 18 of NE1 Racing. 69th, the 58 of Kart Force. 70th is the number 82 of ZBR. 71st, the number 48 of Century Simpletons. In the pits at the moment in 72nd is the number 47 of Team Solan. 73rd, the number 29 of AMF. 74th is the number 32 of Shirley Bassey. They're currently also in the pit lane. 75th, the number 24 of Ain't Gonna Win, but still circulating out there. And then two karts which I don't think are formal retirements yet, but getting pretty close, I think, because they're both in the pits at the moment. 76th, the number 61 of Alessia. We know they've had that substantial damage to the rear axle on that number 61. They've been in the pits for 46 minutes. Also in the pits in 77th place, the 037 of Weiss of Sirius, who've been in there for 39. That is your rundown of the order, provided to you by Double Dash Motorsport Media, commentary providers for the 24-hour karting series. There are 7 hours and 23 minutes to go.
So TT Sport look like they've been into the pits again, because kartevents.be have climbed back into the top 20. So TT Sport are back out and circulating again and running 1.1 seconds a lap quicker than Kart Events at the moment. So although they're 19 seconds behind, we expect them to take that 20th place overall back again. However, Blue Dog are in the pits. Oh, in fact, I say that, and it looks like they've just left the pits. So there's a 4-lap gap between them and Kart Events BE. So Kart Events BE, if there's any more problems for Blue Dog, could well climb their way up to 19th overall, which will be a stellar effort.
We got the Google spreadsheet of drivers working at the moment.
No, is the short version of the story on that one.
Apologies, Hobo Fraganese. In that case, I'm not quite sure who's in for Teesside Tigers, the number 1 at the moment. Hopefully they've put some notes in Mr. Sullivan's list of many, many things. Oh, they've put names in, but they haven't put suits and helmet designs. So I'm a little bit blind at the moment. Apologies for that. Keep the comments coming in. Hello to James Aldridge. Can we get a shout out to Team ETL? ETL's helper mechanic Jamie Masterson, who has been on it all weekend and has not slept through the whole race. Top lad. Yes, you can. Well done, Jamie. And that kart is running pretty well at the moment. Second place in the higher class. And you never know, as I say, the Kart Events Belgium effort is a two-man team. They're doing a sterling job. But can they keep this going? Will they start to tire in the latter stages of this race? The gap at the front, Butters.
It's just gone back out a little bit, hasn't it?
Yeah. It's still floating around, 20 seconds. Still so close for this stage of the race if we consider just how long we've been racing for 16 hours, 40 minutes, and the gap is less than 20 seconds.
And it looks as though, I'm just looking at the live circuit tracker that we have, predicting where the karts are on circuit, and it looks as though Red Racing and MSJSR have hooked up one behind the other, just coming into hairpin 3. So I'll just have a look as they come across the line. So Red Racing and MSJSR look like they're line astern with each other as they come across the commentary front of the commentary box position. In fact, Adam Nichols has gone in front of the MSJSR car to put that a full lap difference between the two karts now for second and third overall, and the gap is around 20 seconds. So if there are any plans or how can we put this, strategy from the 111 to try and delay the 13 kart and hold them up, that hasn't worked, as they've been dispatched rather quickly, and it looked like a little hand of thanks went up from Mr. Nichols.
Pit stop is due actually for MSJSR, 1 hour 21 since they were last in pit lane. They're in, if we're counting back now, if you consider 4 hours of the race is 3 stints, 3 amounts of fuel. So at the moment, MSJSR are halfway through, as we're counting it to the end of the race. Teesside Tigers pitting, just saw in front of us here in the commentary box. They've got a 40 minutes to sort out here in terms of fuel usage. So at least they're not trying to eke out to stop having to stop doing a splash and dash. They know they're not going to get to. They're not going to be able to save 40 minutes worth of fuel across the remaining hours and minutes of the race.
Not at
but it is interesting if another full course yellow were to appear, what their strategy might be. In fact, a full course yellow around now would be very helpful for them.
Yes, indeed. We actually have just been thinking about their position overall. So they are a lap down now to Red Racing, and because they've all done 12 stops, I realised earlier on in the race they had the wheel issue, didn't they?
Yeah.
That cost them a lap. So actually, with everything fleshed out as it stands at the moment, with 7 hours and 17 minutes still to run, all of the top 4 karts, in fact, have all done 12 pit stops each.
Yeah.
MS Soko Select is leading by 18.7 seconds, and MSJSR is a lap down because of that tyre issue, as I just see Mr. Sam Tugwell launching it up the inside, and there he goes through our shot, launching it into the D chicane. Yeah, so we're kind of where we should be in terms of overall pace, I think, or overall positioning. This is a pretty good reflection of if they hadn't done any pit stops at all, if that makes sense. Everything's balanced out, is what I'm trying to say. So Yeah, it's just going to be, for Red Racing, it's just going to be about pit stops. Do they have to do an extra stop? If they do an extra stop, where does that leave them in terms of positioning towards MSJSR? We understand it's going to possibly cost them the win if things stand as they are, or stay as they are, because they're not, I don't think currently they have the pace to overhaul an entire pit stop on the 43 of MS Soco Select, much as they are trying. But it's where they come out in
1-1 in for their scheduled pit stop, 1 hour and 23 since they last pitted.
So this will be their 13th stop. So essentially they are the first of the stoppers on 13 in the elite class. So now that PGS Racing have dropped off dropped those few laps in Pro class, that is now separated by 5 laps from MS Kart's number 11 to 115 Team P. Team Backmarker are still fighting their way back through, aren't they? After
I think they're still having. I still think they're a little bit down on power. They're like a Ferrari. They're not quite happy with their motors.
Were you snoozing when they had their tyre issue, Andrew?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know about the tyre issue?
Yes.
Okay, good. I didn't know whether we were up to speed, but they had a left rear tyre was either rubbing on some bodywork or had a puncture of some kind and deflated itself, coming almost as they crossed the line actually. So they had to do an entire lap basically on 3 wheels. Similar to, I'd like to say similar to Hamilton or Bottas or Sainz, but it was actually the rear wheel. But you get the picture. So there are sparks coming off, very exciting to see and all that, unless you are part of the team of Backmarker squad. But so they're still on the recovery drive again, but only a lap behind PGS Racing now. It's this battle in Clubman. So Clubman and Elite is where we're at.
Adrenico Racing, I think, have just pitted, but didn't take fuel. There's a problem there actually for Adrenico Racing because they were only in a minute ago. So we'll just keep an eye on
in the abyss?
No, they didn't go down into the abyss. They just turned straight into driver change, which was a little bit strange. The Frosterly Inn are in as well for a standard pit stop, 1 hour 18 since their last one.
I was just going to say BTM Racing have lost 3 spots in tyres. They've just done a pit stop, and that's stopped. So there's a great battle here for 28th overall, with around 40 seconds separating 28th place Century Sim Racing right the way down to NRG Global Power in 33rd.
Curb warning for the number 17 of Straight Through Crew in the higher class. Hello to Kate Ball, who's cheering on the BTM efforts. It's been a really good effort so far as well. BTM Racing UK, first team, up in 32nd overall at the moment. That's up in the top 15 of the higher ranks. BTM UK 2, 42nd overall at the moment. Just outside the top 20 in class. See Sam Cobb there, the number 21 for Team Backmarker.
And as we thought, if Blue Dog came back into the pits, as we thought they might do, Kart Events Belgium are now 19th.
They are. And at this rate, we may see a second one of the higher karts come up into the top 20.
Yes, the ETL exceeding track limits.
Leader in Pro is in pit lane. Decent pit stop as well for MS Kart. Scheduled, of course. And it is getting to that stage of the race now where teams will be thinking about fuel strategies and what to do. MS.BE, 1 hour 26 since their last stop.
.119.7 for exceeding track limits there. Very quick lap.
Yep.
Although I say that's a very quick lap, and then I look at Kart Events Belgium, who just banged in a 119.5. So they are still, despite there being only 2 of them in the kart, leading the higher class by some 4, even 5 laps, but possibly even more than that. And there's only 2 of them in the team. Incredible effort.
I've just looked up towards the sky and I can just see the first signs of daylight returning to us here at Teesside Autodrome. We've also passed through the milestone of 800 laps for our leader.
Do you know what else we haven't had so far?
Go on.
Rain.
You'd see, I still think there could be a possibility. A quick 15-minute shower. It's happened before. We had it 12 months ago. Forecast at the moment is still just cloudy.
Yes. We were due to well, when we started the race, we were forecast a sprinkling about this time, between 4 and 6 a.m. But it's showing completely dry right through to the end of the race. 0% chance of rain. So there will be certain teams who are very thankful of that forecast, and certain teams who won't be. At least it's dry through the race, which will be, I think for me commentating certainly, a first.
I think it will be a first for myself as well on this one. Number 20 is in for a standard pit stop by the looks of things. It's Rind Racing, currently in 65th position.
The Lark Hall crew. So they were running essentially a relay with half of them working at Lark Hall, the arrival drive side of that circuit. Half of them were working Saturday, drove down overnight and have done the half of the night stint, and the other half of the team have been at the track Saturday daytime and are working at Lark Hall on Sunday. So they're switching roles. 20.1 seconds. Whoops, who was that?
It's one of the highest running wide through. Just to say, the wind's getting up as well. Look at.
I noticed
look
that
at the
back from the car park actually.
the dirt from carts running wide through Rib Bend is actually being blown. I don't think I've seen that before. Being blown all the way up to the next corner.
It looks like potentially a big headwind coming off the mountain section, which means the slipstream down there is going to be of
Big.
biblical proportions. Yes, it's going to be huge. So if you're in a higher cart, you are going to be doing your best to work with somebody around you to try and push each other along and save yourself huge amounts of time with that headwind. But it is a bit gusty out there as well. Like, noticeably so when I'm walking back through how much the wind had picked up. But yes, Andrew, as you say, I can see there's slight gaps in the cloud, and it is definitely getting lighter out there. And in fact, I can see a little tiny sliver of pink where the sun is starting to rise.
No rain in the area. I've just had a little check. The nearest spot of rain is just north of Hull, so that's a good distance away from us here in the Middlesbrough and Teesside area.
Is there any inbounds from the west?
No, not that I can see. A couple of showers out in the North Sea, but I don't suspect that they're going to come and affect us. The wind's not going in that form of direction. Right, let's have a look at pit stops. Team Keen should be due for one very soon. 1 hour 24 since they last pitted. Our leader in Clubman as well is due in soon. 1 hour 21 on the board at the moment for 303 Racing and Modernised Racing. 1 hour 14 for them at the moment. 27 seconds separating those two runners in Clubman. And just on cue, I can see 303 Racing team members down in pit lane. They are in. They are in. Now, this is a key stop for 303 Racing. They're another one of the teams. Anyone stopping at the moment is going to need to do some form of shorter stint on fuel. The next time we're kind of into a region where people stopping will be bang on doing full tanks to the end of the race, it's probably around with 6 hours and 40 minutes to go, so we're still half an hour off that. Let's look at the number of cars just streaming through there as they go towards the Wiggles. But 303 Racing in at the moment, looking for a good stop here because they are in a fight, a proper fight with Modernised Racing.
Yes, indeed. Let's have a look at their pit stop time as they come out and the trip sector 1.
Gap between the two leaders, 18.8 seconds, so it's very, very even between the two of them at the moment, both in the mid to high 113s. The number, it's either 58 or 59, are in pit lane at the moment in the higher class.
Looking like a fairly lengthy stop
59
at the moment for, oh, here we go. No, sorry, they are out. 1 minute 31 first sector. So including the pit stop of 1 minute 31. So around a minute for their stop, which is pretty good.
Yep.
About average, 1 minute 31. We've seen ones down in 1:38 as being average stop as well. So I think the quickest we've seen so far is around a 1:18. Certainly the quickest I've seen.
Century Sim Racing were the number 59 in to make their pit stop, not the 58, because unfortunately the 58 hasn't been able to make it. The not defending champions, unfortunately, anymore in higher, the Honolulu Racing team. The number 40 of Pace Limited, Malk West, Martin White and Adam Waziri are in the pits at the moment.
Shout out to Modernised Racing in the 6 Kart, 10th place overall, and now leading Clubman, although they do owe us a pit stop in the next 10 minutes or so. But they have taken the lead of Clubman for what I believe is the first time. I'm sure Steve Thomas will be on to correct me any moment now. But I believe that is the first time that they've led the Clubman class. As we said, they owe us a pit stop. Rye House Bandits have just taken 3rd place in Clubman from SMJC as they came over the line. So not done and dusted.
That's a pass on circuit,
it is. And not done and dusted by any stretch of the imagination for the podium spots. Any of these 4 could take it with 7 hours still to go. I might remind you that most of these Pro Kart and Owner Kart teams that are running in the Elite, Pro and Clubman run in the BPEC series, and they have still got an hour longer than a normal BPEC race to go. So a normal BPEC race is 6 hours long. We still have 7 to go, and anything can happen. But great to see that they're all still at the front.
Team Keen in from 2nd place in Pro for a standard fuel stop. 1 hour and 27 for them to go.
Yes, we thought they did owe us a stop, didn't they? I'm going to keep my eye on the Modernised crew for the Clubman lead.
Slavek's back out for the 303 Racing team. I notice his LED necklace out there running around circuit.
spangly jewellery that he has.
Modernised in.
There we go, as we thought. So 1 hour 18 minutes for modernised. So this will be their 14th stop. And let's see where that filters them out. But that will put the front 4 in Clubman all on the same lap, which is 22 laps behind the overall leader, MS Soko Select. So a big change of driver lineup for MS Soko Select, but it does seem to be situation normal for them, really. Running trouble-free so far. Obviously, we don't want to put the mockers on them, but running trouble-free so far. And at the head of the race, which is kind of where we expected them to be as well.
Hello to Degley. What is the difference between the yellow, red and blue marked carts on timing? Class differences. So all owner carts, owner pro carts. The yellow ones are the top class, the elite runners. And all of these classes are determined by previous running results of each of these teams. So the top most experienced and successful teams in the yellow elite class. The red class is the pro runners, and then the blue teams are then the Clubman runners. Maybe first timers or a bit less experience running in those owner kart ranks.
It's much more mixed ability in the Clubman class, which is why they assign that. And there's Slavek with his LED chin guard / necklace as he comes through the shot on screen. So Modernised Racing have actually come back out in second place in Clubman class. So they were a 1 minute 30 first sector, so that's a second quicker than 303 Racing. Looks like they are 24 seconds behind, with Rye House Bandits a further 20 seconds back, and SMJC 1.1 seconds behind that, so 45 seconds separating the top 4 for Clubman. Ooh, exciting.
Just a bit.
45 seconds separating 4 teams in the same class after 17 hours of racing. It just shows that the class system is working as well.
I can see a very lonely cart in pit lane at the moment, which I think is Son's driver. Who've we got in pit lane at the moment? It might be the BER team or NE1 Racing that are currently needing a pilot. All I can say, it won't be me.
It won't be me either. I've already done one stint. I'm due for another one. I think.
Keep your comments coming in on the YouTube stream. Remember, you can tweet us as well at _MM. 7 hours to go here at Teesside for the 2020 British 24 hours, excuse me. Leader is in for a scheduled pit stop. MS Soko Select. So nothing to worry about. They are, as I say, due 1 hour 20. They're running bang on the 1 hour 20 stints at the moment. Now it is going to leave them. I think this is going to leave them with a splash and dash right at the end of the race. Dave Robinson, you can see him on our little secret camera. Oh no, hang on. Leader is going down into the abyss. Leader has a problem.
Oh dear.
Or is it a problem? Now we did see them pit and put fresh tyres on 8 hours in early. So they've run a lot of hours on those tyres. This is scheduled for fuel. Are MS Soko Select playing something interesting here? and going for a fresh set of tyres.
Well, they wouldn't be. They'd only be changing back onto the old set,
Yeah.
wouldn't they? If they were changing, surely there must be something. Although the pace was absolutely fine by the looks of things, the gap to Red Racing was 19.2 seconds as they crossed the line. So they were holding station with Red in that respect. We'll see if we can get to the bottom of what's gone on there, as I can see it getting brighter and brighter out here at the moment. Gaps in the clouds appearing as well.
Yep. Definitely getting lighter here. You can see that on the cameras as well. So we're just keeping an eye on the well, change for the lead. Change for the lead confirmed. Then Red Racing to the front of the order with 6 hours and 55 minutes of this race to go. MS Soko Selector back out running. So whatever it was a quick fix.
2 minutes, so they lost around 30 seconds.
Yep.
Which, whatever they've fixed, to do it in 30 seconds is pretty good
So
going.
it probably wasn't tyres then. That's not long enough to get a fresh set or a used set of boots
Well, you
cycle
say
back round. And they said, yes, this is the MS
I wouldn't
boys.
put anything past the MS crew. Much like I wouldn't put anything past Red Racing either, in terms of their speedy pit stops. So let's have a look at where this is going to shake everybody out right at the front of the race, as we await MS Soko Select crossing line. Oh, the three of them crossing the line together, it seems. I'm going to wait until they come back through.
You just saw them flash through the shot there, down through Rib Bend.
And there they are.
All three leaders on different laps, of course.
So that's Red Racing there, with the blue helmet, the red and white, and Adam Nichols having a good look behind at the 111 chasing him, and then behind him is the orange helmeted Andrew Delahunty in the 43. There's a few karts in between them, but they are now line astern on track, and it looks like Red Racing have over a lap now in front of MS Soko Select, and a further lap back is MSJSR. Just going to have a quick look as well when they come over the line at whether MSJSR tripped the timing beam first.
Hello to Chloe Bird. Asking for a shout out to Alex Edwards racing for Century Sim. Yes, there you go. Century Sim having a good run this year so far. Hope it can be continued for them. Great to have them back here at Teesside.
And I would like to thank them for pulling me along during my stint in the kart. The Century Sim driver. Unfortunately, I don't know his name. I have spoken to him a few times, but he certainly gave me a very good use of his slipstream, and found me 0.4 of a second per lap. So thank you very much for that.
Rye House Bandits are in for their pit stop. 1 hour 20 since they last came into pit lane. Oh, they're in that region now. Oh, they're in that little region of, if they could try and eke out the fuel, they may get away with not having to do a splash and dash. Dare they do it?
I'm still amazed at how short these stints are.
Yeah.
Every year, like clockwork, we've managed to do 1 hour 30 minutes. Easily. Some teams doing longer. Whoa, we've got somebody off at the D chicane. Had a little bit of contact with, I think it was the 39 of PGS Racing.
It's the 24. It's the 24 in higher.
24 in higher is Ain't Gonna Win. And they are currently in 74th place. It was PGS Racing arrived very late into the entry to the D chicane, and sort of caught them off guard a little bit. They turned in, as in Ain't Gonna Win turned in, and just caught the rear of PGS Racing, and then I think more out of shock than anything else ended up going across the curbs in reverse. Something we've seen several times before. So SMJC have now taken third place from the Rye House Bandits in Clubman class due to their pit stop. 1 minute 44, so around 15 seconds lost for the Rye House Bandits based on an average pit stop. Someone with a very low Bigfoot panel there. That will not be helping their aerodynamics at all. So it looks like Red Racing have actually pulled a bit of a gap on Soco Select, who were right behind the 111 and have now dropped back slightly, about 20 kart lengths behind the 111. And indeed, Red Racing coming through hairpin 4, pulling away. 1:13.5 for Red Racing. We'll just get them across the line this lap. Any second now. There they go. So a 1:13.7 for Red Racing. Second place, MS Soco Select, also matching with a 1:13.7 that lap. So they've managed to find a bit of space on track and have matched them. MSJSR did a 14 flat, or 14.1 close to. So 4/10 slower that lap. But fourth place, sort of having a bit of a lonely race at the moment, is the 42 of MS Lucas, who we haven't mentioned for a while because they're having this lonely race. However, they're still only 2 laps behind MSJSR, so still within clutching distance of an overall podium.
Yep. Yellow lights on down at the bottom end of the circuit.
I think that's the quad.
Yep.
Ah, that's what's happening.
Ah, they're retracting the... It's just retracting the floodlights, aren't they? Seeing as we are now back into daylight hours, or there or thereabouts. Slavik Piskors passes through in the 303 racing effort. It's doing so well at the moment. They've been doing this race for a number of years. I don't remember them having a stronger run as this one here in 2020.
No, they are doing absolutely fantastically, and they've been here since Wednesday testing the kart as well, I should point out. So they did some running on Wednesday, quite a lot of running on Thursday, and then a good amount of running on Friday as well. So they've really got their eye in, know exactly what the pace is, exactly what all of their team members are capable of, and it's just keeping them well fed, well watered and well motivated.
Yep.
And they are doing the business, and it shows what preparation can do.
Red Racing are really turning the screw here. They're not only a lap ahead now of MS Soco Select, but they're quicker at this stage of the race, even though they're in traffic. Is this the big move from Red Racing, who've threatened to do this in previous years, of course? They've always been a factor in this event, but quite often been the bridesmaid when we've got to midday on a Sunday.
We will find out what happened to MS Soco Select as to why they dropped those 30 seconds.
Yeah.
The good news for Red Racing is that's half of the pit stop extra that they need to do. That's half of that back, and it looks like, as you say, Andrew, they were gapping on the previous lap. However, it's gone completely the other way this lap round, as MS Soco Select takes 6/10 out of Red Racing on that lap. with the traffic, but it is just going to ebb and flow like that, and it's all going to be half a second here, half a second there.
Yeah.
Through the traffic, and I can assure you that Adam Nichols in Red Racing will be taking no prisoners through the traffic. Extremely quick driver, but very, very good with his racecraft, and provided you are aware that he is coming and give him the necessary room, he will be very kind on you. If you don't know that he's there, he will surprise you.
Hello.
There will be, I don't want to use the word dive bomb, but he knows exactly where his braking point is and where his turning point is. Probably done close to 1 million laps, possibly even more, around this circuit. Knows exactly what he's doing and where, and if you are even in not even 2 minds, 1.5 minds as to what you're doing,
Yeah.
he will surprise you up the inside.
Hello to Kieran Liddon on YouTube. I fancy a spin on a kart, me. Absolutely.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Well, come and have a go.
Come and have a go.
Next
Here
year.
at Teesside Karting. Get a team together.
It will
Check
be-
out the website as well.
It will be a pleasure to have you here. 24-hour karting series.
Other events being run across what's still a very busy calendar for the next 12 months here in the 24-hour karting series. There's the number 43, MS Soco Select. Should mention as well, Team Backmarker have made a pit stop, 210. Sam Cobb out of the karts. Not quite seeing who's got in. I know it's not Jess Alexander because I could see her down in the pit lane. But they have made a pit stop from 9th place. Scheduled, of course.
So, once again, MS Soco Select half a second quicker than Red Racing on that lap. MSJSR another 0.4 quicker than that. So 14.1 for Red, 13.6 for MS Soco Select. In Clubman, now that the pit stops have shaken out a little bit on that, we have 33 seconds the lead for 303 Racing, driven by Slavek Veskorj. Alpha Live veteran cameraman. I say veteran, making him sound old. I don't mean to make Slavek sound old. Yes, he's certainly an experienced cameraman now. Normally parks himself at Christmas Corner for Wilton Mill Kart Club and BMB events. So if you've watched any of the Alpha Live events, Slavek will have been your cameraman. So 33 seconds to Modernise Racing. Another 20 seconds back to SMJC 595 in 3rd place in Clubman. And I'm just going to wait until they trip across the line to get the gap back to Rye House Bandits.
Running wide there out of our favourite corner, Rib Bend. Murray Adams is in for the team back marker effort now. You can see him out there circulating.
Shout to the BSR squad in the higher class. That's the Sam Spinell, Costa Karitsis, Ed White team, amongst others. They are currently 8th in class. Had a very poor first hour, and BSR showing just what happens if you keep your head down and have the pace overall. As much as A66 as well, who also had a very poor first hour, but have managed to climb their way up to 3rd in higher class. They were our leaders at one point, very early on in the race, and then had an issue, dropped right the way down to almost last on circuit, and have managed to climb their way back up to 3rd in the higher class. So well done to them. Lockwell Hill we know had an engine issue. They are currently 7th in class. Sorry if you could hear the cogs churning as I counted how many places they were down the order. The Lockwell Hill also on a recovery drive. So we've got A66 on a recovery drive. They are third in class, so an excellent recovery from them. Lockwell Hill with an engine change are seventh. VSR, as I say that, have actually just pitted, so we could see them drop down a couple of places at least, possibly down to 30th overall. Who else was on a recovery drive? BH Racing and Teesside Tigers. Teesside Tigers 52nd overall at the moment, 101 laps down. So that is around about 20 laps off A66. So it shows you the difficulties they've had. And I'm looking down for BH Racing. 61st overall for BH Racing. Another very, very quick team, one that we thought was going to be right up there, but they had a lot of issues early on. Still circulating as it stands, 1 hour 7 minutes into their stint. And it looks like, yeah, it does look like they've had a few issues. Another team who's had a lot of issues but have just kept plugging and plugging and plugging away, swapped karts at least 4 times in the higher karts, is Two Stroke down in 63rd. These are the guys who race in the Teesside Sprint Series in the Rotax classes that they have here. Put a team together, Calamity Racing is what they normally go by in the 2 strokes, but they are currently 63rd overall and were well last at one point. As we said, they've been in and changed their kart 4 times because they've had 4 different failures, but have kept themselves plugging away, banging in good lap times, and 120.4 on the last lap is a decent time. And they are currently up to 63rd overall. Another mention for CMC Racing, 58th overall. They are in the Clubman class. They were off circuit for quite a while, but plugging in 1:17.5 on the last lap, 3.7 seconds faster than the teams around them. So they are working their way back through the higher kart field. They're 106 laps down overall. Kart Events Belgium, 72 laps down overall. So still time, if CMC Racing continue to run trouble-free for the final 6.5 hours, for them to make it back in front of all of the higher karts. So they are currently 58th overall, and they could well end up well inside the top 20. They've just got to run trouble-free as we look at the 6 modernised Racing skip across the exit of the D chicane. Yes, so very much time for CMC to climb their way back through, provided they run trouble-free. So good luck to them. Good effort from them to get from 77th right back up to 58th. And it's going to be, at the very least, an interesting race because they're going to have huge amounts of overtaking to do. So they're going to keep themselves on their toes as we look at Adam Nichols in Red Racing, our race leader, coming down the hill. That's Andrew Delahunty in the 43, followed by, I'm just going to have a quick look at who's in 111 at the moment. I think it's Mick McDonald, Mick Mack as he's known, in 111. We'll have a quick look as he comes across the line. But yes, I think it's Mick McDonald currently in 1-1-1. So still a lap separating the front three. We're expecting Adam Nichols to finish his double stint run in about 15 to 20 minutes time. And very closely matched on times as well. Certainly when they're not just in traffic but even in clear air, the front three plugging in very similar lap times. Clubman class separated by 58 seconds, the front three. The Rye House Bandits a further 20 or so seconds back of that in fourth, but I'll just wait until they come across the line to trigger that gap.
I'm just having a look now. I don't know if David's got it in his pack of many notes. Record number of laps, record distance covered.
We had a graphic for that earlier. I think it was if memory serves, I think it was 1187 last year.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Well, 1143 was last year, so I think 1187 might have been a
1143. No, that
1143.
No, I think you're right. We've got one off at hairpin 1. Yellow flags out. Ooh, that was close from the 42. Sweeping around
potential
the outside.
Problems for one of their drivers as well. He's looking at the left-hand side engine. This car that's going through hairpin 2.
Yeah. Give it a tug. There he goes. And the pole cord as well. Has he got it fired? I'm not too sure. So he's trying to get going. I wonder whether he's going to bring it back to the pits. But he could have. The quad bike is out on circuit, currently making its way around the outside of South Bank. If it was me, I'd have just pulled over there and asked him to restart the engine.
Yeah.
But let's have a quick look. Are they coming in? Yes, they are.
Number 40 just skipping across the D chicane there.
I think the car is number 30, and for some reason he's carrying on. Possibly on one engine. And he's done another lap.
At the moment, the pace is on for about 1,135, so laps. So
1135 we think is the record.
Well, 1135 with a bit of quick calculator maths is what I've got as a target for on current pace what the leaders will achieve.
Oh, sorry, right. Okay, so what was it last year?
1143 last year. That was with a bit of rain.
And we think they're going to do
1135.
So 8 laps short.
Yeah. But then again, you were mentioning about the fuel, as there's a yellow flag down towards, and that is why, that's the kart that we saw having the problems on the last lap, the spin on hairpin number 1 last time around, trying to get the engine restarted. Yeah, they should have pulled that in, shouldn't they?
Absolutely. It is the 30 kart, which is Curiosity
to kill the kart. So
yes.
They were curious about whether they could do another lap. I think they've got it going again now.
Yep, off they go. So they are currently down in... I've lost where they are now. There we go, 68 overall. And we've got, as we said, A66, after their woes in the first hour, managed to claw their way back onto the podium here and in the higher carts at the moment. Of course, we've still got 6.5 hours to go, but they are third, which is a fantastic effort from that team. Our early leaders in class.
DW Racing are in the pits from 18th place, scheduled pit stop, 1 hour 16 to go. And we are in the range now where if you're pitting, the fuel is looking good, no splash and dashes should be required. 1 hour 30, 6 hours 30, 6 hours 40. It should be next in around 5 hours 20. Then 4 hours to go. Then 2 hours 40 to go. Then 1 hour 20 to go through to the finish. So anyone pitting right now is looking pretty good.
Andrew.
Hello.
MS Soco Select have caught Red Racing on circuit.
They have.
They're
With
only
a lap
separated
down.
by about 2 to 3 seconds. That gap has been significantly bigger than that, around 10 seconds. And Andrew Delahunty has caught that back up again, possibly through the traffic.
TMS Trico in for a pit stop as well. One of their last pit stops. Running on schedule. And in fact, whilst that's going on, we are bottom of the hour. Let's have a rundown. In the lead of the race then, having completed 835 laps, the 130 on your timing, 13 on their number board out on circuit. Red Racing. They are 1 lap clear of the number 43 of MS Soco Select, who we saw have that slightly longer period in the pits last time around. They're in second place. Third place overall, a further lap down, is the 111 of MSJSR, last year's winners. Go back another 2 laps, you find the 4th placed number 42 of MS Lucas. Those are all runners in the elite class. Into our pro ranks then, our 4 pro entries. First of them in 5th place overall is the number 11 of MS Kart. They have a 5-lap lead in class ahead of the 115 Team Keen efforts. Another further lap back, 077 of Offline Motorsports, who are picking up their pace, and maybe they are doing the change of strat that we talked about earlier. They've nursed that car through the night very, very well. Is this the point at which they start to turn the pace up? They last pitted 9 minutes ago, and they're there in 7th place overall. A further 2 laps back, PGS Racing, one of the big casualties through the small hours of this morning, were in the lead battle for Pro, lost 9 laps, and it's still that 9 laps that is the deficit they have in this class. They're 8th overall. Moving a little bit further back, 18 laps off the lead, in 9th place overall, the last of the elite runners. It's the 210 of Team Backmarker. We move into our Clubman ranks, 10th place overall, but leading the 303 Racing Team. They just go over start-finish now in front of me here in the commentary box. Slavak Piskor's driving for them. The team, of course, named after 303 Squadron. During the Second World War, the group of Polish airmen who flew and fought for the Allies, and they're doing a real fight here, leading in Clubman at the moment, ahead of the 006 Modernised Racing. Really well developed through this year, having a fantastic run. The gap in Clubman is 44.2 seconds, and those 2 karts are pretty much on the same fuel strategy, give or take 4 minutes between their last pit stops last time around half an hour ago. 3rd place in Clubman, 12th overall, the 595, last year's winners in this class, SMJC. They're not out of it as well. They're a lap further back, but definitely in the mix as we go into the latter stages. 13th place, these guys are also still in the mix for Clubman. The 443 of the Rye House Bandits from Rye House Kart Club down in Hoddesdon, where of course a certain Mr. Lewis Hamilton started his racing career. They are right in this, Chris Bell and the boys. 14th overall, 3 laps further back from Rye House Bandits, the 443 of MS.BE, the Belgian team. 15th overall, they're now back ahead. This battle, I've got to say, this has been going back and forth pretty much the whole race. There's 4.7 seconds between them, but the Frosterly Inn have the lead and the edge over Modernised Karting, the number 24 in 16th. So we'll definitely try and pick those up on camera very, very soon, because we need to give them a bit of attention. 17th place overall, a further 2 laps back, is the Tockworth Motorsport Trico entry, the 780. A further lap back, 18th place, the 198 of DW Racing. And then the first of our higher efforts. And for me, personally, team of the race so far. In 19th place overall, the number 6, Kart Events Belgium. This is a reduced entry in terms of drivers. 2 guys from Belgium. They got here in the UK before the guidelines and the rules regards people entering the country from Belgium changed, so they're here perfectly safely, and they are leading in higher by 5 laps now. It was 4, it is now 5 laps for Kart Events Belgium, and they're ahead of some Clubmans as well. 20th place overall, the 340 of TT Sport, and in 21st place the 888 of Blue Dog. Second place in higher, 22nd overall, the number 41 of Team ETL, exceeding track limits. Team in 23rd place, the number 66 of A66, still having this fairly quiet but really strong run. And here they are with 6.5 hours to go, looking at a shot at a podium in class. The 066, the second of the Kart Events Belgium teams, are not too far behind. They're a further lap behind. They're in 4th place in class, in 24th overall. 25th overall, the 113 of Clubman Racing, 5th in higher, and have just pitted after a good stint there, 1 hour and 29 out on circuit. 26th, the 987 of Eco Racing, 6th in class rather. 27th overall, the 84 of Blockwell Hill Karting. 28th overall, the 59 of Century Sim Racing. All of these teams, I think, still the dark horses for a podium spot. You never know what's going to happen in the last quarter of this race. Still a lot of running to do between now and midday. 29th, the number 33 of BTM Racing UK, up into the top 30 now. They've made some really good progress through the night time. Is the number 15 of BSR. 31st, 430, another team that's made some great progress through the small hours of the morning. It's NRG Global Power, the 430, moving their way up the order. This is all the gaggle, 88 laps down, so all on the same lap. 32nd, 169 Euro Bandits Motorsport. 33rd, with some fresh drivers, I believe, up from Bookmore Park Racing yesterday morning, are the number 11 team from GP Pro entry there. So they've moved up from the outskirts of the top 40. 34th, the 067 Swindon Karting Arena, doing well, 89 laps off the lead, as are in 35th the 38 of SRW Racing. 36th, the 187 of Jibtech, and then 90 laps off the lead, 37th, the 111 of JS Racing. 38th, the number 91, Team Tate, just running it home for a bit of pride now. They were in the mix early on in the race for class, but it's not been their year here at Teesside. 39th, the 555 of the renowned Vankels, with the Mazda 787 style livery on their kart, still running well. 40th, the 466 of A66-2. 41st, having a really strong run still, is the number 85 of the English Deaf Karting Team, 24-hour team. 42nd, the number 34 of BTM UK2, ahead of the charity effort, one of the many charity efforts out here again this year. In 43rd is the 095 race for Reuben team. 44th, the number 52 of Zap. 45th, the 81 of Hopeless Disaster. 46th, the 200 of Boneheads. 47th is the number 227 of Piston Broke Racing. And then just up into 48th, virtue of a couple of pit stops going on at the moment, is the 270 of DEER. Those 2 pit stops are for the 49th place Grabex Racing, who are back out on circuit now, and in 50th, the number 99 of Porsche Sport. 51st of the Teesside Tigers, number 1. 52nd, number 40 of Pace Limited. 3 Blind Mice then in 53rd, in the number 10, LMS. 54th, in the number 70. The number 42 with Tom Newman. Newnham now at the wheel for the BUKC Rejects in 55th. 56th is the number 17 of Straight Through Crew. 57th, the number 36 of Drenico Racing. 58th, still on the recovery drive, the Clubman entry in the Pro Karts, the 040 of CMC Racing. 59th, the 141 of RDT Racing. 60th are the number 14 of Algorithmic Ascendancy. 61st, the BH Designs Racing, number 45. 62nd, the number 9 of Newmarket Hornets. 63rd, the 37 of Two Stroke. 64th, the number 22 of CTR. 65th, the number 20 of Rind Racing. 66th, the number 7 of Team Carter. In the pits at the moment, and 67th for a scheduled pit stop, the number 82 of ZBR. 68th, the number 30 of Curiosity Killed the Kart. We've seen them in trouble in the last 15 minutes or so. 69th, number 48 of Century Simpletons. 70th, the number 47 of Team Solan. 71st, the number 58 of Kart Force. 72nd, the number 29 of AMF. In the pits at the moment, and 73rd for a scheduled pit stop is NE1 Racing, the number 18. 74th, the number 24 of Ain't Gonna Win. 75th, the number 61 of Alessia, who are running again. That's really good news. We thought they were out after their big crash earlier on in the race, but they are circulating, and the pace isn't too bad as well for the number 61 Alessia team. Well done, guys. Shirley Batty is in the pits in 76th place, the number 32, and then last but not least, but also circulating out on circuit, the number 37 of Y So Series. That is your full and complete field, the rundown provided to you by Double Dash Motorsport Media, with 6 hours, 20 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
Why So Serious? Good to see them back out there.
Yeah.
Because they were parked up for a significant amount of time, and our current wooden spoon holders. But if Shirley Bassey are in the pits for any longer, I think they're going to get overhauled by Why So Serious, provided they can keep running.
Key battle this. Slavek Piskor's in the purple suit there, leader in 303 Racing. SMJC, the 595, you just see there with the red flashes on the bodywork, that is them exactly 1 lap behind third in Clubman. Let's see how Slavek deals with this, because the pressure really is on now. But the pace, I've got to say, this 303 Racing car, you hit the nail on the head earlier, Butters. It is running on point at the moment, still in the 114s, looking good, looking very good.
SMJC with a slow lap on the last lap as well, of 1:16.5, which is a couple of seconds off the pace actually.
Hello to Sorban61, watching from Belgium. So proud of the Belgian teams, 06 and 066. I can't praise them enough. You know, earlier this week, I don't think they would have known if they were even racing, whether this was possible. And they are in 1st and 4th in the higher class. We know their talents, we know their skills. Winners at Le Mans in 2019. But this has been an extraordinary effort.
4 drivers split over 2 cars.
Yeah. I really don't think I've ever seen anything like this at this place.
I've seen it attempted with 3 drivers. To my recollection, I can't remember anybody doing it with 2 drivers. And I believe it was a Belgian entry then that did it with 3. And I think that would be 2015. And they parked up for a couple of hours during the night and had a snooze because they were all shattered. Now we've had Red Racing in the pits. Red Racing have pitted just now. They've come out. Charlie Bingham is in the seat for Red Racing, and so that's ended Adam Nichols' double stint in the kart, and they are currently 24 seconds ahead of MS Soco Select. We think Red Racing are going to need to do an extra pit stop. There's currently a 30-minute difference between the two.
Yep.
In terms of when they last stopped. So 32 minutes for MS Soco Select, 50 minutes for MSJSR, who is on your screen there with Mick McDonald behind the wheel. That's who we're looking at there with the orange and yellow. The 11 kart just behind is the leader in the pro class, that's MS Karts. They have 5 laps now over 115 Team Keen, with Offline Motorsport in third, a further lap back. Now, I managed to, while you were doing the rundown, take a little comfort break, and while I was on my comfort break, I managed to speak to Tom Murray of Offline Motorsport and asked them, are you still doing the lift and coast?
Yep.
Or are you now
Going for
flat out 1 hour 30 minutes, let's go for it? And he said to me, no, we are going, still sticking to the original plan, to put Team Keen under pressure.
Yep.
So they are sticking to their plan and hoping it comes back to them. It certainly worked to get on the podium for Pro Class so far, but they're hoping to make another, possibly another place up and get second with this longer running strategy. Slightly off the pace by, although I say that, they've actually just gone half a second quicker that lap than Team Keen, but around a tenth or two slower per lap, but managing to eke out an extra 15 minutes or so, possibly even more, on the fuel, and they have currently done 2 stops less than anybody else in the entire field. They have only stopped 10 times in 17 3/4 hours.
Just keeping an eye on this battle, I've mentioned it already, the Frostily Inn modernised karting battle, because it's the closest one out there on circuit. They're just going down to the rib bend now, so you're looking out for the single owner kart, if we can hold on this shot, Darren. In fact, there they are. So there's the number 19, that's Frostily Hill, and there's the number 24, so that is a battle for position.
And that's Jake Taplin behind the wheel of the 24.
And Jake's pace is really good at the moment. He's pulled, keep an eye on it, Frostily Inn did have some traffic, but modernised karting have pulled about 2 to 3 seconds in the last 3 or 4 laps or so. So we'll keep an eye on that one. I think it's still ebbing back and forth, and Jake's got to keep pushing. It's that frustrating length, that 5 seconds or so, and you can see a rival up front. You've just got to keep your head down, but as I say, those 2 karts have been going at it. They've traded position back and forth so many times across the course of the race so far, and you never know, could go right to the end. It's been a really good scrap between those 2 karts. And again, in fact, yes, it's just taken another 3/4 of a second out of the number 19. The gap is down to 3.8 as the number 37 runs a little bit roughly over the curbs. That's why so serious, not why so serious, that's the Clubman entry. The 37 in higher being 2-stroke, Andy Ambrose, Dan Kell, Max Prentice, Andrew Collinson and Ryan Elliott driving for them in that team this year. Good lineup, that.
Yeah, as we said, they normally run in the Rotax class here in the Teesside Sprint Series. I've just seen Charlie Bingham carving his way through through the traffic as he came through the shot there, and that is the 36 who's just gone through. That's the Rye House Bandits, so they've got quite a distinctive colour scheme. That's your second place on the road, the 43 kart, the fluorescent yellow and orange. There is your third place on the road, and followed swiftly by your leader in Pro.
Off in hairpin 1, it's one of the hires. They've got back on circuit again, but we'll need to look out for someone who's had a slow sector number 2.
I'll try and get them as they come across the line.
Modernised karting are closing again, another 1.1 seconds. The gap is down to 2.7. Jake Taplin is absolutely flying out there. If we hold on this shot once more, there is the number 19. There in the blue suits is the number 24, and he is rapidly closing in on the Frostily Inn. Another 2 tenths in the first sector. SMJC 595 in the pits, Butters, a little bit early, if I'd say. 1 hour and 12 since their last pit stop.
And it was a steady run into the pits, I want to say as well. It was a bit sedate, that entry. Might just be fatigue creeping in, but that was not as
sprightly as a team.
I think it's the Schumacher-esque maximising the entry. It was certainly not that.
Oh, is that? Yeah, that's a problem. That is a problem. They're going down into the abyss.
Oh no! So they
SMJ,
were
last year's winners in the Clubman class, are in trouble. Oh dear. This one feels like it's just getting away from them a little bit. They've had a rough time through the night. They've been pushed really hard by these two teams, 303 Racing and Modernised Racing. Have they broken? Has their hold on the Clubman class broken?
So they've been leading, and then they've been second, and they've been third, and then they were second, and then they were leading, and then they were second. And it's been like that for the entire race, moving back and forward.
15th place battle coming through South Bank Bend now and into hairpin number 3, and Jake Taplin continues to close in. He's getting through the traffic far more efficiently than the driver for Frosterley Inn. I can just see them coming past our commentary box. There is the number 19, there is the number 24. It'd be great too if we can get a look at this as it's gone through D-Bend. There they are. So there is the gap down into Rib Bend. It could be this lap. We could see this change for position on this lap as Jake Taplin continues to hound the back of the number 19. Could be a shot coming over the top of the mountain. Couple of drivers just pulling out the way, and here is a chance for Taplin. He's through. Really great stuff. He has got the move done on the Frosterley Inn. That is a change for position on the road here at Teesside. 15th place for Modernised Karting, and that also moves them up in class, of course, as well. And it's some great work from Jake Taplin. He's pushed hard, reeled the Frosterley Inn to his front bumper. Now, can he keep going? Can he get up the road now from the number 19? Good pickup on the cameras as well, as Jib Tech are in the pits in 39th place overall. Look like they've just had a bit of a slow one as well. 6 hours and 9 minutes to go here at Teesside. You're watching live coverage from Alpha Live Productions of the 2020 British 24-hour kart series.
SMJC still showing us in the pits.
Yeah, I think this is their race run in terms of a result they would have wanted at the start of the weekend.
Well, we say that, but there is still 6 hours to go. The full length of a standard VPEC race, 6 hours and 8 minutes. Still to go. Standard BPEC race 6 hours, of course, so anything could still happen.
Just saw the MS Top BE car, the 443, go around the outside of 4 hire carts on the approach from the last corner into the D chicane.
That's your leader coming through the screen now. That's Red Racing. Charlie Bingham on board. It looks like that's Josh Falkus in the 42. Our 4th place runner just coming through the shot.
Who's currently quickest driver out on circuit, a 1:13.1 last time around for Falkus. 6 hours and 7 minutes to go then. We're in the middle of a perfected fuel run to the end. So anyone pitting around now is going to need to do some level of splash and dash or fuel management between now and midday. Quick start of TT Sport there, the 34.
I have a feeling that MS Belgium may well be overhauling SMJC, and in fact there they do go in front now of SMJC, so they take 4th place in Clubman However, they are 3 laps off the podium. So still within striking distance should anything happen to the front 3. But that's rather scuppered our 4-way fight for the overall Clubman win. The good news is it's still a 3-way fight.
Yep. There's the number 24 of Ain't Gonna Win. A team of Nigel Bradley, Jack Appleyard, Ian Appleyard, Mark Kenyon, Ashley Appleyard, Ben Baker and Andrew Greensmith. And they ain't going to win, but they're having a good time with it nonetheless, and that's what this competition is all about. They're just behind the 555 of Renowned Vankels. He caught a quick sight of the orange and green there. Where are the Vankels? They're in 38th place at the moment, so in the midfield. Ain't Gonna Win are in 73rd.
SMJC back out and circulating.
Okay.
I believe. 5 minutes 59. So that's around...
Lost about 4.5 minutes there, haven't they?
Yeah.
On a normal pit stop.
Yes, exactly that. So real shame for them. We will get to the bottom of what happened there. That's the A66 crew just coming through there. They are 3rd place in hires. And yeah, excellent recovery drive from A66. They, well, providing there's no issues for Kart Events Belgium, we don't wish that on anybody, but Kart Events Belgium and Exceeding Track Limits in 2nd place in hires seem to be the only ones who have run trouble-free so far in hires, because A66 have they were our early leaders in the race in the first hour and came a cropper coming through South Bank corner with a mechanical failure, dropped right down the order and have fought their way back through over the following 17.5 hours that we've then had, and have got themselves up to 3rd. So I know I keep giving them a mention, but it really is a fantastic drive from them. TT Sport have just overtaken Kart Events Belgium, so they are toing and froing between their multiple pit stops. So they've retaken 19th overall.
The toing and froing continues between Frosterly Inn and Modernised Racing. In fact, they've just swapped back.
So
Frosterly Inn did get 15th back, and then they've lost it on the next lap, straight back to Modernised Karting.
So Modernised appearing on the scene has suddenly given a wake-up to the Frosterly Inn.
Yes.
I think they were having a, for want of a better phrase, a Sunday drive at that point, because they were, well, it's Sunday, and, and it's been a long race. And then all of a sudden, a kart appearing up the inside for position has suddenly given them a wake-up call, and in fact they pit now after only an hour as well.
Yep.
For the Frosterly Inn squad, so that's definitely going to elevate Modernised Racing into a net 15th overall.
It's in this curious period of the race now where, you know, we've just got over 6 hours to go, so if you were able to eke an hour 30, hour 31 out of the kart, you could, if you're fueling now, get home with another 3 stops. I just wonder if they're thinking about that on the fuel. I think I prefer to be in the situation that Offline Motorsport are in now, you know, kicking on a bit, going for it a bit more in the last quarter of the race.
Know exactly how long they can go for as well.
Yep. 21 seconds the lead then for Red Racing.
Still quite breezy out there, Andrew.
It is. The clouds keep on rolling through.
Still a headwind coming down the hill that we're looking at here on screen. Big headwind there means a big slipstream effect for, well, everybody coming down the hill, but particularly for the higher karts. Charlie Bingham, your leader, coming through the screen, coming through the shot there, followed by Josh Lucas in the 42. That's the 4th place kart overall, currently 5 laps down. So MS Soko Select 22.5 seconds behind. In Clubman class, we have 58 seconds now, the gap between 303 and Modernised Racing. Both of them have done 14 stops. Both of them have been out there just over 50 minutes. So 303 Racing is that net 50 plus seconds in front. Oh, we've got the 987 desperately trying to fire their engine. That's the Eco Racing squad. They are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th in hires. So I'm just going to stand up from my perch and see whether they have managed to get it going. And it looks like they have. Fortunately, it was that right-hand engine. And has managed to reach over the, reach down with his right hand and fire that engine back up again. And I'm just going to get them in front of the commentary position here. But yes, very much going okay again. So good recovery there from the 987. Dropped an engine, got it refired and going again. Well done to them.
Public service announcements. We're going to reset the stream in a few moments' time. So this is to give us a fresh batch of hours of publication to take you through to the end of the race. So whichever platform you're on, Facebook or YouTube, we're going to reset the stream very, very shortly. Don't go anywhere. Just refresh the page that you're on, whether it be the Alpha Live YouTube or one of the Facebook pages that we're broadcasting on. We'll be back very, very shortly. Thank you for watching this part of the race. This has been an Alpha Live production in conjunction with Double Dash Motorsport Media for the 24-hour karting series. The 2020 British 24-hour kart race continues very, very shortly.